This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Judged by the outcomes of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64. Now, the drama shifts to Berlin, Germany for the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, where all the remaining competitors clash for the chance to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA E World Cup. From the heavyweights of the game, who have already secured enough points to qualify for the E World Cup in London, to the challengers who are still fighting for their spot, all must do battle here in Berlin in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Welcome everyone to this beautiful setup here in Berlin, Germany for the final day of the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs for PS4. I'm Jimmy Conrad, alongside Spencer Owen, Mike LaBelle, and Rachel Stringer, and we started this competition with 64 players, but now we're down to the Grateful 8, as I like to call them, because they control their own destiny and the 3 Ps. Points, prize money, and pride. And I say points because we still have 2 spots open for the E World Cup. Still a lot at stake there, of course, and seeding if you do get into the top 16. And I say prize money because $75,000 to the winner is a lot of cheddar. And I say pride because if you win a trophy, they can never take it away from you. So which of those would mean the most to you as a player, Spencer?
They're all very important, but to me, it's points at this point, particularly if you still need them, because if you get a lot of points and you qualify for the FeWC, you can then make more prize money, arguably more pride, and you don't need points at that point.
All right.
But then you can enjoy the other 2.
He's kind of just nicked everyone's go, but
okay,
yeah.
all right. Mike, how about you, of those 3 Ps?
I think it depends who you ask. If you ask Christian Spateri, if you ask Lost in the Waves, of course they're going to say points. I need those points. I need them now. I want to get into that top 16. Everyone else, I think most of the guys here will say that it's about the prestige, it's about the pride. Winning the tournament, of course, you get the money as well. Your bank account gets a little bit bigger, but it's more about being able to say, yes, playoffs, that was me. That was me. Yep. I did that.
That's fair.
But those 2 players you both mentioned, obviously they need the points, but if they win and get the pride of winning, they also get the points. And I think everybody here wants to win. You don't come into playing competitive FIFA to lose. Everyone wants to win a tournament. So for me, it's pride.
Well, speaking about this tournament in particular, let's go about how did we get here? What's the format of this competition?
Okay, the format is now quite well known, hopefully, as the Swiss format, which we used in group stage at least. And it's a 3-day tournament. Started obviously on Friday. 64 players here on the PS4 went to battle in our Swiss group stage. Now that means you always play someone with the same record as you. If you win a game, you play someone else that won a game. If you lose a game, you play someone that lost a game, and so on, until in a maximum of 7 games, you get at least 4 wins, okay? If you get 4 wins, you go through. If you lose 4 games first, you get eliminated. If you got those 4 wins, though, you made it through to the last 32, which was what we started with yesterday, and we played the last 32 round. We played the last 16 round. We're now left with 8, as Jimmy said. The Grateful 8 will do battle, and we'll go down to 4. We'll go down to 2. Now, semi-finals and final, and eventually there will, of course, be 1 winner.
Now let's take a look at the points and prize money. We put these 2 things together for you so you can marvel at it. More points in this competition than any other throughout this competitive season. And look at that money, $75,000 to the winner. And the drop off to second is quite steep. So that $40,000 game will be the final. And that's a big, significant difference.
It is, but going back to the points again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. To those people watching at home who haven't had the benefit of playing in these tournaments and getting the big chunk of points available, they'll be playing Weekend League, trying to get 27 plus wins, trying to get 10 points. 1,800 points is 180 weekend leagues. That's 3 years you can get in 1 weekend. That's double decent.
But also everybody here, all the 8 people left today, go away with a minimum of $10,000, which is ridiculous in itself. Spencer, you were saying how much it's changed over the last couple of seasons.
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember presenting at the FIWC 3 years ago in New York, and the grand prize winner then got $20,000. Now we're at a tournament here, which is one of the biggest of the year, but there's still the big final to come, and you can get $20,000 for finishing in the top 4. So it shows how much we've come.
All right, now let's take a look at the leaderboard to get you guys a better look at who's still vying for this trophy here in Berlin for the PS4 playoffs. Nicolas, the #1 seed in the world, is still involved. Not surprisingly, he's going to take on MoAuba. We've got Lev Vincent, Tuga, Ajax, Tor, Fifilza, but the two names you probably want to focus on are Christian Spateri and Lost in the Waves. They have to take a deep run, and in Waves' perspective, he's got to win it to qualify for the top 16. So that is pretty dicey, but for those two in particular, it's really exciting here for day 3.
Yeah, I think so.
yeah.
I think Christian Spateri, for me, is one of the guys that's been performing really well. Still hasn't lost a match. Started at 25th in the rankings. It's now down to 20th. He's kind of edging closer, but could potentially knock out two people still sitting in those ever wanted, or much wanted, should I say, spots. So yeah, him for me is the guy.
Okay, well, before we get into breaking down the big matchups, let's take a look at everybody that's on Team PS4.
Surely this is it, and Joxan's done it! What? To Ronaldo, to Neymar! Nicholas steals it from the death. Or score it, Pina steps up, history can be made, it is! Pina is the champ. It's party time for the Dutchman. Congratulations, Lev Vincent. To the back post, Ronaldo! Oh no! M10 Houston, and he's into the semi-finals.
The thing about MoAuba is so good at that green time finish.
And New York City Chris has done it. He fakes to go left, goes inside, Croqueta. How about to get into the box? Croqueta, 1, 2, 3, 4!
Incredible scenes there for all of those players. They've worked so hard to make it onto Team PS4. Those are the 14 names. We're looking to add 2 more after day 3 here in Berlin is finished. Very, very exciting. So let's get into the first matchup. I think that's why we're all here, so let's do it. It is Christian Spateri versus Fifilza, and it is going to be a tasty one because Christian Spateri has yet to lose a game in this, but Fifilza had maybe arguably the best day 2 performance out of anybody.
He was very impressive yesterday. We go back to one of the first events in the year when Nicholas said that he felt Fifilza was the best player in South America, which is very high praise coming from the best player in the world, statistically speaking. And they could obviously still meet at a later stage. But you can't sleep on Christian Spateri right now. He's not had any real challenge so far.
What makes you question, because this is day 3, it's a new day, what version or what version are we going to get of Fifilza? Are we going to get the matchup against Iago where he couldn't do anything wrong? He had all the build-up, the quick intricacies, the 1-2s, the long shots, the crossing, the skill move sessions, or are we going to get maybe something from day 1? And then same could be said with Christian Spateri. He's been on fire. Perfect day 1, perfect day 2, undefeated. He looks like he should never have been 25th when you're looking at the overall rankings.
And I think he's kind of come into here, a lot of people were saying, with no expectation. He didn't really he had I think a month off, I was going to say, before he came here. Hadn't really been playing much FIFA. He beat Maestro, which was his kind of bogey player, and that gave him an extra boost mentally. So for him, like you just said, jumping from 25th to 20th, still undefeated. I think he was voted Player of the Day yesterday. He's got everything to play for, hasn't he?
No, I think it's a good point that you say about starting a new day, because they come off such a high of yesterday, day 2, get into the knockout rounds feeling good about themselves. So we'll see how they start off in leg 1 of these matchups. Now let's move into the next one, and it is Nicolas versus MoAuba. And this is gonna be, for me, a classic because these players have played against each other 5 times so far this competitive season, and Nicolas has won 4 out of those 5 times. And Auba won the first one. It was back in Bucharest in December. So it's been a while since he had Nicolas's number.
And it will be the second round in a row that Nicholas has had to go against the highest second-ranked player in the tournament. Last time he had to beat Stefano Pina, which he did. Now he's got to go up against MoAuba, who's currently 4th. It's great for the other people looking on to seeing these high-ranked guys get knocked out. And despite Nicholas being number 1 in the world, he's not being helped by these seeding at all. So if he does go and win this one again, not only would he have repeated his playoff win from last year, he would have almost taken the hardest possible route.
And you might say that's not a good record against Nicholas. Well, no one has a positive record against Nicholas. And at least MoAuba can say, I beat him once.
That's
Can we go against the form book, though? We were saying that yesterday about Stefano Pina. I think he hadn't beaten him in 6 outings. Now you just said MoAuba is beaten once in 5. I don't know if we can go against Nicholas's form. He's just unbeatable as it stands in this competition.
In this competition, because I'm going to say over the competitive season,
Yeah, of course.
he feels more beatable in FIFA 19 than in any other iteration prior to that, Mike.
I'd agree with that. And it's wild saying that when you look at the guy that's currently #1. Everybody's concerned, shall we say, to play against him. Nobody has a positive record, and we're saying, I don't think this is his best year.
And he's won every game at this tournament.
Yeah, he's cruising.
I think he's been pretty solid every year, and I think he's just a player who, if he loses, it's always late. You know, maybe in the Swiss format here and there, but generally the losses come quite late in tournaments. You don't see him getting knocked out in the first knockout round very much, for example. But MoAuba has done it before.
Never has he been eliminated in the Swiss format.
Yeah, so he's never gone out in the Swiss format, and then first knockout round, sometimes second knockout round. He's usually making semi-finals minimum. MoAuba is a player who hasn't really got that win yet. You know, that win that he's done well in the Bundesliga, of course, the E-Bundesliga, but in terms of these major tournaments, if he's going to do it here, he's going to have to go past the best.
All right, now let's turn it over to the next matchup. It's Tuga versus Tor in a battle of the Portuguese language. One player is from Portugal, that is Tuga, and the other one is from Brazil, that is Ajax Tor. This is going to be a good one. Both of them have qualified for the E-World Cup, but what I like about this one in particular is Tuga. In day 2, he faced off against some very good players, Zizinho. He beat him 1-0 over 2 legs. And then he beat Feldman, who put 10 past Fifilza in the Swiss format, 1-0 over 2 legs. He hasn't given up a goal yet in the knockout rounds.
He knows how to shut games down. This match is not going to be one for the football purists. The people that like goals, I think there's a lot of people out there, probably not going to enjoy this one. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that it's an unbelievable match and there's lots of action, but I feel like it's going to be quite a slow one. If you look at the stats, they tend to beat their opponents by about 1 goal and only 1 goal. They don't tend to give up many, so it's going to be a tight matchup.
You're looking at 2 of the best defensive players left in the tournament, and maybe 2 of the worst attacking players out of the final 8. I don't like using the word worst when we're looking at guys that have had so much success, but they're not as crafty, not as creative, not as dynamic going forward, and they don't take the same type of risk when they attack.
They almost choose not to attack at points because we don't know how good at attacking they are because we don't see it.
But Tor, for me as a player, hasn't buckled under pressure either. He came in here ranked 13th with everything to play for. He has now qualified, but also hasn't gone out. So himself and Fifilza were both like in that kind of 10 to 16 bracket of will they make it, will they won't make it. Still both in the competition as well and book their places and still could potentially go on to win it.
What I find interesting about Tor in particular is that he took down 2 players that needed to get into the top 16, Aggie and Web Nasri. And I think that speaks to what you were saying before, that he's resolute. He can deal with some adversity. All right, let's move on now to the next matchup. It's Lost in the Waves versus Lev Vincent. Now, Waves, to catch you guys up, needs to win this whole tournament. Not just beat Lev Vincent, but win the whole tournament to qualify for the FIFA E-World Cup. And Lev Vincent, he's just hanging out. I talked to some of the players while he was playing against Shells yesterday in an epic back-and-forth match. They said Lev Vincent hasn't been playing well, but yet he's still winning, and that speaks to his talent.
Both these players had really good last 16 rounds, actually. Great matches. Lost in the Waves, beating Peixoto, who hadn't lost before that. He does score a lot of goals. He does concede quite a few as well. He's coming up against a player in Lev who's probably, well, almost certainly better defensively, and maybe can match him offensively as well. I think it's going to be a really entertaining game, and Lev needs the win, maybe not as much as Lost in the Waves in terms of qualification for the FeWC, because he's already got it, but in terms of proving he can go up to that next level. He said himself yesterday in his interview with Kyle, he doesn't really rate himself as one of the best players in the world. He thinks he's not that good. Well, he's got a chance to change that.
Just one quick word as well, Lost in the Waves. Had quite a tough route to get here. He played 3 of the 8 or 7, I should say, quarterfinalists, Tuga, MoAuba and Christian Spateri. So he hasn't had an easy ride to get here, and he's still here. And
he lost to MoAuba and Spateri,
yeah.
And they're still competing
exactly
in this tournament. So that speaks to how well Lost in the Waves is playing. All right, now let's throw it over to one of my favorite people, Kyle Walker. He's handling all of our social media. Kyle?
Thank you, Jimmy. You're one of my favourite people as well, but all 4 of you are. But Jimmy, you're my favourite out of the 4. Yes, I am handling social media. This is day 3, Championship Sunday, and I'm going to be across the Twitter, Instagram, plus the Twitch chat as well. Now, if you want to get in touch with us, you can do using the hashtag FIFA E World Cup. On Instagram, you can at us using EA Sports FIFA. On Twitter, it's EA FIFA Esports. Plus, we have so much content for you on the YouTube, youtube.com/FIFA twitter.com/EA FIFA Esports. Now let's have a quick roundup of people who have been tweeting, because I've captured quite a few of those, so let's have a look at them right now. Now the first one, it comes from psych_check. Now, I don't know if you know, but some of these esports teams actually use mental coaches, and Edgar is one of those. He tweeted, "Now the end of the road for Shells. As a mental coach, seeing him start thriving under the pressure and managing stress better over the last few comps makes me proud of his progress. Now we come back even better next season." The emoji that he's used, though, it doesn't look too happy. He looks a little bit frustrated, but as he says, there is always next season. Now the next tweet that we have, it comes from Team FutWiz. Obviously, we've seen lots of their players. He says, they say, "Hanging in there. Somehow almost all of the results have gone our way leading into the quarterfinals tomorrow. At FutWiz, Marco still holds on to that precious 16th position for the FIFA E World Cup, but there is a long way to go. Some huge matches tomorrow. There are some huge matches today, and depending on the positions, FutWiz Marco is definitely going to have all of his fingers and toes crossed." The next tweet comes from Team Bundled. It says, "So far, Fifilza has been basically the nightmare of every FIFA PS4 player he faced in the EA FIFA Esports playoffs. Kickoff stage today in Berlin. Now tomorrow we go again." Definitely Fifilza has been a nightmare for a lot of players, and we'll see what happens today. Now make sure you keep in touch with us throughout the day using that hashtag FIFA E World Cup. But for now, it's back to you guys back at the sofas.
Thank you, Kyle. And as a reminder, we're having a huge preview for the E World Cup. It's happening on June 25th at 6 p.m. GMT time. I got to get all my time changes correct, but here you can see July 25th, 2019, 6 p.m. GMT. I might be there. Mike LaBelle might be there. Spencer and Rachel, I don't know. Did your invite? You guys get your nothing?
Are we doing something?
This is a sore subject.
Got something else booked in?
I've got play
Yeah, you're
week,
busy. I mean, you
FIFA,
guys, you're super popular, so
I'm
I
running,
understand why you're
marathon
not
training.
available for that one. But yeah, make sure you guys tune in for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, now let's get into our qualification for those last two spots for the FIFA E World Cup. We're going to get to Christian Spateri first. He's currently ranked 20th, so he's on the outside looking in. He needs to get second. He needs to get to the final to qualify and get into the top 16. He has Fifilza first, and then he'll take on the winner of MoAuba versus Nicolas. So his road is very tough. Now let's go into Lost in the Waves. He has an even harder journey. He's currently in 32nd. He needs to win the whole thing to get it. And if he does, that would be an epic story. There's a part of me that's kind of pulling for him in some capacity.
It kind of shows the whole opportunity the playoffs give you. If he can come from where he was to win and qualify, it's an unbelievable achievement.
Okay, those are the two players that are on the outside looking in. Here is the stranger who's holding on for dear life in 15th. He already got knocked out in the Swiss format. His day ended quite quickly after day one, or his tournament ended, excuse me. Now he's out if Lost in the Waves defeats Christian Spateri in the finals. That is very specific for him to get knocked out. He's got to be feeling somewhat good, Mike.
You would think the odds are in his favor of that not happening.
Right. Okay, now we have FutWiz Marco. He's in 16th, and he's out if Christian Spateri reaches the finals or Lost in the Waves wins it all. So, again, there's a couple things that have to happen here, a lot of what-ifs, but still possible.
Marco's in a slightly worse scenario, obviously. Just that final, basically, if it happens, Spateri versus Lost in the Waves, which can happen in terms of the bracket, would just be a nightmare for those two waiting. And I think most people that aren't fans of the other guys in the tournament would love to see that final happen because it just gives the playoffs that extra juice.
Mike, are we going to see something? Is the impossible going to be possible today, day 3 in Berlin, the PS4 playoffs?
I don't like casting doubt on people, but you would think that I'm just saying.
I'm not going to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy.
I gave my disclaimer, but I don't know if Lost in the Waves is going to be able to potentially reach a final conceding as many goals as he's conceding. At some point, somebody's going to stop his attack, and he's not going to score 8 goals throughout the 2 legs. And then he's going to be in a situation where it's a little more possession-based, a little bit slower. However, on the other end, if Christian Spateri plays or is able to replicate his play from day 1 and day 2 today, he has a chance against Fifilza, and I think he has a chance against Nicolas or MoAuba. So that could be your situation or scenario that doesn't necessarily work in favor for FutWiz Marco.
Does it just come down to who wants to go to that World Cup the most at this stage? I mean, quarterfinal number 1, quarterfinal number 4, they're the ones for me that anything can happen. These two could just upset the entire tournament here.
All right, we're done here on the couch. The excitement and tension are building. So now it's time to throw it over to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley for the call of the first game. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, we cannot wait for this day. Championship Sunday. Last weekend, it was in Hamburg where we saw Tom Stokes go on a crazy tournament run, $75,000 in his pocket. And of course, being another FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final. Move on 7 days from that now, Richard. We've got 8 players left here, and it's the exact same format, the same prize money up for grabs, but there's 2 players that could still cause an upset today.
Yep, 2 players who can upset the apple cart, you'd say. Christian Spateri and Lost in the Waves. This game that you're going to see on your screen right now could be one of the most entertaining matches of FIFA we've seen all year long. Christian Spateri, he's been defending exceptionally. He's been attacking with flair. Fifilza, the best performance I've seen from a player this entire year with his win over Yago in knockout play yesterday. This game has Christian Spateri's FIFA 19 season on the line.
And the question I'm already asking, what's Christian had for lunch today? Yesterday it was just a can of tuna. He brought his own can of tuna in. That's what he snacked on. And if that's the fuel that he needs to play fantastic competitive FIFA, we saw it yesterday. Back-to-back knockout wins. Round of 32, 11-3 against Sebastian Ortiz, the Colombian. And then he actually matched up against Maestro and beat him by 5 goals to 4. Has not lost a game yet, Spateri. Went 4-0 in Swiss, so technically he's 6-0 at the moment.
And that win against Maestro, a little bit of a bogey player he's been for Spateri this season. When they've matched up, he's been one of the players that have beaten him in Swiss, beaten him in a knockout game. Both of these 2 players have been to a semi-final before at the final LQE of the season in Bucharest. Fifilza losing to Footwiz Tom. Christian Spateri losing to New York City Chris. They match up a round earlier against each other in the quarterfinals here at the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it was great what you said there. It was only in May. That LQE, the last LQE of the year, the last tournament for some players coming into these playoffs. And they were lucky to avoid each other on the bracket. They both got knocked out in the semi-final stages. And we are underway for this one. 2 legs of FIFA in front of us, a chance to double the prize money you've already earned in the competition. And as we've been saying, a chance for Christian Spateri to get into that top 16 if he can go the full way today.
Interesting to point out as well, the 2 players who are pushing for the top 16 in Spateri and Lost in the Waves, 2 of the only players in Berlin that haven't come with a coach or a friend with them. They're doing it solo. As Jason Derulo would say, I'm riding solo, and I'm going riding into the O2 Arena.
The stage is set. And we're just waiting for 2 more of those names to be confirmed. London awaits for 32 players. We already know so many of those names. Hopefully today can provide those extra few storylines of what could be an incredible championship Sunday. It is Wolves Fifilza in that Wolverhampton strip from right to left. What a season they've had. Both of their players are in London at the FIFA World Cup Finals. Abinio, wow, what a weekend it was for him last weekend in Hamburg. He had to wait hours and hours and hours until we got that confirmation later in the day on Championship Sunday that he was going to be into that grand final.
Crazy turn of events there, and this is the sort of play that we saw from Fifilza yesterday in that match against Yago. Such nice attacking, creative play in the final third.
Here he comes again. Can he get the opening goal in this game? It's Hullet back to R9. What a save via the left leg, the left boot of David De Gea. And this is one thing that Spateri is renowned for. Doesn't panic at the back, keeps the ball very composed.
Keeps it ticking over. Does Christian Spateri. You'll very rarely see him knock it long from his defence, play it frantically out of the back, very composed. When he plays out from the back and works it through the pitch. Defence into midfield, then into attack. Systematic approach from Christian Spateri.
Here he comes with his first attack of the game. It's blocked by Maldini. Recycled as far as the edge of the box. Mbappe tried to just pivot on that one. Turn away from his man. And what a tournament it has been for Fifilza. 6-2 win in the round of 32 yesterday against Jazz, and then an 8-2 matchup win. I have no idea what I saw there. For a round of 16 game yesterday, Richard, the most convincing performance I'd go out and say we've seen all weekend.
I'd even go further than that. I'd say in the last 3-4 months, the most convincing performance in a knockout game.
Here's Spateri now. His first chance to sting the hands of Van der Sar. Will go out for a corner, timed it green, but went straight down the middle, unfortunately. Corner played short. Varane will be involved. Ronaldo to Van Dijk. You doubt you're going to be seeing a shot coming in from Van Dijk on the edge of the box. Does get dispossessed in the end, and still 0-0. 30 minutes played.
And I'm not one to follow sort of trends, but every time we've called someone out for being player of the day, they've lost the day after. Diogo Peixoto, Kurt last weekend, Sporting Diogo, they all got player of the day. They all got knocked out. Who were player of the day yesterday? Christian Spateri.
I love the way you just mumble that, just so we can't hear from the main stage area. I'm sure with those Turtle Beach headphones on, though, he won't be hearing a thing other than the game sound. Both players have had a great chance in this matchup already. Here's another chance for him. Mbappe to Neymar was the idea in place, but the pass was slightly off. And it will be recycled again. Fifilza, though, yesterday, he made up so many of those Adidas plays of the day. Some of those goals he was scoring, Richard, so good. The use of the skill moves, the chains, the ability to chain them together, the combinations. It was really that Brazilian flair that he seems to bring.
He has ludicrous amounts of ability in the final third, does Fifilza. And when speaking to Christian Spateri, one of the things that he'll often say is, if somebody is, ability-wise, a better player than me, I'll beat them tactically. I'll have more tactical nous than they do.
Well, it was only in Bucharest a few months ago that Christian Spateri actually had a notebook with him. Here's a chance. Crossed into the box, just chipped away there by the right boot of Maldini. You know, we'd often talk about Enzo, the coach, for see both Tex and Dami having that prestige notebook that he's known for. Spateri had one. It's like a coach and player in one. He took a few notes down. I don't think he's brought it with him to Berlin. He hasn't needed it. He hasn't lost the game yet. Added time of 2 minutes. There we go. What a time to score for Fifilza.
Just on the stroke of half-time, got it out wide. Almost a Hail Mary-esque play there from Fifilza. Chip it up, stick it in the mixer, and let Ronaldo gamble. And he's always going to win it at the back post.
In added time, in the first leg of the first half, nearly was 0-0 heading into that game. Hasn't been an easy 45 minutes. For both of these two struggling to really create a proper chance. They both had one or two time green finishes. It was both two incredible saves. The one from David Gea in Spateri's goal, one from Edwin van der Sar down the other end. And it was that little bit of class at the end. We know how good Ronaldo is in the air. If you get that ball into the box, he's always going to be causing problems. And it's time, obviously, for Coach Thomas, the coaching use for Fifilza, just to maybe pass on a few words of wisdom.
Yeah, he'll be watching the game, a former player himself. A former champion in his own right as well. Looking at the stats at half-time, possession slightly in the favour of Spateri, 52%. Passing accuracy, dead even, 92%. Literally one Ronaldo-headed goal, the only thing to separate these two at half-time.
You must be thinking of Spateri right now. You can see in the corner of his eye these chats going on. You must be thinking, I want to hear what's being said there. I want to know what's being said. And obviously it's being whispered, but you must be thinking in the back of your mind, what's being said? What are they trying to change? You can see the changes are actually being made by Spateri. You can't see it on your screen, but game plans are being edited.
And I've just spotted Fifilza. He's looked at the changes that Spateri has been making. He's gone into a 4-1-2-1-2. Now has Christian. and he just brought off Hullet and Vieira.
I believe he's actually changed them for Havertz and Kante.
That is
wow,
extremely controversial. Not only bringing off Vieira, but Ruud Hullet not on the pitch for maybe the first time in FIFA 19.
He backs himself though, Spateri. You can just see the formation change as well. 4-1-2-1-2, you can see he's going to have two strikers now. And it will be Kante just sitting in front of that back four in that only CDM role. That's surprised me massively there. If you're going to take off Vieira, you're normally going to keep on Hullet.
Wow. See if the tactical changes. We were talking about it, almost a Jose Mourinho-esque sort of player.
If he needs to be ruthless, Spateri, he will be with the changes he has to make. If he goes 2-0 down though early on, this is not going to be good for him. We know how good Fifilza is in the box and in those really tight areas where he has to use a skill move or he has to make up his mind quite early. It was something that he was really well known for yesterday in that 8-2 onslaught against Iago. It was so good.
I think he just simply wanted more pace in the midfield. So it looks like Eusebio's playing as a right centre mid right now. And Neymar looks like he's playing a left centre mid.
And here's Havertz in that cam role. Spateri, he's that man Neymar. You just spoke about him in that left centre midfield role towards the back post. Ramos was chasing it. He put on a little bit of pressure for Neymar. He's offside anyway. Back for a free kick for the Brazilian.
Honestly, enthralling stuff right now from Spateri.
That's what you want for your first match of the day. Something to talk about. He heard the chats that were being... We didn't hear him, so he saw the chats that were going on in that half-time interval. And clearly he thought to himself, one, I'm not happy with how I'm playing. Two, I need to make a change. He backs himself. He doesn't have a coach with him. He doesn't have a second opinion on anything. It's his opinion, and that's final.
I think it would just simply needed more, an injection of pace in that midfield. If you look at Team Leo Kante, Moments Eusebio and Neymar, all ridiculously quick off the mark. I tell you what, he's played out of the back there superbly well.
It was only in day one he conceded from a goal kick by dinking it to his centre-back. Ronaldo won it in the air. Luckily enough for him, was very composed there. Was able to link up and just get the ball out of danger. Havertz now. Can we see that flair aspect? Spateri's game. Havertz once again interchanging really well in such a tight area. Back to goal. You saw the idea from Cristiano Ronaldo.
I tell you what, if they'd have scored right there, that's top 5 players of the day, Adidas, because that is such a nice move. He's played from his goalkeeper all the way pretty much into the 6-yard box where he has been tackled.
Fifilza again. Maybe look for that cross, looking for the finesse inside. Hullet will pick it up, fake shot, Neymar. Ran into danger. And the 4-1-2-1-2 just about holding up still for Spateri. The dream story. Still on for him if he can pull a goal back. He's in 20th at the moment on the Global Series rankings. Looking to make an impact, looking to create a chance here. Mbappe, it went for the hill-to-hill. Is it going to fall back to Cristiano Ronaldo? No, it's not. Just hooked away by Vieira.
And you can see that was number 4, Sergio Ramos, making that overlapping run from left back. Clearly, fullbacks getting on always overlapping with the attacking runs there. Centre mids high up the pitch as well. Spateri knows that this first leg, if he can get a goal back going to that second game at 1 apiece, it's a 90-minute match to keep your season alive.
If he does win this game, there won't be too much movement for him. He'll just jump up one more spot and overtake Dulster. See the MLS champion there. He's not going to be involved in that FIFA World Cup Grand Final. Spateri.
How deep Fifilza is right there as well. Good defending there from the Wolves man.
I think what was so good with the defending there, we had one centre-back pushing the ball and one centre-back just dropping off. Adding that extra option, and where his 2 CDMs are so deep as well, they'll get involved in that back four. Especially Vieira.
Offside trap again in use. I've seen it a few times from Spateri.
He's made him think, though, Fifilza. He's made him make that mistake. He does play a very high line, Spateri. It was something that we did question him on both day 1 and day 2 of the competition. He's in day 3 for a reason. It's clearly working. Back to goal. Cristiano Ronaldo on the rebound. No, not enough power in that shot from Mbappe.
Big chance for killing Mbappe there. It's come out to him. He's hit it first time. He's a little bit of a P-roller with the left boot.
And an easy foul for Fifilza to win. La Croqueta straight into the defender and a free kick from distance and a chance to have another pause and another breather for both of these two. As we said, 4-2-2 for Fifilza, 4-1-2-1-2 for Spateri at the moment. Obviously, that could change again. It looks like it potentially will change.
If memory serves correctly, if I'm thinking back to the first 3 rounds of Swiss when he was playing Spateri, that first leg, he was going down. He was losing by a goal and always turning it around. He's unbeaten in Berlin. Christian Spateri over 2-legged series.
And there was a fact about Spateri in day 1, wasn't it? That he just didn't start the first legs well. He wasn't winning his first-legged games, and when it came to the second half of those matchups, he was able to turn it round and get those 4 wins on the board. Go 4-0, come through to the knockout stages, which, as I said, he beat Maestro in the last round to be here. It was actually a matchup back in Bucharest that he did lose at the quarterfinal stages to Maestro. So, if anything, a little bit of revenge for him.
He's changing yet again. We can see both players' perspectives just beneath us right now. Very, very aggressive changes again made from Christian Spateri. Fifilza's been waiting to get this game back underway for about 70 seconds there.
Just under 5 minutes left. Messi will come on for Spateri. It'll be his last change that he can make. It's not a great free kick for him. Possession given away. Spateri will know this as well. Last attack of the game for the Maltese FIFA player. Dumfries. Into Kante. He has been the only CDM. He was brought on for that double change earlier on. Vieira and Huller off the field. A goal now would really tighten up this game heading into the second leg.
Good defending again. Not too aggressive in the defensive aspects from Fifilza. Just let Spateri do the skill moves, and when that ball opened it up for a split second very quickly just to get in there, intercept. They'll get one more chance potentially, Spateri.
If anything, just don't concede again. There was a half-hearted chance from Fifilza there, or I was going to say, well, the referee let us play on. One more chance. No. Full-time in game number 1, leg number 1. And it is 1-0 to Fifilza. I think some of the things that I picked up on there from Spateri, he gets into that attacking area, he gets into the box, and then it's like he doesn't know what he wants to do when he gets there. The skill move is often too late. There's no real flow in it. There's no real free flow compared to what Fifilza can do.
I don't think it's that as such. I'd say it's more along the lines of just he defended very well for Fifilza. I think both players defended very, very well in that opening leg. We've seen Fifilza blow people away. We've seen Spateri, what were it, 10-2, 11-3, one of the games that he won in the knockout stages. So both of these two players, attacking-wise, are unbelievable. It was defensively, the game were going to be won. Fifilza edges that first leg by this goal here in the highlights package that you're going to see on the screen coming up. But you're looking and you're thinking, the only thing to separate the two sides is a scoop cross into the back post. That's it, in all honesty.
There really wasn't too much to cheer about, was there? In the first half, there was 1 or 2 chances. It was time green, but the shot was not really good enough. I think the shot that came from Spateri was literally just straight down the keeper's throat at the centre of the goal. And this was the last chance at the end there. Another day, if that one's just hit a little bit more sweeter, Mbappe could have had the equaliser. You saw the reaction there from Spateri. He knew that was a huge chance. And someone that's a little bit nervous today, I'm sure he doesn't need us to say that, he will be hoping that Fifilza can do enough. The players that are already in the final can do enough, so those extra 2 spots can go to obviously Stranger and Marco.
Yeah, if Fifilza win this game, Stranger is through. So he's probably wearing a Wolves shirt underneath that jacket he's wearing right now. He's wanting to go through to the E-World Cup Grand Finals. Big game. Big second leg about to be coming up, Brandon. We don't really do predictions.
Well, I don't, because I just...
But I'm going to put you on the spot.
Can you have a prediction? I know you love a brave prediction.
I think Spateri might turn this around, you know.
Okay.
I think he might turn this around.
Can I go... I know we spoke about this before we actually went live, about predictions for the day. Overall winner?
Nicholas.
For someone to clip at home? Nicholas, you think, will win the competition today? $75,000. He'll stay, obviously, at #1 seed. That's a very interesting prediction indeed. And the second leg will be coming up very shortly indeed.
And the FIFA 19 Global Series PS4 playoffs are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Be sure to follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter and stay tuned for a unique hashtag, which if you tweet, you might be able to win an Elite Pro 2 headset.
Yeah, you can indeed. All the pros are wearing. They've been wearing them over the last 3 days and last weekend in Hamburg. I'm sure someone will be very lucky today and get their hands on a pair of those Elite Pro 2s. Back into this one, into that second leg. The score is currently 1-0 to Fifilza. There really wasn't too much to cheer about in that first game. And for me, I really enjoyed that first leg. It was quite... We often talk about FIFA games being a chess match at times. That really was one.
That was a perfect example of a tactical matchup right there. You had Fifilza always dangerous on the counter-attacks. But as soon as Spateri went into that 4-1-2-1-2, started pressing high up the pitch, fullbacks bombing on, centre mid squeezing Fifilza back. He didn't really have that much going forward for Fifilza. I feel like when you put the pressure on him and you really play a lot of players high up the pitch, it doesn't give him the room, it doesn't give him the space to be able to play it in and around you. Tiki-taka passing.
Fifilza will get us going. The first attack of the game. Does win a throw-in on this far-hand side now. It was Neymar that tried to lock onto that. As you said, the only goal coming from that header from Cristiano Ronaldo. A scoop-up cross towards the back post. Both players did have chances. Spateri will think back to that Mbappe chance he had. And that was a silly mistake there again. Neymar out on the left-hand side. Just offside. We haven't forgotten as well. It was a double change right at the start of the second half last game. Vieira and Hullet being subbed off. As you can imagine, they are both starting.
If I'm trying to look for weaknesses in Fifilza's team, I'm looking at Alexandro, who's playing conventional fullbacks. I'd be saying just stick it on him every time you get it. Play into that back post. It might be ugly. It might not be a nice creative goal that's going to get you an Adidas top 5 player of the day, but it's going to help you progress through the tournament.
And when someone wins a tournament, they just look at that, don't they? They look at the fact you are a champion, you are a winner. They're not going to go back and look at every single goal you've scored. If you need to do something when you get the opportunity, you have to take it, especially when you're 1-0 down in a game like this. Don't often see pro players back a left or a right back. We see so many centre-backs just fill in to those roles. You can see the perfect example of that with Christian Spateri in that Liverpool strip. So kicking from right to left. He's gone Ramos at left back. Who he believes and backs is able to do a job there. This could be 2-0. Just did not move his body well enough. To Dumfries there. The pivot just wasn't really quick enough. He was too slow. That's an unbelievable chance for Mbappe. I think the shot was quite poor, but the goalkeeper movement made him make a decision early on.
Yeah, Dumfries with a turning circle of a lorry right there. Just didn't move his body at all into the right position.
That could have been 2-0 to Fifilza early on. And when Fifilza starts getting goals, it's the one player you honestly do not want to be facing up against. Fifilza wins this. We will have another FIFA E-World Cup Grand Finalist in writing in the stranger from FC Basel. Can Spateri reply again?
Again, you can see a shake of the head from Spateri. He knows that that chance was it a decent chance to score a goal right there. Low driven, hit it into the near post. The shot timed white, so the timed aspect not enabled, you'd say, on the strike goalwards.
Will get chances, not many of them against Fifilza for Spateri. Has to do better. Defensively, we've said already how good these players are. I think one of the key highlights we point out about Spateri, he loves playing a high line. He's not afraid to do things like an offside trap or keep it round the back, which can be risky if not done well. You have to applaud him for his bravery.
You can see he's not pressing that much in this area for Fifilza. He's letting Spateri have the ball. He's probably 2-3 yards off him, but he's running back with everybody. He did it first with R9, then he did it with Cristiano Ronaldo. He's bringing the players back, tracking them back, and you see that very, very high line from Christian.
Alexandro, he is onside. Cristiano Ronaldo into the drag back. Will he look for that finesse? Croqueta inside. Van Dijk got something on it. And that little touch was enough to keep the ball out of danger.
But you can just see here, there's no emergency pressing onto him. He's not squeezing the ball down very quickly. He's running back with everybody. As soon as this ball goes into an area, it's going to be R9 running back, Neymar running back. That midfield, very static. He's happy to just mark the space and mark the interceptions.
I think that's something that Spateri wasn't too happy about in an attacking sense. A few times when he was getting the ball to his two CDMs, it was so hard for him to find any option. That's why he went into that 4-1-2-1-2 to get things moving. We know it's a great formation for a fast build-up, to really pile on the pressure for your opponent.
Again, he's finding it very, very hard to break down right now. Lot of orange shirts in the way.
And it wouldn't surprise me if we did see Havertz introduced. An extra attacking player that could make the all-important difference. Neymar fakes to go inside, plays out to Dumfries. Well, he looks to cross into the box, goes for the scoop, and by that point it was just too obvious.
I couldn't even see at half-time the exact same changes he made last game.
Neymar into the box and into Van der Sar's hands.
Yeah, easy pickings for Van der Sar, but I could definitely see Hullet and Vieira coming off and Kante, Havertz being brought on, change of formation.
If you guys don't know what they're playing for, $75,000 will be going to one lucky player at the end of play today. We've got some fantastic quarterfinals coming up. This one, then we're on to Nicholas against MoAuba, Ajax Tor against Tuga, and then last but not least, Makers Lev Vincent against Lost in the Waves, another player that's praying and hoping that he can make an important impact on those rankings.
This again, a $10,000 match individually. Winner of this goes up to 20k. The loser exits the competition with $10,000.
That's the scoop cross again into De Gea. He's not comfortable with that one. Punched it away, but punched it out of danger.
And that clip right there, it shows me the difference between Van der Sar and David De Gea. Van der Sar, when it came into him, when it came into a pressure situation, caught the ball, kept it calm. De Gea, like he's playing volleyball, like he's setting me up for a smash.
And it's not good when arms are flapping and the ball's just going to be pinging around that box, especially when you've got players in the air that are so good. Van Dijk's, Cristiano Ronaldo's off a corner. We're just going to see what's going to be changed in front of us. And is it deja vu again?
Yeah, it's the exact same changes coming on for Spateri, and he's introduced one more as well. It's Lionel Messi coming on as a right centre mid for him.
And he's also moved Havertz's position just slightly. He was in a cam role last time. He's going to be on the left side of the centre midfield. And that 4-1-2-1-2. He's backing it again. It's something that he clearly wants to change.
And fullbacks will be pressing high as well. It's going to be Neymar in at cam, Mbappe and CR7 up top. R9, Vieira. But the subs will be happening for him as we do get into the second half.
So it looks like, once again, we will be saying goodbye to Vieira and Ruud Gullit.
Yep. Kante introduced.
I'm sure there'll be pros at home watching this. More competitive FIFA players. You sure? You sure you want to make that change, Christian?
Kante, Havertz and Messi. The three substitutions to spark some life into Spateri.
A chance to book your place in a semi-final on the rebound. Surely has to be finishing that. Just again, he's a little bit too slow to move Dumfries. I know he's not the best attacking player. But even with an open goal, if he was a little bit quicker to move on the rebound, that could have been a goal.
It looked like he was just stuck in mud a little bit. Dumfries when that ball came into him.
That was the
goal
chance.
again, though.
That was the chance for Spateri, and that's the 4-1-2-1-2 already making something happen.
You see how high Dumfries is on this right-hand side, on the opposite side. Look how high Ramos is on the mini-map. He's almost playing as a left winger.
That means that there's only 2 at the back right now, so if Fifilza will counter-attack, there will be a gap. Here's a chance for Spateri. Maldini just doing enough to kind of bully Neymar off the ball. You can just see it on the mini-map, just 2 red shirts sitting on the halfway line. If Fifilza can counter-attack and do it quickly, you can exploit those areas. I'm sure he doesn't need us to tell him. This is really an interesting game. One chance from Spateri could bring him back into this. One chance for Fifilza could kill this match off.
It's a 1-goal game right now. Next goal probably will be decisive in this matchup.
It's just who will be able to create that chance. Havertz, he doesn't mind getting back and rolling up his sleeves. Neymar, once again, this is build-up play, but you can just see how difficult it is to break down this Fifilza defence and midfield. Messi, he doesn't want to cross it. Ramos, I doubt he wants to cross it either. Back onto the edge. Little cheeky pass round the corner. Havertz, he can go on his left, he can go on his right. Stands his ground, does Mbappe. Unfortunately, gets dispossessed at the same time. And this is where Spateri can be made to pay.
Heavy touch.
Still not dealt with. Neymar into it, fake shot. Chance for Ronaldo. Back inside R9 on the half turn. Doesn't want to, just lays it off to Hullet. Where's this ball going to end up? He's all
offside.
Just offside. Just offside in the end. I was going to say he's onside. That's a chance to breathe.
He's already made the 3 changes, Spateri. And you see Neymar in at cam. Very, very tired. There's one man right now who will be praying for Fifilza to hang on to this lead. It's the stranger, currently sat in 15th position. A Fifilza win books his place.
There's only 2 players that can honestly move around these rankings. It's Lost in the Waves, who's playing in the last quarter-final of the day. Up against Lev Vincent, it's this man on your screen, Christian Spateri, the Maltese FIFA player, currently in 20th at the moment. If he can go the full way today, he could move those rankings round as well. But the stranger and Footwiz Marker, they'll both be waiting in the wings. I'm just praying that they have done enough to go to London for the FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final taking place next month at the O2 Arena. Dispossessed early on for Spateri from a goal kick.
Yeah, big win from Virgil van Dijk at the back.
Oh, he's round the right side, Eusebio. He's pretty fresh as well. And so is Havertz. Possession changes hands once again. 1-0 still the scoreline. Just 20 minutes left. Keeps getting out on this left-hand side, Ramos, but if anything, it's just there to dysfunction the formation, the midfield, or to put out the right back, if anything, of Fifilza. Probably not going to be crossing into the box. That's going to fall kindly to Messi. Into Ronaldo now. Just when he gets to those situations, he hasn't got anything to work with.
There's just too many bodies behind the ball. Fifilza defended very, very well.
And this is where he can be in trouble. Fifilza now with Messi. Drag back to Eusebio, into R9 on the finesse, just flashes wide.
Just past the post. And with that missed chance, Spateri gets another roll at the dice. Will he be a winner in Berlin?
Just over 10 minutes for Fifilza to hold on to this.
That's
what a different
touch.
story this is to his round of 16 game yesterday, which was an 8-2 victory. Couldn't stop scoring yesterday. Nearly got into double figures. The numbers back, everybody's back for Fifilza. Spateri needs to be patient, needs to try and break him down, and Mbappe So close.
That's a mistake from Fifilza. The pressure maybe getting to him right now. You can see the stamina of Spateri's players. You know, ultra attack him. He's got bodies flying forward. Everybody but the centre halves in the attacking area of the pitch for that one on your screen.
And I don't know what it is, but with Christian Spateri, he just seems to always have the control of that. Hasn't got much battery in it. It just died again. He's just got it back up and running. Nearly conceded off it yesterday against Maestro. And that pause was needed by Fifilza. You could see how nervous he was. He was making some really easy mistakes that shouldn't be made. You spoke about it, Richard. That stamina, that's just going to keep on going down.
Yeah, and with the way that he's been playing, constant pressure, everyone high up the pitch, even if he goes to extra time and gets a goal, his players are going to be spent going into the final 30 minutes.
On top of that as well, he's already used his free subs.
Yeah.
There's no option for fresh energy, and then that's when you say, well, if you kept Vieira and hold on for a little bit longer and then introduce the subs in maybe the 65th minute or so, you'd have a bit more energy, but...
Attacking changes made once again for Christian Spateri. Last roll of the dice for him. Into a free at the back.
Well, his FIFA 19 season is hanging on these last 10 minutes. Ronaldo's trying to pull away every single time. Havertz is going to pull away as well on the left-hand side. I think he's just onside. Here's a chance for Eusebio.
Big, big chance. Squandered for Fifilza. That goes in yesterday for him.
He lives to fight another day, does Spateri.
I tell you what, Maldini has been a unit at the back for Fifilza.
He's playing the offside trap as well, Spateri's got to be careful. You can see the numbers that are running on behind. Play the one more. Here's Dumfries, of all people.
Save.
Fantastic goalkeeper movement to pull out that huge right hand.
Out of all the players the ball falls to, it's Dumfries.
Has to be. So patient with this defending. Here's a chance. Could this be the match winner? Oh, it will be. And it's not just Vamos in the camp of Fifilza. I'm sure the stranger even shouted it as well, because a win here will ensure he will be going to London for the FIFA World Cup Grand Final. Spot number 15, seconds away from being confirmed.
And who else but Kai Havertz to score a massive goal for Fifilza, and the implications to the PS4 standings. The stranger, seconds away from being a confirmed finalist at the O2 Arena for the FeWC Grand Finals.
And what a nervy 90 minutes it was for the stranger. He's out the back watching this one. Added time of 2 minutes. Fifilza with a win here as well. He'll move up to 10th in the rankings. Still Ajax Tor to play, which could change it all again. Consolation, if anything, for Spateri right now. Seconds left. He had chances, but just didn't make the most of them. And Fifilza continues this incredible form. The stranger on the left-hand side of your screen as well will be playing number 15 in London for that grand final.
And I'll tell you what, Fifilza going into the finals right now. He's in the semi-finals here in Berlin and looking forward to the grand finals. He's a real threat. He seems to have got the whole package right now, defensively, offensively. The stranger. Big thank you needed to Fifilza right now with that victory into London. 15th player confirmed on Team PS4. 1 spot remaining.
There's 1 spot remaining indeed, and you see everybody congratulating the stranger there. He's back again at another final, another huge FIFA World Cup final. He probably would have liked to make it a little bit easier for himself this weekend, but he's had to wait on other results to get him there. Fifilza is there. He's moved up the rankings a little bit differently as well. We're going to have a look at the highlights from that matchup. And we said this a lot of the time, Richard. Spateri was creating chances, just didn't make the most of them. Fifilza had 1 or 2 of them himself as well.
Yeah, you see Dumfries there caught out a little bit with the run in behind. Shake of the head from Christian Spateri. I'd love to see the stranger's reactions as well. That's 2 FC Basel finalists.
Already in writing. This was another chance, and as you said, another day. That one could go in for him. Didn't time it, just flashed past the left-hand post. Coach Thomas as well was the stranger at this point. Just can't bear this game. This was the chance again. That one just flashed past the left-hand post. Spateri knew what a chance that was for him.
And you see every single time the ball goes near the goal, the stranger, the nerves. What a save from Edwin van der Sar, and this was the goal that sent Fifilza into the semi-finals. Played across the pitch, Eusebio into Havertz, turned on the ball, timed it green, low driven past the goalkeeper, too much with the goalkeeper movement. A massive reaction from Fifilza. Double his lead, 2-0, and the stranger knew that he was in London.
Yeah, he was in London indeed. What a fantastic comparison there. Fantastic to see. The stranger, he is back, as I said, back in another grand final. Footwiz Marco now. He's going to be waiting. He's going to be praying that there's only one player that can change this, and it's Lost in the Waves. He's up in the last quarter-final of the day.
He's got a long way to wait.
Games time. It's a long way away, that one, up against Lev Vincent. And Richard, as we know, another player in the FIFA World Cup Grand Final. Christian Spateri, the first loss he did suffer in the tournament. And that's it from us, in the commentary booth for game number 1. We're going to throw it over to the couch now with Rachel.
Thanks, boys. Oh, gosh, so exciting to kick off the day like that. We now have only one more spot left. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. I can't wait to get into a chat with the person sitting on the sofa. You can't see him just yet, but for the time being, we're going to hand over to the Telestrator, sponsored by PS4, with our main man, Mike Labelle.
Thanks, Rachel. We've got the breakdown board. Of course, we're looking at the Fifilza versus Christian Spateri match. Wasn't a high-scoring affair, but it was all about that mental battle, and you got to give a lot of credit to both players on the defensive end. However, we did see a break towards the end of the match. This is the one that closed it out for Fifilza. He does a wonderful job of utilizing all this open space, and that's what happens when somebody has to go more aggressive. They have to take chances. They have to take risk. We also saw Christian Spateri using the offside trap quite often, and so it's a matter of catching that rhythm, catching kind of a certain vibe to the game. And FIFA's so much about being able to do that and kind of figuring out what's going to benefit you most in those given circumstances. And here with Eusebio, you've got a decision that Christian Spateri has to make. Does he want to move the goalkeeper? Is he going to scoot left? Is he going to scoot right? Eusebio's in a very attacking role. No one's in front of him. And Fifilza uses that to his advantage, makes an extra pass, and then we have Havertz near post. You see the goalkeeper is way out of position, makes it look relatively simple, but it's all about that mental battle, that mental hurdle, and being able to keep that up over 2 legs. So you got to give a lot of credit to these guys. A bit more of a cagey affair, but congrats to Fifilza. He's moving up in the rankings, moving up in the leaderboards. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Mike. And the fact that Fifilza has won means the stranger books himself a spot in the FIFA E-World Cup and joins us now.
Congratulations. You get this scarf now?
Here we go. Ready? You ready for the scarf?
You ready for this?
I'll put it on for you. Look at that. That's
Look
a special
at that.
treatment. Well done, mate.
So yes, even though Fifilza won the game, the biggest winner has to be this guy right here, the stranger. Now, tell me, if you could speak to Fifilza right now, what would you tell him?
Yeah, I would say a big thank you, Fifilza. Thanks, mate. Unbelievable feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously quite nerve-wracking the way you had to sit it out and wait. When you were eliminated from this tournament, how did you feel at that point? Did you think, I'm not going to make it?
Yeah, I was really sad. I thought, yeah, it's over now. But yeah, now I can't believe this right now. I'm so happy.
We even kind of said it ourselves, didn't we, on the couch? We thought it was going to be really difficult for Stranger because of the points difference. We thought there's going to be lots of guys that were going to maybe go a bit further in the tournament than they had. Ironically, it's the people that you'll be playing against at the World Cup that have helped you in many ways because they've stopped other people getting points. Yeah. But you've got to obviously take them on in London. Feeling confident?
I have to prepare me better now. I didn't play good here at the playoffs, but if I have good training matches before the World Cup, I think I can play even better.
Nice.
You've now qualified for your 3rd World Cup consecutively as well. You've been getting better in each of the World Cups. I think the first time you got eliminated in the elimination rounds, then you went to round of 16. How do you think you'll fare this time out with a little bit more practice before London?
Yeah, I think I played a bad first World Cup, a better second World Cup, and maybe even better the 3rd World Cup. It would be great. We would see.
And just sum up your season as a whole, because you got to 5 out of the 6 Champions Cups as well. You kind of class as a bit of Mr. Consistent, aren't you?
I had a great start of the season. I was in the final at the Continental Cup, and in the middle of the season I couldn't reach my normal niveau. Maybe now at the World Cup it's time to show that I'm better.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. Firm handshake for you. Well deserved. You've had a fantastic season. The Stranger, everybody. Now let's take a look at who is on his team for Team PS4.
Thank you very much.
The Stranger has now joined the party. There's only one spot left, as we've discussed already, because the Stranger has just taken that one, courtesy of Fifilza, who's also on this list. So that is the updated one. We still have one more spot left to go. Lost in the Waves is the one that's going to decide his fate, or if it was Marco, who's holding on in 16th. But that is the last quarterfinal of the day. And we have a lot of waiting to do until
ahead.
then.
Stressful times. Marco's here as well, like the Stranger, just waiting to see if he makes that final spot. So tense times for him out there in the audience somewhere.
All right, now let's take a look at the brackets, get you guys caught up on all the action for today. The game we just saw, Fifilza took down Christian Spateri, who had yet to lose in Berlin, but he suffered his first loss. It's unfortunate. Now his FIFA 19 season is over. And then we'll have Nicolas and MoAuba coming up next. But now let's take a look at the updated leaderboard as it stands here for the PS4 playoffs. Nicolas, MoAuba, that's gonna be a tasty one. Again, that's coming up next. Lev Vincent, Tuga, Fifilza, he's going on now to the semis, Tor, and then Lost in the Waves. They're hanging out, still floating around, might have a chance. He's gotta back himself, I assume, obviously.
Well, I mean,
stating the obvious.
I was really impressed with him yesterday. I know he doesn't defend over 2 legs, at least, not particularly well. He actually did quite well against Prosciutto in the first leg, but then he conceded a fair few and almost actually went out towards the end of the game. But if he can just shut up shop a little bit, work on that, work on his keeping of possession when in the lead, because a couple of times he had like a 3-4 goal lead, was trying to play it around the back. It's just not his style. He was losing the ball, and I started to worry about him then. He needs to play his game, outscore his opposition, use that 2 up front, and maybe he can pull out a Hail Mary miracle.
Okay, as a reminder, we have a huge E-World Cup preview show. It is dropping July 25th, 6 p.m. GMT. That's right, July 25th. Circle your calendars right now. Write this down. The E-World Cup preview show is going to happen. We'll get you guys all the information that you need ahead of the biggest tournament of the season. You guys can watch it on Twitch and YouTube. So we have all the platforms covered for you guys. Very excited about that. Now, our next matchup is Nicolas versus MoAuba. Whew, that is a big one. But before we get into it, let's take a look at this feature about Nicolas and what his opponents and himself think about, well, himself.
My gamer tag is FCB Nicolas 99FC. I'm from Argentina. Currently, rank is #1 on PS4.
Nicolas 99FC. So where to start?
The best player in the world.
The best PS4 player in the world.
One of the best players in the world.
The best PS4 player.
Best PS4 player this year.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
His defending is unreal.
Defense so good. So good in the defense, maybe the best in the world.
His attack is very composed.
Attacking is just amazing.
Nicolas, golden chance for him. Surely that will do it. Yes, it will.
Probably one of the best at pressuring and keeping the ball.
Only 10 goals this tournament as Nicolas let in.
He's in like control of me. He won like the last 5 games.
Ronaldo to Neymar! Nicolas steals it from the deck.
I hope I don't face him at the playoffs because he usually beats me. I'm very confident now. I really trained for this tournament and I want to win.
I mean, let's take a look now at Nicolas and how dominant he has been. He's earned almost 8,000 points in the FIFA Global Series. He's at the top of PlayStation rankings for 21 consecutive weeks. That is no joke. He's a special player.
He really is a special player, you know, and he's consistent as well, not just across weeks, but across years, because it's really, really hard to do what he's done. You know, be at the top of his game on PlayStation for more or less 3 years now is some feat. Now, the question is, can he kick on? Does he need to kick on? Maybe he's going to be one of these guys who's just consistently there or thereabouts for 3, for 5, for maybe even 10 years, the likes of Aggie, for example. We've seen names at doing that, but Aggie's won a world title.
Well, when we were in Manchester for the E-Champions League, we talked about Nicolas the very same way, that he was the guy, he's a special player, but then he didn't even make it to the final 8, Rachel.
Yeah, and I think what you listen to all the boys saying there, he's the best player on the PS4. They kind of say, yeah, one of the best in the world, but the best player on the PS4. So he doesn't want to be one of the best players in the world. He wants to be the best player in the world, and he has to get through MoAuba. I know we talk about the statistics. He's beaten him 4 times out of the last 5, but yeah, he needs to win this. Cement is, well, he's already got the place in the World Cup, and then he needs to win the World Cup, doesn't he? But he's got stiff competition from the guys who already qualified in Hamburg.
Well, I'm glad you brought up MoAuba because we have something for you. You can learn a little bit more about him. Check this out.
I'm MoAuba. I'm 22 years old and I'm from Germany. I'm ranked 4 in the PS4 leaderboard.
We have MoAuba.
MoAuba.
MoAuba. Somebody who challenges me to be the happiest and most smiley person in the FIFA scene. He's always smiling.
MoAuba is like a very funny guy. We get along. I think he's friends with every pro player.
MoAuba is very funny and a very good FIFA player.
Pierde 5-0, gana 1-0, pierde 2-0, pierde 3-0. Siempre se lo toma bien.
I think I'm a really happy guy, so I'm not like always that nervous. So I always play happy also when I lose. It's no problem for me.
His gameplay is very unpredictable.
Mo is always fast, always attacking. He scores a lot.
You give him a chance, he's going to take it every single time.
He does quite a few things I'm not used to see.
Yeah, I think my gameplay is nice to watch for viewers because I play really offensive. I score always a lot of goals.
Very good in attacking.
Es increíble, complica absolutamente todos los jugadores, sabe adaptarse.
I only want to win, so I'm really confident.
I think he's a massive threat at this tournament. So now is his time to put his name in everybody's mouth.
And just to prove, look at this, what everybody was saying. He's trying to get everybody else excited when the camera comes on. That's Hasu right there, clearly didn't want any part of that. And then here he's dancing in the back, trying to get some more energy going, getting everybody cracked up. And that is MoAuba in a nutshell.
He's first on the floor, first on the dance floor, isn't he, at any parties that you probably go to, is MoAuba. Just having fun all the time.
Do you feel like there's pressure on him now? He has to smile no matter what, all the time?
I don't think it would bother him. I think he's naturally smiling.
Yeah.
You know, he's not like it's not an act. He just is a really happy guy, always behind the scenes, trying to start a Moxican wave there. Moxican wave.
Oh no, it's too now.
Yeah,
it's too early for that. Yeah.
Oh, he looks serious right now, though. Oh, we just saw him looking a little bit serious. Probably if we talk about him, he starts smiling again, though.
But it's a massive game. So yeah, at some point you have to maybe turn that off and then turn on the competitor because we know he's a massive competitor.
Yeah, I think during the 90 minutes or the 2 legs of FIFA, you don't see the same guy. Once the final whistle goes, if he's won, if he's lost, the smile comes out again, which is a great coping mechanism if you do lose. But no, I think he knows what it takes to win games. He knows when to get into business mode, if you like. He's been around a long time and he'll do just that.
Yeah, multiple German champions. So, he likes to have a laugh, but can also obviously knuckle down and do the business when he needs to as well.
Okay, 1 quarterfinal is down, but we have 3 more to go. And this next one is between 2 of the best players in all of PS4, Nicolas and MoAuba. Come back and join us for it.
Quiero pedir perdón. I'm sorry to all the players I faced.
The left backs.
A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas. Sorry you train so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness.
Son marcas personales. I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry.
Perdón. I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos, son ellos.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Or maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Quiero pedir perdón por ver el fútbol de forma distinta, por no creer en las limitaciones, por ser inalcanzable. Su némesis, a todos los jugadores que me he enfrentado. No sos vos, son ellos.
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany. We are here at the FUT playoffs on the PS4 side. And we have got a new man helping us out behind the scenes. He's been involved a little bit on the production side. It's Dr. Nightwatch in the truck, giving us that premium quality insight coming into our ears during the match. Mike, have you been enjoying working with Dr. Nightwatch?
Absolutely. He's in my ear. He looks natural. He looks like he's in his natural habitat. I mean, he is kind of the research god at this point in terms of knowing everything and anything about FIFA, in terms of each competitor as well, whether it's a sound on their Twitch channel when you subscribe, or it's going to be their records and how they fared against people, the chatter behind the scenes.
Yeah, we always talk about him as a player as having all the intel, plan A, plan B, plan C. Now he's helping us gather the intel. After a very, very solid year for him, just missing out, obviously, on a place in the FeWC final, but the finals loss is our gain. Okay, let's take a look at where we are at this event, though, of course, in Berlin. We've just seen the first quarterfinal, which Wolves Fifilza was victorious in, up against Christian Spateri, who was previously unbeaten until that point. Next up, maybe the biggest, in terms of rankings at least, it definitely is, of the quarterfinals. Nicholas, #1 in the world, going up against MoAuba, #4 in the world, but the highest ranked player left in the tournament. The stats, the form book, if you like, suggests a Nicholas win. Mike, what do you suggest?
I still think anything can happen. When the stakes are on the rise, I just feel like you get something special from sometimes a new player or a player that hasn't maybe shown up or shown out the way that we would have expected. I say that because we were looking at the Christian Spateri, we were looking at the Fifilza matchup. Neither of those guys have had a breakthrough this year, and we already see Fifilza just waiting for the winner of this matchup. MoAuba beat Nicholas at the very beginning of the year, and then since then it's been all Nicholas, but we say this time and time again because it's a fact, it's true. People don't have winning records against Nicholas. He's got to be the favorite. You got to think all eyes are on this matchup, though. If you're just tuning in, get yourself some popcorn, get you some snacks, sit back, relax. We're definitely going to see high level. Some would say premium quality.
I would. I definitely would. And I think, listen, maybe people don't have winning records against Nicholas, but you just need to win when it matters. And I mean this with all the respect in the world, because I've got a lot of time and respect for Nicholas, but when it's really mattered, and I mean really mattered in the past, he hasn't come out victorious. Yes, he's won this event last year, probably his biggest victory to date in terms of his career, in terms of tournament wins. But despite being at the last couple of World Cups, he hasn't gone on to that point of actually being the PlayStation World Champion yet. Could this be his year? The numbers suggest it might be. MoAuba, though, is going to try and stop him. MoAuba in the Werder Bremen kits here, attacking right to left. Nicholas in the FC Basel, going left to right.
And if we're looking at Nicholas' year, bit of a summary here, outside of qualifying for the majority events, and typically he always gets to the semifinals. He's never been Swissed. You're not going to see him getting grouped. He did fail to qualify for the E-Champions League final, which was a big deal. A lot of people were surprised to see Nicholas being on his home console, PS4, and not being able to qualify for the finals. He also lost the finals of the E-Nations. Remember, France was victorious there.
Yep.
Argentina came second. He did win the entire event. We're looking back at an LQE in London.
Yep.
He also lost a FUT Champs in London versus MS Desari in the finals. So that's kind of been hit and miss for him, a little hot and cold. And, of course, Nicholas won the E-Club World Cup with F2 Tex as a partnership.
What a team that was, the two #1 players on both consoles. The thing with Nicholas is, of course, and MoAuba, we've got two champions here. We've got the reigning playoff champion that could change if he doesn't win it again this year. And we've got the reigning E-Bundesliga champion in MoAuba. So both these guys know how to lock it down and get those W's. But only one of them can go through in this match. I'm going to have a little bit of a pause here. You can see the 4-2-3-1 formation being used by Nicholas there, representing, of course, FC Basel. European team that we've seen in and around European competition over the years, of course. Not a major European name in terms of the big, Champions League winners, if you like, but they've always been there or thereabouts, and they've got a major player on their hands in Nicholas. And one of those things that I love about the fact that these clubs are coming into esports is clubs can kind of change where their position in the status quo is. And a club like Werder Bremen as well, again, not always in the conversation as the biggest clubs in Europe, or even Germany necessarily, good header there from Nicholas, but in FIFA, they're right up there. Another corner here for Nicholas. Neymar, Ronaldo on it now. He keeps changing the taker, trying to keep up with him. Neymar now, he's going to whip it in. To the near post, headed down against the post. It came back. Oh, there's a penalty. There's been a penalty. MoAuba lucky not to concede straight from the corner after the header came off the woodwork, but Neymar has given away a penalty in the box. It's a forwards tackle, you could say, and it is currently Neymar's going to take it, but he's going to change it to Cristiano here, Nicholas, to go 1-0 up in his quarter-final. Top corner. You do not see that every time.
That's rare for penalty kicks. Typically, we're looking at dribblers to the left, to the right, maybe even down central, and it becomes that game of rock, paper, scissors, but nobody's stopping that.
He couldn't stop it, even though he went the right way. The keeper did take a little bit of a step to the opposite side first, but that is unbelievable penalty taking from the Argentinian Nicholas 99 FC.
And the Iceman is feeling nice and chill. Just a reminder that he's not nervous. This is his moment, this is his stage, and he's gonna set the tone.
It's what he does. 1-0 up for Nicholas, 1-0 down. MoAuba, not a good position to be in against Nicholas. So good at keeping the ball. MoAuba needs to try and equal the score as soon as possible, because he could find himself starved of possession in this game. And you could say frozen out by the Iceman. You don't have to say that, but you could. Hullet. Nice little flick pass from Vieira. Chance for MoAuba. Deflected to Sergio Ramos.
And MoAuba's part of that, I call it the post-huge gorilla inspiration crowd, where you have more attacking football that you're going to see on display. It'd be the MoAuba, the FeWC, also Lost in the Waves, who's left in this tournament, where these guys look to score as many goals as possible. And I don't want to say defense is secondary, but they're just more gifted offensively. They take more gambles going forward. They're looking to create havoc, having a bit of some YOLOism.
If we compare it to traditional football, it's that Brazilian mentality of, attack is the best form of defense. We're just going to outscore our opponents. And it's not necessarily a belief that Nicholas prescribes to. Nicholas is more of an all-round game. He falls much more under the old cliche we say a lot here, that defense wins championships. Nicholas is very good in defense. No goal conceded thus far, with only 27 minutes into this first leg quarter-final here at the FUT 19 playoffs in Berlin, Germany. Nicholas looking to add to his tally here. Ronaldo finds his namesake, R9. Good tackle from Virgil van Dijk. And now Alba can look to get out the other end. Do you think MoAuba's got Aubameyang team of the season on the bench or in the squad?
Why not?
Should do, really. Ball inside for MoAuba. Finds Neymar, who gives it to Hullet. Hullet to Neymar. Can he get a shot off? A little bit of pressure on him. Turns it. Gets it to Havertz, who's closed down quickly by these guys in blue and red. Varane. To Ronaldo here. Nicholas will be patient. Good ball down the line, though, for Cristiano Ronaldo to chase. He's going to deliver it first time into R9. Ronaldo lays it off. Neymar dispossessed. Nicholas felt like he was quite slow with Ronaldo there in the box. He didn't seem to make his mind up quite quickly. Was he just trying to get his players caught up with him?
If Nicholas could get a second chance there, he would be turning with Cristiano Ronaldo. He didn't need that extra pass. I think he was surprised that MoAuba backed off, allowing him to have that space. And that's why you see just the small hesitation. It's minor, but when you're at this level, every minor mistake or a misread or a hesitation can cost you an opportunity.
Definitely, this level, the small margins make the difference. Neymar on the ball here. Holds it up well. Feeds it back to Vieira, who finds Mbappe. Into Ronaldo now. Hullet to his left. Hullet's going to hit it. Left foot. Can't stop it. Straight in the back of the net. 2-0 to Nicholas. MoAuba not in great shape.
And we talk about Nicholas and his defense and his build-up and his structure, but it's got to be said, his finishing is superb, sublime. Insert a superlative here. He's going to finish 1v1s. He's going to take his chances. We've commentated multiple games from Nicholas throughout this weekend, and every single time when he gets a chance, he converts.
I actually feel too many times at this level do we not see players take shots like that. Put it on a 5-star weak foot, left foot. Once you have an opening like that, i.e. there's no defenders between you and the goal, it's a clear shot, even though it's on his weak foot, which he doesn't really have because he's got a 5-star weak foot. The players these guys are using, the stats they have in their locker, just get the shots off. Not necessarily from crazy distances or angles, but that is a good opportunity. Nicholas identified it, took the shot, and was rewarded for it. MoAuba with a lot of work to do here.
And because it's a bit of a maybe location on the pitch, MoAuba doesn't know, or he's unsure if he should be moving the goalkeeper. Is he going to be shooting far post? Is he shooting near post?
MoAuba getting forward here with Neymar. Finds Vieira, holding it up over to Ronaldo. Dragged his shot there. That is not going to cause Van der Sar any problems at all. And that's the half-time whistle. Nicholas in a commanding position right now. 2-0 up.
Yeah, dream beginning for Nicholas and a nightmare for MoAuba. He might feel a little hard done by the penalty kick. If you remember, it did hit the post. It was off a corner kick. It fell to Varane, of all people, so we're not really sure if he would have converted that opportunity. He goes down in the box, a bit clunky.
Yeah, with the header itself, Nicholas was able to, we'll take a look at the replay later on, but Nicholas was able to direct it downwards off the ground, which is a tactic we see a lot of strikers use in real life to cause the keeper a problem, give him a bounce to deal with. But is that something that Nicholas would have done deliberately in that case when he did the header? Or is that just a little bit of a luck in terms of the way it hits the goal?
You can use a downward header in FIFA 19, so it's possible, but it is also possible via that near post that he just went for the header, and that's kind of how it came out. And remember that Van der Sar, I believe, got a hand on it, and then it came off the post and followed up for Varane.
And the penalty was dispatched with absolute clinical finishing from Nicholas. Top corner. Love to see it. You really do. 2-0 to Nicholas right now. Werder Bremen's MoAuba with some work to do. But he's got a whole game and a half to do it. Just scoring against Nicholas will be the first kind of breakthrough for him.
And it's got to be said, just for your mentality, MoAuba needs to score next. You can't go down 3 goals, not against Nicholas, because you know that he's going to look for the possession play. You know that he's ready to swing the ball side to side. Tactically, many would say he's a genius in terms of being able to adjust, having multiple game plans for different types of oppositions.
Got away with a heavy touch in the middle there, as Nicholas slowly works his way into MoAuba's half, and his defence is stepping foot in MoAuba's half now. Modric, Hullet. Ronaldo, can he get a third? Neymar. Inside to Modric. Pass goes awry, but Mbappe gets it here. Look at the push from Hullet. It would be really unfortunate for MoAuba if he'd given away a second penalty there. Just a shoulder barge from the Dutchman. Nicholas still coming at him, though, with Mbappe now. Inside, still Mbappe. Oh, wonderful, fantastic, sublime, as Mike called it. Once again, 3 La Croquetas in the box. You can't stop that.
And Nicholas is the #1 player in the world, in my opinion, transitioning defense to offense. You could pick a console, it doesn't matter. I think that's his best trait, where he's able to swarm you quickly, force a mistake, and then counter immediately.
I think I actually misidentified them there. They weren't La Croquetas, they were Elasticos in the box that he did 3 back-to-back. I mean, my eyes were just tied up in knots from the direction that Nicholas was spinning MoAuba's defenders in. Fantastic stuff from the Argentinian. Vintage Nicholas we're seeing right here. 3-0, MoAuba smiling after he conceded that one. He knows who he's up against. As we talked about, he's got 1 win in 5 games against Nicholas. And right now, at least, it's looking like it's going to be another defeat for the German.
And that goal was relatively similar to a goal that we've seen earlier in the year, where you had F2 Tex having a moment against Tuga in Atlanta, FUT Champions Cup. Just bringing you back.
Yeah, the Elasticos have been very effective in big games this year, as have, of course, the La Croquetas. Maybe getting a little bit more predictable now as Mbappe runs down this left side for Nicolas. One more goal would surely seal it. We're not going to see a comeback of a 4-goal variety against a player of Nicolas's quality, surely. MoAuba has to now score the next goal. Neymar. Nicolas having most of the ball, as we're used to. Modric picked out on the edge of the box. Back to Neymar. Or Mbappe. Hullet. Modric. 1-2 between the two centre midfielders. Good little tackle from MoAuba's defender. Now Messi running down the right side. Finds Neymar. Former Barcelona partners, perhaps future Barcelona partners if rumours are to be believed, although Barcelona have now secured the services of one Antoine Griezmann. Nice from Mbappe, predicted the sliding tackle. Hullet picks out Neymar. Neymar turns. Oh, another strong challenge coming in from Ruud Hullet, and he gets the goal kick.
And the reason that Elasticos are so prominent and become a member of the meta in terms of skill moves is because of the quick execution and also the way that they change angles. It's difficult to make a tackle, you can draw penalty kicks, and you can also chain Elasticos together, which we've seen on multiple occasions.
Someone's watching at home and they've got a player that can do an Elastico. First of all, what do they need in terms of skill moves?
5-star skiller.
They need 5 stars. How do they do it physically on the PlayStation controller?
It's on the right analog stick. It's something I can show you very easy. I feel like verbally, it's not going to come out nearly as clean, but I can show you exactly how to do it in terms of
maybe we'll add
how you roll the stick.
The breakdown board later.
Little breakdown board on the yeah. We'll put something together.
Modric on the ball. Over to Varane. Ronaldo now for Nicolas, who surely if he gets a fourth, it could be lights out for MoAuba. Ronaldo. Modric and Hullet getting all kinds of space in the middle. No real pressure being put on them when they get the ball. Alexandro comes inland. Modric. Ronaldo's touch lets him down. Can we get a MoAuba return goal just to get a little bit of hope in this fixture? Neymar does well. Hullet. Mbappe's opened up some space here for MoAuba. Gets on the right foot, Neymar! And he beats the keeper. And it was down the middle, but the keeper had moved to that corner of the goal. And he was wrong-footed, and there's that trademark smile from MoAuba. Is he back in it, Mike?
It's a little smirk. He needed something, definitely before the second leg. Has to make sure that he doesn't concede any more goals, but at the same time, if he's able to nick 2 goals, this ends up being 3-2. It's anyone's game going into leg number 2. And we could see the roles kind of shift. A bit vice versa, because if you talked about these players, MoAuba and Nicolas will tell you, Nicolas is a slow starter typically, and MoAuba will get off to a good start, maybe even a lead in the first leg, and then adjustments are made, second leg, Nicolas comes alive. We saw that happen yesterday. Stefano Pina beat Nicolas in the first leg, looked the better of the two.
Shot got a deflection there, which was probably the reason it went in, because Nicolas had actually guessed the right way. I didn't actually notice the deflection when it happened live. Seeing the replay there, you have to say Alba a little bit lucky, because Nicolas had moved his keeper very accurately in the build-up to that. But yeah, if you're saying that Nicolas traditionally is a slow starter, then if this is him starting slow, I don't want to see what happens once he gets going. Messi on the ball here for Nicolas, runs straight into a Virgil van Dijk-shaped wall.
And Nicolas has a way of almost stealing your thunder. You think that you have a chance in a match, and as he systematically has a couple
of mistakes here, and Nicolas could punish, and he does, and that could be the goal that costs MoAuba his place in the playoffs. He gets himself back in the game with a goal, and then not once but twice he gives the ball away from his goalkeeper, and you just can't do that when Nicolas is on the ball. He finishes with a nutmeg. It's tantamount to vandalism.
It's got to be said. What are you doing, MoAuba? Just close this out, get into the second leg.
What does he think right now? The smiling has stopped for the meantime. You can't be giving goals away like that at this level. And not to Nicolas, because every goal he gets on top of you, it's going to be so hard to get it back, Mike.
And all the players know that. They're aware of that information. If you go down and it gets Nicolas, that's not good, but you have to force your comeback. You have to create that comeback. Nicolas is not going to present you with an easy opportunity. He's not going to make mistakes like this one.
In the words of Meatloaf, you can do anything in FIFA, but you can't do that. I've paraphrased him a little bit. But you can't do that against Nicholas. He will punish you. MoAuba, can he get back in the game with a quick reply? No, he can't.
Nicholas is too consistent on the defensive end, too good at holding the ball, too good at just game management for you to be able to afford errors where you're giving him a free goal.
5 minutes left on the clock in this first leg. If it's not over already, I think another Nicholas goal would seal the deal. However, if MoAuba can get one back here on the counter, it sets up a nice little spicy encounter for the second leg. Sergio Ramos finds Messi. Neymar. Good ball from Mbappe. Can he find a man in the middle? Flicks it up. Ramos was there to recover. And Nicholas will probably see the rest of this first leg out now. He's got the ball in his control. Is this onside? Defenders are calling it to be offside, but linesman's flag stays down. And once again, MoAuba gives the ball back to Nicholas. And he could be punished. Alexandro into Pele. Modric now into injury time.
And Nicholas should be looking to create the final attack here.
Messi. Could this be it? 1 minute left of added time. Waiting for the perfect moment to cross. Finds space. Mbappe finds Modric. Does he get the shot off? Surely it's got to be soon. There's some La Croquetas run straight into a MoAuba defender. That is the final whistle on the first leg. 4-1 to Nicholas. MoAuba did so well to get that goal and make it 3-1. At that point you thought maybe there's a chance. But a 4-1, Mike, can he do it?
Even if MoAuba's perfect in leg number 2, I just can't foresee Nicholas squandering a lead.
I mean, conceding that many goals, to be honest.
And then also not scoring. You got to remember, MoAuba would have to win 3-0 or win 4-1 in the second leg, something that has that 3-goal spread in order to recover this deficit.
Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge for MoAuba, no doubt about that. He's pulled out some big results in the past before. I remember seeing him do some amazing comebacks, but against a player of Nicholas's standards, I'm not sure. I'm not sure he's going to do it, but I'm sure there's people out there that believe. I know Werder Bremen will be hoping MoAuba can do just that. Nicholas, though, if he gets through this game again, you have to say that the ladder he's had, the bracket he's faced, is the hardest by anyone's standards, and he's #1 in the world. He's really earning it. And you have to just give him the plaudits he deserves. Let's take a look at the highlights from that first leg. Starting off with the first goal now. Decent header here from Ronaldo. Bounces off the floor. I'm not sure the keeper does get a touch to it, you know. It comes off the woodwork. Penalty was given away straight away. And what a penalty this was, Mike. Do you ever put it top corner? Are you brave enough?
Rarely. Not when it's 0-0 and I'm playing to double my money.
Nicholas showing the guts that he has there. And he doubled his lead just before the break. Great pass to Hullet. No need to take a touch. When you've got a left foot like this, man, you just unleash fury on Nicholas's command. And that's exactly what he did. 2-0. And then MoAuba was in trouble.
And Van der Sar was froze there, and that's what I was talking about. He takes this shot. It's in a dangerous location. MoAuba just didn't know where he needed to move the goalkeeper.
Another mistake from MoAuba, giving Nicholas the ball here. And the Elastico.com from Mbappe there was an absolute sight to behold. And there's a mistake in the build-up. We will see another MoAuba mistake later on in this game. But he did get a goal back before that happened. Mbappe finds some space, creates the movement, gets it to Neymar, and he did get a bit of luck on that, I have to be honest. There was a quite large deflection off Sergio Ramos, which beat the keeper. And he kind of can tell that was a bit fortuitous there. But he does this, gives it away once with the keeper, and then gives it to Varane, gets caught on the ball. Very reminiscent of a mistake John Stones made for England in the semi-final of the UEFA Nations League. So, MoAuba not happy with that one at all. You guys watching at home, reminder for you, make sure if you haven't already, you've linked your EA and Twitch accounts. If you do, you're eligible to win all kinds of good stuff like a Roberto Carlos Prime Moments item, Team of the Season items, and many, many more things. So make sure you've linked your EA and Twitch accounts. Also, anyone who tunes in with a linked PlayStation account to the FIFA 19 Global Series PS4 playoffs here in Berlin, as long as you're watching on Twitch and you've got them linked, you'll receive a FIFA Global Series PS4 Playoffs Home Kit, just to freshen up your ensemble options.
I like that, the ensemble options.
You're going to use that?
I'm going to use that somewhere.
No problem.
Like, hey, I'm not ready yet. I'm putting together my ensemble.
You certainly are a man that has multiple ensembles, no doubt about that. Okay, so 4-1 right now to Nicholas at the break. Aubameyang, if he was to get back in this game, it would probably be his best comeback ever. One of the best comebacks ever. Not maybe in terms of goals. We've seen bigger comebacks, but in terms of the scale of the match, where we are here, $75,000 on the line, but also his opponent. He's up against the hardest person he can possibly play on PlayStation. That's a lot of P's. And he's going to need a lot of goals if he's going to come back.
And MoAuba's going with the 4-4-2, and then, of course, Nicholas is staying strong with the 4-2-3-1. And I'm expecting to see a very aggressive 4-4-2 from MoAuba because he needs goals, he needs them often. He's got to set the tempo of what kind of game this is going to be, and we haven't seen Nicholas under any pressure.
Can MoAuba get an early goal with that old-fashioned 4-4-2? No nonsense. Stick two lads up front, get them the ball, see what happens.
And depending on your tactics, the 4-4-2 can look very different. It can look almost like a 4-2-4. Sometimes it can look like the classic 4-4-2 that we always reference and talk about.
And this aggression might be what's about to hurt MoAuba as Nicholas goes through and Neymar turns. He's tackled, though, by Da Costa, who I think is playing in a central position in this game. Maybe wants that pace in the middle of the park. Ronaldo now. Oh, a little bit of a trip. No advantage played. Nicholas regains possession once again.
You got to respect that usage. If you're a hardcore or a long-term FIFA player, bringing back the Berba spin from Nicholas there to cut inside.
Yeah, nice little hark back, little homage to the man himself, Dimitar Berbatov. What a player he was in his prime. Great ball inside for Nicholas here. Mbappe. Good tackle, and that's from that man Da Costa again, who's doing a job in the middle right now. He wins the ball back for a third time. Seems like a good decision from MoAuba to play him in there so far. Hullet. Going to get it over to Ronaldo. He's trying that through ball. You know, the best use of through balls I've seen so far in this tournament. Lost in the waves. His defence, his attack, sorry, absolutely frightening. The way he was picking out his two strikers. Mbappe into Hullet. Great pass there. Nicholas's passes are finding their target at the moment. Varane gets across, though, from right back. And it's sent into Neymar's feet. The run was made there by Cristiano. Neymar just didn't get it to him in time. Vieira now, though, plays Havertz on this right side. Can the German deliver? He beats his first man. Finds Ronaldo, looks for the first time. Pass cut out by a defender in an FC Basel kit for Nicholas 99 FC.
And Nicholas just has impeccable timing to his defensive decision-making, whether he's going to push or he's going to pull, he's going to be aggressive, he's going to be passive.
Neymar's going to whip this one in here for the cross. Looking for the header. Patrick Vieira hits it, not particularly convincingly. And MoAuba will survive that one for now. Neymar. Havertz. Neymar's running off, looking for the through ball. Goes for a back heel instead of Van Dijk. What's he doing up here? The big man is playing right back, it seems. And he's out of position, and this could be bad. Da Costa is marshalling the defence right now for MoAuba. Needs a big tackle. Nicholas is going to be very dangerous in this scenario. Neymar to Vieira. Feels like something's coming here. MoAuba just needs to slow him down. Is Van Dijk playing right back? He's taken a long time to get back in position here. Vieira to Neymar here. MoAuba needs to get something, but every time he goes on an attack, he doesn't look anywhere near as dangerous as Nicholas. Mendy at left back, the new Real Madrid acquisition for MoAuba. Hullet, nicely done. Finds Ronaldo. Can he shoot? Looking to create space. Havertz hits it, and it beats the keeper. And MoAuba is still alive and kicking in this game. 4-2 now. And you just wonder, if he didn't make that mistake at the end of the first leg, it would only be one goal in it.
And he can't think about that mistake. That was huge for his confidence. Get you back into the game. You score first, you convert your opportunity, you're working for it. This has been more of an open match as well. Quicker back and forth. Not nearly as much possession play from Nicholas. And we're going to see some changes.
There's that man you absolutely adore, Kai Havertz, scoring the goal for MoAuba. In from the right side of midfield. What's he thinking in his head right now? You talked earlier, Mike, about this game needing a kind of flip of the script in terms of we didn't see, you know, MoAuba's dominance in the first leg that we might have expected, and we usually expect Nicholas to come out of his shell in the second. We actually saw a dominant Nicholas in the first leg. But if we're to follow this kind of 180 flip. MoAuba needs to come through in this second leg. And so far, so good.
And we're seeing an interesting formation adjustment here. So Nicholas has swapped out of the 4-2-3-1, and now he's looking to mirror MoAuba a little bit closer with a 4-2-2, which resembles the 4-4-2 in many ways.
We've seen Nicholas go to the 4-2-2 quite a few times. Fairly attacking, obviously. The main difference between that and the 4-4-2 is rather than your left and your right midfielders, you've got your two kind of advanced cams, or lambs and rams, as you should call them, left and right attacking midfielders. Slightly more central, slightly more advanced. You haven't got that flat 4 in the middle. There's Nicholas on the ball here. If he can get a goal straight away, he can just calm everything down and remind MoAuba who's in charge and who's #1 in the world for a reason. Hullet to Ronaldo. Could it be here? Good deflection. Going to get another go, and there it is, right on cue. It's quite simply what he does. You don't mess with Nicholas and live to tell the tale.
And I was going to follow up. His formation adjustment going into a 4-2-2 was not a defensive adjustment. I think he wanted an additional option for striker-to-striker passes, 1-2s. Because MoAuba's playing more aggressively, trying to get back into this match, it's easier for him to create sure thing chances or get some of those bounce backs. Just be able to create a little more havoc on some of the counterattacks, the releases of space.
I respect it from Nicholas, to be honest, that he, had a lead, conceded a goal, rather than thinking, I've got to protect my 2-goal lead. He's like, no, I'm going to go and score another one. And it's not particularly Nicholas, if you like, of him, which is, we're used to him seeing starve his opponent of possession a little bit. But he's gone, no, I'm going to outscore you in this game. And there's another shot. Oh, is that a fingertip save from Van der Sar? I think it was. That shot looked destined for the top corner.
He must have like bricks for fingers there in terms of being able to push this on.
Oh, he's really got a good amount of height on that, because the ball was only going in the middle of the goal. And to push it over your crossbar there is very impressive from Van der Sar. Corner comes in, it's very near post. Lots of curl on that. Van Dijk's going to work it back to Da Costa. Plays it straight into Varane. He's got a lot of defenders in advanced positions. Havertz is onside, but he can't beat the defender. 3 goals adrift is MoAuba here, as we get nearer and nearer half-time in this second leg of a quarter-final here at the FUT playoffs in Berlin.
And just to reiterate, these players have matched up 5 times throughout this competitive season. 4 wins for Nicholas, 1 for MoAuba, but that also plays a part in terms of a formation adjustment, knowing your opponent's tendencies.
Yeah, these players know each other fairly well at this point. Both been around the scene for a number of years. Great reputations, great pros. At the moment, in this current iteration of the game, Nicholas seems to be the greater pro. Neymar looking to get a shot off for MoAuba. If that had gone in, we might have started to believe in the dream for MoAuba, but as things stand, Nicholas looks like he's going to do this. But half of FIFA, there's plenty of time for some fireworks. MoAuba's going to get the ball back. Not great use of the ball by Nicholas, but he gets it back straight away. Neymar, Alexandro gives it away once more. Strong tackle from Varane, though, to make up for the mistake. Not a good throw from MoAuba, giving possession back. And we are getting into injury time in the first half now. Sergio Ramos inside to Vieira. Varane. Vieira in quite a bit of space here, picks out an easy through ball. This could be the goal that seals it. Ronaldo looking for a pass back post. Maybe should have took the shot on there. Vieira wins the ball back. We are 50 seconds over our allotted injury time now, so as soon as this play breaks down, it should be the whistle. Can Nicholas get the goal here, though? Luckily for MoAuba, his keeper claims it. So 3 goals separate the German and the Argentinian right now, Mike. What does MoAuba need to do to try and get back in this game that he's not already doing?
I'm looking now to see what kind of adjustments he's making. He has to go for it if he wants to give himself any sort of chance in the second half. But he's only got 45 minutes of game time. And Nicholas prides himself, we talked about pride earlier on the couch, but he prides himself on being able to close out games, being able to see them out, understanding where the space is on the pitch, understanding how to increase the width for additional possession play, and using every inch of the virtual pitch in order to find those angles, to find the space. Worst case, if he needs to go deep, he's definitely going to go deep as well and make you reset. MoAuba will need a perfect, I'm talking perfect, second half to get himself into the running, to shake it up a little bit, to make it a little more interesting.
Moving to a 3 at the back in the second half. And whilst that might grant him more attacking possibilities, you've got to wonder, what could Nicholas do to a 3-man defence? He could run amok. So, 5-2 on aggregate here. Nicholas starts with the ball. Mbappe on for Ferland Mendy. Messi on for Vieira. Both for MoAuba. 2 attacking players, replacing fairly defensive ones. It's a signal of MoAuba's intent. We're going to see goals in this half, guys. I can guarantee you that. We will see more goals. But will they fall to MoAuba, who needs them the most? Free kick for Nicholas here. What's he going to do here? Going to go short. Ronaldo tries to return it to the taker, Neymar. Gets it to Hullet. Alexandro now switching it over to Varane. No need to rush things for Nicholas. He's earned that right. Great ball in here, though, from Mbappe. Can he find a target? Still Mbappe, working it. Unlucky not to get a cleaner strike, deflected for a corner.
You see that double drag back, just looking for the layoff, trying to open up any sort of lane where you put the ball across on the ground preferred.
Comes in here, Hullet with a header. Van der Sar catches that one, and he had to keep MoAuba in this game.
We see those square passes time and time again, always will be used heavily at the competitive level. Even if you're at home, intermediate level. If you're a casual at the beginner level, it's just a finish that nobody's going to miss.
Messi. Keeping the ball under pressure. MoAuba needs to get it further up. Getting it nearer Nicholas's box is where it gets difficult for him. As you see once again there. Modric to Ronaldo. Back to Modric, the old Real Madrid teammates linking up. Modric beating Da Costa to the loose ball. Still with Nicholas, who's playing advantage, and he's going to go back deliberately. Waits for the free kick. And it's going to be a yellow card for Messi. Imagine Nicholas will go short with this one. We have seen people pump it into the box and score, but there's no need for Nicholas to do that. Sandro to Hullet. Neymar now. Turning his man with relative ease. Still Neymar. 2 men on him, picks out a pass to Hullet. Great first touch. Corner. He's had a lot of corners in this game, Nicholas.
And the magic minute for MoAuba, if he wants to get back into this, he's got to get a goal by the 70th.
That's the Magic Mike minute. You heard it here first. Right now it's Magic Modric on the ball. Neymar. Bad pass. Modric almost recovers it. And now could this be the MoAuba counter and goal that this game so desperately needs? Mbappe chasing up against the other Mbappe. Mbappe wins. Varane. Hullet now. Ronaldo coming for the ball. Finds Mbappe, who's continued his run after starting the move with a defensive tackle. Now MoAuba could counter. This game quite frenetic right now, back and forth. Who will get the next goal? I said there would be one. I guaranteed it, no less. Reputation's on the line here, Mike. Now, Alba's not going to get a goal with attacking play like that as he runs straight into a defender. And he gives away another corner.
It's kind of a catch-22 when you're building up with MoAuba here. He wants to go quickly, but everybody knows that he wants to go fast, and the clock's against him, but he kind of needs that time. He has to go backward, side to side a little bit in order to build up properly versus Nicholas, because Nicholas is not making big enough mistakes.
Nicholas beats players in that position so easily on the edge of the box, out wide. Always finds space. That's going to be another penalty, and this could be the game winner. Second penalty is given away in this quarter-final, MoAuba, and Nicholas put the last one top left. What's he going to do here?
Something tells me down central.
Downtown is where Mike thinks he's going to go. Neymar with the run-up. Top left again. It takes a lot of balls to do that. Not once, but twice in a match of this magnitude. And Nicholas, I think, has just clinched himself a semi-final spot.
And he's had MoAuba this year. He's had his number. The only win that MoAuba's had was the very first matchup they had. And that's when Nicholas was still learning, adjusting, getting used to the meta. At this point, you're seeing him include more of the flick-up crosses. We didn't really see any L tornadoes, but even the quick succession of the skill move chain with the Elastico is something that's very meta-based.
There's no shame in being beaten by Nicholas. This guy is #1 in the world on PlayStation. And MoAuba's had moments. He's got a bit unlucky at times. He's got a bit lucky at other times, to be honest. I think you can't really deny Nicholas this victory. And what it will do is set up a great semi-final matchup between Argentina and Brazil, the age-old enemies. Wolves Fifilza against FC Basel's Nicholas 99 FC. You do not want to miss that one, unless, of course, MoAuba can pull out a true miracle and get back in this game. With passing like that, it ain't gonna happen.
And Nicholas is on record this year saying that Fifilza is the best player in South America.
Back post is on if he can pick it out, and he should have probably played that cross. Nicholas may be taking mercy on MoAuba.
Did you hear me?
I did, yes, Fifilza. He said best player. It's almost like he teed up this game at the start of the year. Once he said that quote, I was like, they're going to face each other at some point. They're going to play each other in a big matchup, and it could just be this playoff semi-final. But MoAuba's still within a shout as long as there's time on the clock. 15 minutes. He needs 4 goals. It's a goal like every 2.5 minutes. I just don't think he's going to do it. 3 minutes, actually, 3.5 minutes. I've not got a maths degree. I haven't got a calculator. It's somewhere around 3.5 minutes per goal. And that clock is getting smaller. Oh, and another one. Nicholas. What he does is just sensational. He scores from nowhere, from anywhere, whenever he wants. He scores when he wants. He scores when he wants, and so on and so on.
And it's all about efficiency. He picks and chooses his moments so well. When he shoots from outside of the box, when he hits a first-time shot, when he looks for the additional drag backs. He's also drawn a couple penalty kicks in this matchup. From the very beginning, it's been all Nicholas, and it stays that way. He's going to progress into the next round. That's why you can't go against him. He's the favorite in every matchup. But it should be said that we have a South American affair.
Great derby. Fantastic derby. Some proud supporters of the FIFA scene from Brazil, of course, that will be chanting for Wolves Fifilza. It's a Wolves versus FC Basel matchup as well. Nicholas with that last goal with Eusebio scoring. Was it Eusebio or Pele? Not sure who he's using right now. But it was a great goal on the left foot from distance, like the Hullet goal in many ways. Took it quickly.
Eusebio with that 5-star weak foot.
Eusebio, that 5-star weak foot. Nicholas likes to get the 5-star weak footers in and around the box, so he can do just that. And he's not even giving MoAuba a chance now. In the last few minutes, he's still being resolute at the back. Varane. Mbappe. Can Nicholas get another to win a quarter-final against a player, well, the second best player in this tournament remaining? By this scoreline, fair play to you, Nicholas. I tip my hat to you, sir.
And if you're new to the FIFA scene, this is the #1 player with Nicholas going up against the #4 player on the PS4 side. So he's not out here just playing for another professional player.
He's no mug.
Tournament. Yeah, he's not. This is a guy that puts on a show, puts on a clinic, puts on a performance, scores a lot of goals. He's only been able to beat Nicholas' goalkeeper twice.
Nicholas might get an 8th here if he keeps this going. Hullet into Mbappe, into Ronaldo, turns into trouble, but lives to tell the tale, but goes straight into the keeper. Did he just not shoot there because he just wanted to, MoAuba's got a family.
And I never really felt that MoAuba was in this game. He didn't give himself a chance to make that run because he started so poorly.
And when he got the goal back, he conceded almost straight away afterwards. That's the bit that's really hurt him here. And Nicholas having some fun with it now. Gets another corner. Got to be double figures for corners. We're 50 seconds over our allotted time here, folks. This game will be ending any second now. Can there be another goal for Nicholas? That's surely going to be the whistle. 2 minutes over, ref. Okay, Nicholas has kicked it out, and he goes through 7-2 against MoAuba. First off, credit to MoAuba. Another solid performance. He's in the FeWC. We'll see him in London. Can MoAuba go the distance, though? Is he going to be one of those pros who teeters on the edge of victory? in the big championships. Is he going to kick on? If he keeps coming up against a player of Nicholas's standard, playing in this fine form, he will struggle to go past these points in competitions. And what Nicholas is doing, Mike, it's unbelievable.
His consistency is unmatched. And you're right to question MoAuba. Outside of the virtual Bundesliga, we're not seeing him in finals. Rarely seeing him in semifinals, even though he does have that number 4 in the world ranking. He hasn't necessarily got to that next step, at least not consistently.
No, Nicholas is all about consistency, all about getting to the next step, nay, the final step. He's in the semi-final step at least, going up against Fifilza. That game's going to be huge later on today, of course. But let's take a look at the highlights from that game between Nicholas and MoAuba and see exactly how the Argentinian secured his semi-final spot. This is the second leg, of course. He went into it 4-1 up. MoAuba drew first blood. He got it back to 4-2. Kai Havertz with the low left-footed shot beating the keeper. At this point, Mike, we started to believe.
We knew there was a chance. It's the saying, so you're saying there's a chance.
But Nicholas said, no, there isn't a chance, mate, because I can just do this whenever I want. He basically scored from almost from kickoff. You know, did it twice, actually, did it in first leg as well. MoAuba was unable to hold on to his lead when he got it, and that's what hurt him.
It's got to be said, too. Quality tactical adjustment. After conceding, Nicholas had swapped into that 4-2-2, and then it was all Nicholas from then on. Of course, drawing penalties. You see mistakes here, though, from MoAuba.
Yeah.
Bit of a nutmeg.
The penalty only really happened because he gave the ball away in the first place for the poor pass. And then once again, Nicholas dispatching that with real technique in the top corner. MoAuba thought he was going to go a different way, but he kept it the same, consistent again. And 6-2 was not the final scoreline, as Eusebio does that on the left foot. Plenty of curl, enough to beat the keeper. The game was already secured at that point, but that was the final now. In MoAuba's playoff coffin, and he could have had another one here after he beat 2 players, but just didn't pull the trigger.
He danced with it, but he didn't have that final step.
He teased it. But MoAuba's tournament is done. Another German leaves the competition. Nicholas goes through. Could Nicholas win the playoffs for a second year in a row? This is only a 2-year-old tournament, really. So he'll be the first person to retain a playoff trophy if he does do it. He's got a couple of big games to do to win if he's going to do just that. But very much enjoyed casting that game with you, Mike. And now we're going to return things to Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that is the question, isn't it? Can Nicholas win? Well, after watching that, it seems like he might be able to. But we're racing through these quarterfinals so quickly that I think it's just about time we just stop, actually, and appreciate what we did just see there from one of the world's best players in Nicholas. So the boys at the breakdown board, sponsored by PS4, are about to break down exactly what we saw there and why he is the best player in the world, boys.
Yeah, we are going to do our best. Alan, Avi and Onset are going to show you why Nicholas was the best. That was a superb performance all round from that man. And not just offensively, it was the whole package, wasn't it?
Yes, Nicolas, we're going to start off with the offensive play. He's a brilliant player. I myself have played him, and I know he knows how to dribble. It's very important to keep in consideration all your best dribblers on your team. We're going to see an example right here with Mbappe.
Yeah, one thing that is amazing to me is sometimes the most predictable thing to do becomes the most unpredictable at the pro level. And in this area, a lot of the time you're going to see pros like yourself turn back and bring in the likes of Hullet, bring in the likes of Vieira to build this attack. And MoAuba actually does a pretty good job of trying to predict that play.
Yes, and Nicolas absolutely baits, the Hullet. And right here, an important part. Now move over to Nicolas's Hullet. He green times the shot. Keep in mind, he's a 5-star weak foot player, Hullet is. So you can bury them with the right foot, the left foot, and Nicolas does just that.
The next thing we're going to look at is that defense.
The defense, yes. It's a very important aspect to Nicolas's play. Every pro player, keep in mind, he just doesn't only switch with the L1. If you didn't know, you can switch with the right stick as well. As you can see right here, just take a look. Nicolas is going from his right back to his center back to the midfielders, not giving MoAuba enough space.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive to watch. You're going to watch these constant switches. And even here, if I can catch it just here, Raphael Varane switching to this fullback when, the play's up here with Ferland Mendy, you're protecting those fullback areas. You're stopping the likes of R9 getting in behind because that's where the danger is.
Yes, and Nicolas is making MoAuba recycle the ball. MoAuba just doesn't really know what to do at this point. Nicolas, his endurance in the defense is very high. He almost won the ball there with Vieira, and Nicolas, he doesn't let that get to his head. He just stays focused, keeps on switching his players, closing down the gaps, and right here, Vieira gets it the second time. And that just goes to show how good Nicolas is both offensively and defensively.
And if you did notice there as well, 5 minutes, I think MoAuba had the ball when he didn't get inside Nicholas's final third. I think we've done a pretty good job there, to be honest. I mean, we're going to ask really nicely right now. Jimmy, can we come and join you guys over there right now? Is that okay?
If you must.
I don't know.
Those pants are...
Oh, they're coming anyway.
They've got a lot of personality. A lot of personality, those pants.
How you guys doing?
It's okay.
I'm good. We're good. And speaking of personality, let's throw it back to Spencer and Spencer and Mike, because look at this. I think they're like, hey, what do you want to wear today? Well, maybe we'll just wear a shirt with jacket. And then what we should do with our hands? Let's do the same thing together.
It looks like Mike's trying to copy, because Mike's just focused on Spencer. He's like, yeah,
yes.
there it is.
I think it's just like this, boys. Actually, if you need a lesson, this I've got.
I never know what to do with my hands. In fairness to them, that's why
I'm
I
going to
hold
present
cards
the
all
whole
the
thing
time.
like this because just think I'm learning from the best.
Yes, that's fair.
How's your tickle down?
All right, let's take a look now at the brackets to get everybody caught up on what's happening here in Berlin for day 3 and day 2 of these knockout rounds, but day 3 overall. Now, semifinals are now set. It's Fifilza versus Nicolas, a Brazilian versus an Argentine. Very incredible performance from Nicolas. He's like, yeah. I hear you guys talking about MoAuba. Yeah. He's the happiest guy on earth. Yeah. I'm just going to shut him down and just absolutely stomp on his throat.
During group stage, I believe Nicolas really wasn't playing his best, but today, Nicolas, I don't know if he slept an extra hour or 2, what he ate for breakfast.
Is that all it takes? Because I'll sleep more if that's what it takes.
That last game against MoAuba, one of the best attackers you could say on the PS4 side was absolutely shut down. Nicolas, not only in the defensive area of his game, the offensive area, making goals, making those critical passes. He's playing very well at the moment.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff from Nicolas. That was probably the best all-round game I've seen so far across both weekends, especially here in Berlin. It was just decimation. It was like he was just picking him apart, and it was almost like he was doing what he wanted, when he wanted. MoAuba just had no answer.
But we expected that, didn't we? Everyone's talking about him as one of the best players in the world and the best player in the PS4 side of things.
I think we're always looking for someone to beat these players, though, aren't we? We're like, oh, maybe it's going to be MoAuba. Maybe this is the time for MoAuba to take him down, and it just never is. It's just Nicolas is just this train that never stops.
It goes to show why he's the #1 in the world by a margin of the points.
I honestly feel like Nicolas was just like this.
Yeah.
This is what I'm doing today against MoAuba.
Is it the final yet? You know?
It's not yet, but he's on his way to making that happen. Now let's take a look at the leaderboard and see what is what to catch you guys up with the remaining players. Nicolas is on top, just talking about him. Lev Vincent will be coming up soon. Tuga and Tor will be our next one. Fifilza is in there as well, and then Lost in the Waves. That's who Lev Vincent is taking on. We have 6 players left. 2 semifinalists are in, but we still have 2 yet to be determined. Yeah, very exciting.
This upcoming game between Tuga Tor. It's going to be a great game. I believe they both have different play styles. Tuga, a very interesting play style. He likes to keep the ball low-scoring games.
You played against them at all?
I've never played against him, but I have been in the same tournament as them. Yes, I've seen his gameplay. And we play similar. He likes to keep the ball possession, and it's very difficult coming up against a player who takes the lead and likes to play possession, because if they take the lead, it's going to be very difficult to come back and score a goal.
All right, we're going to hit pause here really quick because we have to throw it over to Kyle Walker and to hear you guys' chatter on social media. Kyle, what do you got for us?
Well, Jimmy, everyone has been talking about Mike's clothing. Yes, they have. On the Twitch, the chat it's absolutely going off. I went 0.4 seconds without seeing a GG, so I think that's a world record in Twitch chats for FIFA tournaments. But people were saying, how many jackets does Mike got? That came from you, Capiche, right there. Well, a little secret for you. Him and Spencer, they're just sharing clothes, as you said there before. They both look alike. They're just sharing, but Mike's is actually reversible today. There's a little insight for you. As well, we had Finn Merhead, and he's talking about Nicolas and MoAuba. He said he's winning, but not smiling, and the other guy is losing, but smiling. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, but that's the Iceman right there. He just wins, and he doesn't smile. As well, we had Thought_Burglar. He says, getting paid double bubble, which means double pay, to watch this. Life is good today. Well, Thought_Burglar. Good on you, good on you. You're getting paid and you're watching FIFA. Life is definitely good. Now, we have got lots and lots of tweets as well. If you want to share your opinions, well, you can do by using the hashtag FIFA World Cup. But let's get into some of our tweets and let's have a quick look at them. Now, Football Queenie tweeted saying, what a player Christian Spateri is. Him and Kurt teaming up in FIFA would be a match made in heaven. It definitely would. What a team those two would be. Now, our next tweet, it came came from somebody who's a great analyst and an even better commentator, and he likes to tweet as well. On set, he's on the couch right now. Pick of the players today for my money has been Fifilza. Not only secured his FIFA E-World Cup position, but seems to have found his feet on the biggest stage. He was a pleasure to watch. Can he go one step closer and pick up win number 1 in Berlin? Well, that happened. Yes, it did. And he goes through and through and through. And he chose a better picture than Fifilza's team chose before in the team bundled tweet. Now, our last tweet that we're going to have a look at, it came from Juan Ra at JR17FL. He says, I don't think Spencer Owen is being fair with Nicholas. Overall performance, Messi is considered the best player in the world, and he does not have a World Cup. The Iceman is the GOAT. Wow. If you disagree with anything we say, well, we want you to let us know, all right? And you can do that by using that hashtag FIFA E World Cup. So keep those tweets coming in, and for now, it's back to you guys on the couch.
Thank you, Kyle. Yes, keep that conversation going on social media using those hashtags and those handles. That's a big statement, but not necessarily untrue with regard to Nicholas being the GOAT. The pregnant pause.
You gotta win. You gotta win the big one. I always say this.
So Messi's not the greatest of all time for you then, based on that rhetoric and that.
Yeah, but international club competition, he's winning things at club competition. He's won Champions Leagues. He's won numerous league titles. Nicholas needs to win a big one. He hasn't done that.
I learned something new about Mark right now, and I appreciate that.
I think Messi's the best, by the way. Sorry.
Okay, no, I respect that. You're Messi?
Yes.
Messi, Ronaldo, just while we're here?
Messi.
Okay, good. I'm Messi as well, though I do have a lot of respect for Ronaldo. The guy is a winner, and I will say that Cristiano Ronaldo, for me, is the best Champions League player in the history of that competition. So I'm going to give him that for sure. All right, before we move on to the next big quarterfinal, Tuga versus Tor, we put Tuga through a game we like to call Who's More Likely with this coach. Take a look. Okay, you guys know the rules. We're going to start with FIFA questions first. And the first one is, who of you is more likely to rage quit? Okay, then who is more likely to miss a penalty to win the game? All right, difference of opinion there. And the next one is, who is more likely to pack a Cristiano Ronaldo Team of the Season card? All right. And then last FIFA question, who is more likely to beat me, Jimmy Conrad, in a FIFA match? Hey, come on, both of you guys? That hurts my feelings. All right, here are the real life ones. Who is more likely to quickly fall in love and get married in Vegas? Okay. The next one is, who is more likely to talk to animals? Like, oh, come here, you big scruffy bear of a dog. All right. The next one is, who is most likely to cry when watching a movie? All right, who is more likely to go to a Justin Bieber concert? All right, who is more likely to survive the Hunger Games? All right, trust yourselves. And then finally, who is more likely not to take a shower for a week? I appreciate your honesty, and I appreciate you guys playing. Thank you. All right, fun fact about his coach, Rodrigo, that's actually his brother. And I think you could tell.
Yeah,
they
I was
do
going to
look
add.
similar. Yeah, a little similar. All right, let's get into this matchup, Tuga versus Tor. How are you feeling about it, Alan, just without any setup there?
Okay, so I feel like they have different play styles. Ix Tor, he's a great player, great attacker. And like I was mentioning, you know, Tuga, a very good player who likes to keep things low scoring. You know, he's a great possession-based player. So if he takes the lead, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for Ix Tor to come back.
I think this is going to be a very low-scoring affair. I really do. I think that the way that we know that Tuga plays, he likes to get a lead and he likes to hold his lead. But Tor was playing pretty similar to that yesterday, to be honest with you. Very deep line, a lot of men behind the ball, which is, you know, how it's pretty tough to break that down. But what that does do as the game goes on, it means every chance that gets created, there is so much pressure to finish off that chance. So that's what it's going to come down to, who can take their chances when they come.
Okay, and then with regard to Tor, let's take a look at some of the players he did, or played against, excuse me, competed against yesterday, day 2 for the knockout rounds. Two close games, frankly. He outlasted Aggie, and he outlasted Web Nasri. And I highlight these two in particular because Aggie and Nasri were both on the outside looking in. They needed it. They were desperate to get those points, to get into the top 16. And Tor needed to hold on to it. He was 13th, and he found a way to make it happen, to win close games, which I think is a good quality to have.
Yeah, I thought that was what Tor did so well. The pressure was on him coming into this competition, and he delivered when it mattered, and he got his place in the World Cup, and now he's into the quarterfinal, and he could go to the semi-final, and he could win it, and that would do great things for the one person who's still looking to try and book his place in the last 16, which is, of course, FutWiz Marco. He's still watching in the audience, hoping the Lost in the Waves doesn't prevail. But, yeah, this matchup's going to be great. I know you're casting it as well.
Yeah, I get to cast it. It's going to be good. And I think those scores there are a good indication of what we can expect, to be honest with you. Not a huge amount of chances, but somebody's got to score them. Somebody's got to be clinical.
I mean, everybody needs to know this at home. Tuga hasn't given up any goals in the knockout rounds. Yesterday, he had
That's
2 1-0 wins.
That is probably the biggest,
we're talking about professional players doing this against.
That's what I'm saying. It goes to show. I even was talking to the guy he beat, and he was saying that it was so difficult to get the ball. He switches it from the left back to the right back. Very frustrating play style. He'll recycle the ball. He won't let it get to you. And what that causes is you having to pressure him, go on constant pressure to it can counter you as well.
Okay, so 2 players have booked their tickets to the semifinals, but we have to figure out who the next 2 are going to be. And we're going to find that out after this game and after this break. Tuga versus Tor. It's coming up right after this.
Arguably the best player in the world.
And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Don't miss any of the excitement of the 2019 FIFA eWorld Cup from the O2 Arena in London. Watch the best EA Sports FIFA 19 players in the world be a part of a unique on-site experience with loads of activities and meet the biggest influencers of the EA Sports FIFA scene live at one of the world's most iconic venues. Get your tickets now and don't miss out on this must-see event. Ticket prices start at just £10. Go to FIFA.com/FEWC.
Quiero pedir perdón.
I'm sorry to all the players I faced.
The left backs.
A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas.
Sorry you train so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness.
Eso marcas personales.
I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry.
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos, son ellos.
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch.
Welcome back to Berlin, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for our next matchup. And of course, Germany, famous for that currywurst, but that's not just the only spicy thing that we're going to have. We've got a fantastic game coming your way right now.
You really think currywurst is spicy? I don't know what currywurst he's been eating, but we've got Ajax Tor going up against Tuga. and this is going to be a matchup for the FIFA purists. Two players who love to hold the ball, hold that possession, and really frustrate their opponents. And it is really going to be a battle in that midfield. Who can break down who? We have Tuga, who's moved up from 9th to 8th, and Tor, who's moved up from 13th to 12th. So they have climbed their way up to the leaderboards, whilst also, of course, qualifying for that E-World Cup.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be not only a mechanical battle, what you can do on the pad, what you can do on the sticks, but it's going to be a mental battle between these two players. Focus, determination, and to be honest, a little bit of grit are going to be needed to grind out a result here. But sometimes it doesn't go to what we expect on paper. Sometimes players have something a little different up their sleeve tactically when it comes to games like this. And I feel it might be down to the man that was on your screen just momentarily there, Ajax's Tor, to come up with a game plan to break down the wall. But it's Tuga.
And they are two players who have been to the latter stages of tournaments. They've both reached finals before, Tor reaching a console final, and of course we saw Tuga in that cross-console final in Atlanta in that FUT Champs Cup where he lost out to Tex in the end. But that's really where he demonstrated the 4-4-2 and where he showed how impressive it is defensively and offensively, and we'll see whether he can do exactly the same here in this quarter-final. It would be a third semi-final for Tuga if he's able to win this, and only the second semi-final for Tor if he's able to get a victory.
Let's talk about team selection, because a few surprises in the lineups, to be honest with you. We are seeing Tuga not using that. Team of the year, Van Dijk. Team of the season, Van Dijk, I should say, excuse me. But not only that, both players using team of the year, Kylian Mbappe, on 7 chemistry instead of that team of the season on 10, which means he would actually have more statistics than the 7 chem player.
Again, it can come down to who you're comfortable using at home. A lot of people would have made that purchase and actually used Team of the Year Mbappe when he was first introduced to the game, because he was the best FUT item around, in my personal opinion. And if you're used to playing with him, even if it's on 7 chem, 10 chem, you're just going to feel natural. You know what runs he's going to be making. You know where he's going to be on the pitch. So I can understand that decision, even though it might look a little bit silly looking in from the outside.
We are underway here, as you can see. And this is going to, in my opinion, be the pace of the game here. And I would like to see Ajax Tor just try and pressurize Tuga, make him feel a little bit uncomfortable. And one way that you can do that is by looking for a searching long through ball to try and get behind that defense early on. Really stretch the defense. And maybe try and win the ball back in some of these high areas of the pitch.
It's a strange position to be in when you go up against a player who is just going to be knocking the ball around the park and building it up slowly, looking for that space, because you want to pressure them. You want to win the ball back in dangerous areas. However, you're then just playing into their own game. If you go for that ball, if you open up spots, they're going to take advantage of it. Kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. As you can see, Tor has 11 men behind the ball. And yes, he's pressuring with one man, but he's not overcommitting at the moment. I think that's what's important.
And something we'll certainly be trying to highlight, much like we did with the last game with Nicolas on the breakdown board, is the effectiveness of the player switching in defense. Have to make sure that you're closing down those passing lanes, making that space disappear quicker than it appears. An attempted offside trap there to catch Mbappe, who whips it into the box. Falls to Vieira, little deflection. And the first real striker goal goes to Tuga. Now he has a corner. Takes it short again, the little flick cross into the box, and there's the header. And it's Sergio Ramos who will convert from the set piece. Fantastically well worked and fantastically well finished.
We've seen quite a few games this tournament from Tuga where he's only won 1-0 across 2 legs. Could that be the only goal we see in this game? Are we going to now see him just hold the ball, frustrate his opponent, or is he going to press on? Because he looks like he's out for blood here. He's trying those back post crosses. He's shooting from distance as well. It just seems like he wants to get that ball in the back of the net. And now from the restart, Ajax Tor is going to have to answer back here. He couldn't really do much. He wasn't able to see anything of the ball. And from the set piece, it just seemed like there was too much to do. And now Tuga takes a goal lead.
I was going to say, if you had maybe a game plan coming into this, going 1 down is, it's pretty much bottom of that list, to be honest. Against a player like Tuga, who likes to hold the ball, who isn't concerned about scoring goals as long as it's enough to win a game. Now you've got to chase it. Now you've got to break him down, and we know how good he is defensively. Hullet Into Mbappe, maybe this is the chance, and Varane steps in for Tuga. Such a deep line, but he's so effective at making that tackle at precisely the right moment.
I mean, he just seems to be in always the right place at the right time, and that's exactly what you need when you are trying to defend against a player like Tor, who does know exactly where to be moving that ball on the pitch as he cues up a pause. Clearly not happy with something, might want to change something in his tactics right now. And Tor's had a couple of close games as well. I mean, his last two in the knockout rounds have both been 3-2. Only one goal in it. So I'm sure he's not going to be feeling too uncomfortable right now, but if he goes 2 goals down, that would be a scary factor.
You can see again, Tuga's just kind of inching his way towards goal, looking for the perfect opportunity, maybe to flick a ball up for a cross. We've seen him favour that quite a lot so far in this game, but R9 will get a little inception, and for all the hard work there for Ajax Tor, the ball's just going to ricochet out for a throw, but it does give him the chance to maybe make some of those changes. And I like the fact that he's kind of taking the initiative here, Dan, to change things up before Tuga gets too comfortable.
Yeah, and probably just having a little think of, well, what's not working at the moment? Why aren't I able to snatch the ball back in some of these dangerous areas? How can I position my players so that they're in a better place to cut the ball out, to make those interceptions? And that's why he's dived into these tactics screens. And for Tuga, I mean, he's picked up his season at the right time. He was doing phenomenally throughout the season, then he kind of dipped as we got to the E-Champions League stage. He didn't perform as well as maybe he would have liked and maybe what a lot of us expected from him. But now it seems like here at the playoffs, he's found his form once again. And yes, okay, it can be a frustrating style to play against, but it's working for him. And at the moment, it doesn't look like anyone's going to be stopping him anytime soon.
Let's see how these tactics have been implemented by the Ajax man then. See if the Brazilian has had a little think, maybe a little discussion with his coach there in that pause about how to press Tuga, how to make life a little bit uncomfortable for him, because this is where he is comfortable, Dan, just playing the ball around. And you can see already more players committed a little bit higher up the pitch here for Tor. Trying to put the pressure on, he has won the ball back.
And now it's what you do with the ball. It's all well and good winning the ball back, but then there are going to be 11 players behind the ball for Tuga, and it's how you break him down. Always a good way to start is go down that wing, generate that little bit of space and try and cut inside.
And maybe the cricketer can find space. Neymar, beautiful scoop turn, and it's just wide of the upright, but what a chance that was for Tor. Fantastically well worked. And I've got to be honest, I was expecting that to be hitting the back of the net.
And the pause is cued. And just to allow both players to take a breather, and actually it's Tuga who's going into the tactic screen just to go a little bit more defensive and make that line even deeper. Perhaps he wasn't happy with that ball getting through there from Tor, because that was one hell of an opportunity. If he had been able to put that one away, I'm sure we would have been absolutely thrilled. Because when you get into a situation like that, when you have that much room for a shot after such a phenomenal turn, you're just expecting the ball to be nestling into the back of the net. You just got to stay focused, stay calm, not get frustrated, and just expect another chance to come.
Especially with a 5-star week foot of Neymar as well. You know, he timed the shot, and that was why I was so shocked not to see it in the back of the net as that opportunity arose. But that's scoop turn. When you do have your back to goal, it's so difficult to time a tackle. Get it wrong, and you give away a penalty. But here comes Ajax Tor again. He's started to grow into this first half a little bit here, but just as I say that, maybe looking for that little flick-up volley, but well marked there by Tuga.
He was really struggling to kind of bring his midfield and his strikers close together. All the strikers were there waiting on the edge of the box, but there was nothing in between, and that's why he was running up with Van Dijk and then with Hullet just to try and close that gap. Unfortunately, though, there was too many red shirts in between.
Well, he's managed to win the ball high up the pitch here, and this is something I love from the change that we saw from Ajax Tor. A lot of times you'll see players so comfortable with their tactics and how they want to play, but recognizing a game situation and how your opponent is playing just as important to breaking them down. Vieira now, a little bit of a loose touch, and he will invite Da Costa to join the attack just before half-time. Perfect time to score here for Ajax Tor. Mbappe. Da Costa and Hullet now linking up, and you can see so many players still behind the ball here for Tuga, and you just can't break it down.
And Tor just has no players in that little pocket just outside of the D. He can't do anything about it, so he's trying to encourage some of the players to drop back. Ronaldo eventually does, but Tuga has too many shirts swarming. He knows exactly what Tor is wanting to do, and Tor is going to have to utilize the space he has on the wings and try and break into the box from one of those sides. because I don't think passing it onto the edge of the area is actually going to work out at the moment, as there's just too many bodies in the way.
Well, there is the half-time whistle then, and Tuga's gameplay is working perfectly at the moment. 60% possession, the standout statistic outside of that one goal. But again, it's a very similar game plan that served him so well, and the worry here for Tor is the fact that we were talking about the knockout stages and goals conceded. Tuga has not conceded a goal in the knockout stages. That is probably the first time I've heard that done so far this season.
You know how Arsenal used to have the chance of 1-0 to the Arsenal? I'm sure that it's
1-0 to the Tuga.
Something like that for Tuga as well. It was really in Atlanta when he demonstrated this kind of method of sitting very deep, playing 4-4-2 and grabbing an early goal and then just holding on to that lead. And it's not an easy tactic to employ as well.
I think he's actually employing the 4-4-1-1 tactic now, which means that that deep-lying player just behind the man up top can kind of come and join the defence, to be honest with you. Join Hullet, join Vieira, and make a three-man defensive wall, and that makes it even more difficult than the 4-4-2 to get round. Well, we're back underway now, and Hullet is on the attack here. Maybe a chance after the scoop turn! And Neymar couldn't find the back of the net the first time, but at the second time of asking, the Brazilian puts it home.
And finally, someone breaks through the wall of Tuga, and you're able to score against him. And now Tuga doesn't have the game plan of just sitting on this lead. He's going to have to attack again. But he did look comfortable in the first 10-15 minutes, and I thought maybe he was going to keep going forward. He was going to look for more goals, but he did start to sit back. He did go into his tactic screen. He did adjust things so it was a deeper line. But now that's perfect for Tor off of the restart. And really is going to open up this quarter-final tie.
And the thing now is, can Tuga switch it up himself? He's got to get back into a position where he gets back into the lead, then can sit back. And that is the first goal, as we say, that he has conceded in the knockout stages, which is showing what a great job, to be honest, Ajax Tor has done to break down those defensive areas that have held so strong so far. And he's won the ball back again. And I think that if anyone's watching this so far, Ajax Tor has kind of worked something out in this game.
He seems to just have stepped up a little bit more and really responded to where Tuga's been positioning some of his players, and has allowed him to just intercept in the right areas rather than trying to man mark and chase him around. Instead, he's just getting himself into those little pockets, into those little gaps. And it's made it very difficult for Tuga to play the ball around in the way he'd like to.
Minutes gone in the first leg. As I say, as we expected, not been a game that's been full of attacking, flowing football. It's been a battle, it's been gritty, and Da Costa stepping in now for Ajax Tor. Has won the ball back, and maybe there is a chance to go forward now with Mbappe. The Frenchman with the cricketer into Ronaldo. Twists back into the tackle there, Vieira into the goal scorer, Neymar. Almost finds the return pass. And again, bodies just proving too many in number to get through.
You can really see the further we get into these tournaments, the more comfortable players look on the ball. Their dribbling skills are great. They know which skill moves they want to utilize to get into the box, and they're very difficult to tackle, and that's exactly what Tor offers going forward.
Well, here's Hullet then, and maybe a chance to go for goal. Went for a little finesse shot towards that top corner. He timed it green, but didn't get around the defender, and now R9, well, he gets past his man nice and simply with that little accelerated fake shot around the corner.
Part of the mind game sometimes, when you do see that goalkeeper moving, you just go for a finesse shot to try and catch them off guard and slot it into that top corner.
Well, there's a pocket of space here for Ruud Hullet. The attentions of Mbappe for the second time there momentarily set the ball free, but it's been brought back into possession here of Tuga. And it's such an interesting way. I'm sort of watching the game at the moment, trying to analyse how to break down the defensive shape here of Tuga. He has so many players central, but then, you know, he's got so many players covering those wide spaces as well.
Hullet is dropping in almost as like a fifth defender, just sitting between the two centre-backs, and that's why Tor is struggling to get the ball in the danger zones so he can play it through.
Scooped up towards that back post. Ronaldo got the jump on his man, but Alexandro showing just why he is a fantastic foot item to have. Just had enough about him, enough jumping statistics and enough strength and physical attributes about him to hold off of the advances of the man at the back post.
But the good news for Tor is when he has been getting into those areas in the final third, his on-the-ball presence has been phenomenal. His scoop turns and his drag backs have been really difficult to defend for Tuga, and that's why he's been able to let fly with a couple of these shots. And realistically, he could be 2-1 up if he had found that early one from Neymar as well. So a lot of positives for him to focus on. He just needs to make sure that he switches on and carries on defending the way he is, because actually Tuga has struggled to get into any dangerous areas ever since that first goal.
We can see some changes being made here. Lionel Messi has been introduced as well as Kai Havertz. King Kai. Maybe he needs to come up with a goal fit for a king to give Tuga a way to get the lead ahead of the second leg. But here's Ajax Tor again. CR7 into Ronaldinho. Alexandro can't quite fire that ball across to Ruud Gullit, but it will be recycled now, and again, it's just an edging forward, both these players.
But the thing is, he has to edge forward because there's just so many bodies in the way, and he wants to play this ball into the likes of Neymar, the likes of Ronaldinho in the box.
Mbappe now, you can see it's going to take one through ball, but there's essentially a line of defenders just outside the 6-yard box for Tuga.
If he doesn't hit that initial scoop turn, that initial turn with the player as soon as he passes it inside, there's 3 or 4 players just jumping on top of him, and he is going to lose the ball. And that's why he's reluctant to play those risky balls, because he doesn't want to give away possession. He doesn't want to give Tuga the chances. So he's waiting and waiting for that perfect opportunity. However, it just doesn't seem to be arising as much as he would like.
Sandro is going to be bundled over there, a little bit of a huffness. This referee's just going to come over and calm things down a little bit, but a free kick here for Tuga. Maybe a chance to once again get that ball into the air, look for that back post. But instead, it's going to be recycled across to Cancelo here.
And the recycling is important as well. With 10 minutes left, Tuga isn't wanting to give Tor too much possession, as he is going to now try and use this left wing again. And I would not be surprised if we're going to see another little scoop up and a cross, but great defending from Tor. That's one way to stop these crosses, is to get in the face of the attacker and make sure the cross can't even get there.
Another thing he's trying to do as well is utilise that offside trap as well. When he sees that ball is going to be attempted down the line, he's trying to step up, trying to catch Tuga offside. And that's another smart little decision he's trying to implement to his game to try and nullify these crosses. As we say, we know how effective the cross is, Dan. We know that it's at sometimes almost impossible to defend, but you can stop the cross coming in. Well, that's one way to stop things.
And the offside trap is a very dangerous game to play. MS Dasari is one of the best at actually implementing that into his game, and I'm sure that Tor has studied that and studied some of the best players. It seems to have worked out very well for him. It's made it frustrating for Tuga to get into the final third.
Modric was almost found in a pocket of space, but Lionel Messi will pick the ball up, and he's got some stamina still left in those legs to come forward and attack. He'll be in behind, but Alexandro again makes the interception, and towards the end of this first leg now, it's going to be Ajax Tor. He's going to be storming forward.
We've got all these arguments about left backs and who you should put there, and is Alexandro a weak link or not? He's done a really good job. Yes, okay, there's been one header at the back post, but aside from that, Sandro stood his ground and he's won the ball in certain areas.
Will it be a corner hit that provides the opportunity for potentially a winner? Mbappe puts it towards the back post. There's a man completely free. But Paolo Maldini, it was as if his head was made of sponge. There was no power on that whatsoever.
Unfortunately, he was kind of tracking back to leave the area, to get back to his defensive duties, so he didn't have the momentum to try and head that one back into goal. And that's why we're still all tied up 1-1 between these two incredible FIFA players. We said it was going to be one for the purists. It has been slow, it has been methodical, but I am very impressed that Tor was able to come back into it when he went 1-0 down against Tuga.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. We'll take a look at the highlights from that first leg while we discuss some of the finer points tactically that I enjoyed, to be honest with you, in that game. You're saying one for the purists, and every single change that is made in this game, it is having an effect. And I love the fact that Tor decided about 20 minutes in to immediately change what was his starting tactical lineup.
Best part about that first goal as well, it was actually Cristiano Ronaldo losing a header in the box, and it's not something you see every day. So sometimes these headers just can't be combated, but that was timed green from Neymar. And you can see on his face, he knows that was an opportunity, but sometimes on the swivel, there is that chance of not being able to score the goal.
Well, they say, if first you don't succeed, try again. Very similar, and a 5-star week for there in effect. We knew before it was a scoop turn to the left, utilising this left foot of Neymar, but this time it's a scoop turn to the right, and this time he found the finish.
I think that's what you got to do. And something else that you've got to do is remind yourselves that the FIFA 19 Global Series is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. And you can follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter, and you can tweet us using today's hashtag, which is Built4FUT. And you can win an Elite 2 Pro headset for yourself as well. Of course, having the chance to win that if you do use the hashtag. I'm sure I'm going to get on tweeting that just to see if I can win one, because I actually could do with a new Turtle Beach headset, Mark.
What happened to your last one?
Well,
don't worry about that. We'll
is
move
a
on.
great
Let's talk
game that
about
sometimes
the game ahead. Let's talk about the second leg. I think one thing I want to see from Tuga is it's a little bit more going forward. To be honest with you, I love the way that he's defending and absorbing the pressure. But I wonder, is there a plan B? Is there a plan C if he falls behind here to Tor? Because ever since those tactical changes, I do feel like Tor has been the player who's kind of been pulling the strings, if you like a little bit like a puppeteer, trying to break down the defense of Tuga. And concentrating for that long a period for Tuga, it's got to take it out of him mentally.
The simple answer, is there a plan B, is there a plan C, is yes, there is for Tuga. That's what the 4-4-2 offers. It can both be amazing defensively, but also going forward, it offers so much. If you push that line up, there are so many bodies flowing forward that you can take several different avenues to try and surprise your opponent with passes and through balls, and I think that Tuga will open that up if he does go behind in this game.
We're going to have to see how things work out then. You can see both players currently loading into this game. We're just moments away from getting the second leg underway. And what do you think about potential tournament winners in this game, Dan? Do you think that either of these players can go the whole way and really put a marker down for that FIFA E-World Cup as part of Team PS4 and potentially be one of those players who could lift that trophy?
I mean, Tuga has won the PlayStation side at a FUT Champions Cup before. So yes, he is more than capable of doing so. However, he would have to go up against the likes of Nicholas, and we've seen how good Nicholas has been at that tournament, and every tournament prior. It's going to be very difficult to do so. But when we get to these stages of any tournament, and you get 8 players that then cut down to 4, anyone can win it. They're all so closely contested, and it sometimes just comes down to very minor decision-making skills that all of these players have that can really make or break whether they are going on as winners or whether they're going on as runner-up.
Well, you can hear the crowd noise in the background. That can only mean one thing. It means we're back underway for our second leg. If you're just joining us, welcome along. Send us your predictions. Use the hashtag FIFA E-World Cup to let us know who you're supporting, who you think is going to take this game that we have in front of us. 1-1 on aggregate after our first leg. It was a tight one. You just feel it's going to come down to maybe a mistake, maybe a moment of brilliance, as Tor might be the first person to get a shot on the board, and a cheeky little back heel there. Almost created a chance for him.
Tor knows, though, if he beats that first man, if he gets that first turn and the space opens up, he's going to have a shot on goal. But it's then the plan B. If he doesn't get that turn, if he's not able to get the shot on goal, can he then pass it back? Can he recycle the play? He's really struggled to keep possession in those areas. As I say that, he throws away possession to Tuga here.
Well, here's Tuga again attacking down this line at the moment. Is he going to look for one of those scoop turns again? Gets it into Mbappe. It's the El Tornado. It's up in the air, and it's a battle in the middle. I think the referee's actually pulled it back for a free kick here. A little bit of an afters.
Thought it was a penalty then.
From the El Tornado, I did momentarily, but the referee has brought it back here. And another chance for Tuga, maybe to get that ball up into the air, attack it with one of those big units that he has there. Cristiano Ronaldo, the man that he's controlling.
Does scoop it up, but it's not going to be enough because Ajax Tor reads it perfectly and controls Hullet just to make sure he watches him, and he watches the wandering eye.
Big chance though, and it's into Ronaldo. And you have to worry, having won that ball so high up the pitch, was that the chance that Tuga needed?
We speak about
get
mistakes.
himself in the lead, that's huge.
And if either of these players are going to make a mistake, you have to take advantage of it because there's not going to be many mistakes made by these two guys.
Well, Tuga's come out of the traps here. Again, the El Tornado in towards the back post. De Gea will come out to claim that cross. However, different start to this game than what we saw from that first leg. Ajax Tor really has had to weather the storm here, but the most important thing we say, when you are under pressure in FIFA 19, you have to keep it tight. If you can get through that period, you can survive, you can move on.
Well, it was the 14th minute that Tuga scored in the first leg, and it looks like Tor has weathered that initial storm, and now he can control the ball and play it around and look to see if he can penetrate those areas that Tuga has been defending so successfully throughout the first leg. But look at the space. He's got Hullet and Vieira in the middle, but there's not a striker in sight because they are being man-marked by about 5 different people.
Well, Vieira here maybe has the chance to pick a pass, and he has done so. Mbappe towards the back post. Cancelo wins the header. And Tuga almost had to take a dose of his own medicine there.
And I think that maybe Tor might have to suck up his pride a little bit and say, okay, if I can't play my passing game into the box, two can play at that game, Tuga, and I can also go for a couple of back post headers as well.
A switch of the play then, again, just trying to stretch the defense here of Tuga. Really make him work with those player switches, cutting those passing lanes. And here's Da Costa, he's going to say thank you for that space. I'm happy to go into it and maybe look for a cross myself instead. Decides to come back inside. There is that little flick up, well defended by Mbappe. And Tuga wins the ball back.
Tor does have to be careful not to be predictable, though. That one was a little bit obvious and very easy to defend for Tuga. He maybe could have tried to fake it as if he was going to cross and then cut back in on himself and look for the pass. Just try and be as unpredictable as possible. But I understand that Tuga is making it very difficult for him to get into the areas he'd like to.
Well, there is a little bit of space in behind Van Dijk here, and he's been fouled. Neymar! Oh! That will not be in our PS4 plays of the day.
I mean, I was thinking, what a defensive block that was from Maldini, and then it goes out for a goal kick, and it's just Ronaldo missing essentially an open goal. Maybe too heavy on that shoot button, or maybe it's just one of those player errors that you can't do much about.
And maybe it's going to be one of those opportunities that plays on your mind. How did that not go in? How did I miss that chance? He did everything right up to that point, and now maybe Ajax Tor. Maybe that's a little slice of luck that he needs in this game to push forward now, to try and create a chance of his own. Da Costa finds Mbappe again. Sandro's going to defend well. Strength again, the physicality of the Juventus left back is just on display for all to see.
As Tuga is not inclined to slow this one down like he usually is. He seems to be trying to expose the fact that Tor is pushing up a little bit and he's noticing more gaps, but what a great challenge that is from Tor, getting stuck in. And now he wants to take advantage. It is being sped up ever so slightly the further we get into this game.
Yeah, starting to get a little bit nervy, to be honest with you. You can see both players starting to misplace a few passes, starting to find a little bit less space than they were before. But now there is space here for Alexandro. In again towards Ronaldo! And this time he makes no mistake.
And once again, Tuga regains his lead and puts the pressure back onto Ajax Tor into the second half of this second leg. He's got 10 minutes left in the first half to try and get back into it. But unfortunately, he just couldn't keep the ball out of the back of the net. Ronaldo with acres of space for a header. And he missed a gaping chance earlier, but he makes up for it now. As Tor gonna have to go again from the restart and have to somehow try and stop away from Tuga getting these crosses in.
It has been an aerial bombardment from Tuga. He just hasn't, unfortunately, been able to deal with it, to be honest with you. So difficult to deal with, as we know. Well, maybe he can go at the other end now from the restart, create a chance himself. Or maybe, as we say, he takes a little page out of Tuga's book. Looks to whip across in himself, Sandro. Goes all the way back to Van Dijk here, and the centre-backs now, Maldini will step out.
But look how Maldini's having to step out. He's having to press up with his centre-backs because he can't find space with his strikers.
Well, there's a touch of space here for Neymar, not a lot, and unfortunately, a little disappointing touch there from the Brazilian means that on the counter-attack now, Tuga maybe can break.
And this is just playing perfectly into the hands of Tuga.
Mbappe now inside the box as well. Maldini has to come across to deal with it. There's a Cricetta and an Elastico, but it's one back here.
And I wonder whether Tor now has to try and commit players forward, hope that Tuga does try and hit him on the counter-attack, and then he can hit him on the counter-attack, so there's not as many bodies in the way. But he really has had to dribble halfway up the pitch with the likes of Maldini, with the likes of Van Dijk, because he just hasn't been able to find his natural attacking players because they're just being marked out of the game as Tuga again will attack the left-hand side.
Maybe a chance just before half-time. There's a Cricetta, make it two. A Cricetta. It was a nervy time there, and I got a little bit nervous, to be honest with you, with how I was trying to pronounce the word Cricetta. But as you can see here, it is a lead here for Tuga. And a little reminder for you guys at home to link your EA and Twitch accounts to be eligible to win some cool stuff like an Mbappe Team of the Season for item. Look at that bad boy. Rare player packs and much, much more. And anyone, of course, who has a linked PlayStation account as part of the FIFA 19 Global Series, will receive an awesome little kit there to enjoy at home. But team of the season, Kylian Mbappe.
I mean, confirmed, pretty much every person on that screen there probably owns some form of Mbappe because they all have ridiculous teams at home, and I'm sure you guys would love to have an Mbappe on your side as well, and also that fantastic PlayStation kit. Now, for Ajax Tor, Mark, things are getting a little bit dicey, aren't they? He's really struggling to actually find any space and really find any creativity, and that's just because Tuga is stemming all of that creativity with his defensive approach. There are just too many bodies in the way, and Tor doesn't seem to have an answer. I think he's going to have to play Tuga his own game. Go down the wing, cross it at the back post. If Tuga's going to do it, Tor can do it as well.
Get the big men on. I think there is space out wide. You can see how many bodies are actually in the box whenever we see Tor trying to make progress towards the edge of that box. You've got the likes of R9 dropping in. You've got the likes of Hullet and Vieira. They're pretty much playing as centre-backs, and the centre-backs are basically playing as goalkeepers almost, to be honest with you. They're playing so deep, but it's such an effective way to play FIFA 19 that you can't really blame Tuga for the way that he's playing. He's having so much success with it.
I think some players would be able to break down Tuga better than others. Those who are very good at skill moves and those who are good at beating players. And we saw Shells yesterday score one of the Adidas plays of the day where he did like 8 different skill moves in the box. A player like that will be like, all right, you can sit back because I'm going to take advantage of it. Whereas Tor, even though he's very good on the ball, he hasn't been able to chain enough skill moves to beat 3, 4, 5 players. It's only been 1 or 2, and then suddenly he's swarmed by everyone else. But he is coming very close with that initial turn. He's trying the scoop turn every time he gets the ball in the box. And if he can generate that space, he should be able to get the shot away, and he could get an equaliser. But, yes, it's not a pretty way to play FIFA. Tor can also cross the ball. He hasn't been doing it much, and I know that's probably not his game style and it's not his game plan. But if you're being forced to do that by the way Tuga's playing, then I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I agree with you. You've got to kind of put the ego to the side and just, as you say, play him at his own game. Take a page out of that book. So Tuga, again, being so effective on the virtual pitch with the way that he's approaching FIFA 19 here. 2-1, the score on aggregate. 1 goal the difference, though, Dan. That's the one thing we should keep in note. The fact it is only 1 goal, but also to add some context, it's the only goal of the knockout so far that Tuga has conceded.
And also, I mean, so much on the line, not just pride, but also prize money. Another 10,000 would be awarded to these players. They've already got 10,000, a total of 20,000 for getting to the semi-finals. That's US dollars, of course. And then the chance to play in that semi-final to get towards the final, where you can get a grand total of $75,000 for the winner. It was Mr. Stokes who walked away with it back in Hamburg. I wonder, are we going to see a surprise package here in Berlin? Of course, only Lost in the Waves, the only real outsider now left in the tournament. And I'm sure that the player of Footwiz Marco will be watching on open. He's eliminated.
Oh. Maybe that's the way to get through it. Take a strike from distance. Get yourself a set piece. What a save that was from De Gea there. The Manchester United goalkeeper just flying across to his right-hand side to deny Ajax Tor. It will be whipped in, and De Gea should deal with that. And sometimes, when Tor has managed to get through on goal, he's got past the midfield, he's got past the defence, the goalkeeper's come up trumps.
Got to be honest, that's a really poor corner as well. Just putting it right on top of the goalkeeper. You've either got to go front post or back post. Either he didn't get the power right or the positioning was off. But you've got to do better, because corners are such a fantastic opportunity to get yourself back into the game.
Here's Sandra again on this left-hand side. This time goes inside to Neymar. Again, patient, precise build-up, and another switch of the play here to bring Cancelo in. The 4-star skills can be effective when that fullback gets forward. There's that Croqueta up his sleeve. And again, the offside trap, trying to squeeze the play here on Tuga to win the ball back, but again, just great possession play.
I think we're going to have to see a pause from Tor, and you're going to have to change your formation, and you're going to have to throw everything forward. And just as I say that, like clockwork, the pause is called. And I'm sure he is now going to be changing formations, maybe something like a 3-5-2, just to generate more pressure higher up on the pitch here, because it's too easy for Tuga right now. It's like a training ground regime, right?
It is keep ball. It's literally what it is at the moment. It's keep ball for Tuga. He doesn't have to do anything. The score stays as it is. He wins the game. And now finally, as he approaches the final third, maybe an opportunity to go forward, maybe an opportunity to strike on goal, but no, again, great discipline from him.
It's almost like, you know, when you go to school, there's a year 7 and you play against the year 11s and they're just playing the ball around and you can't get it back. I'm sure that's how Ajax Tor is feeling. But he will pause. And for all the chances that Tor actually has had in terms of getting in the box, he's only actually been able to get that one shot away. So maybe not enough shots being made from him as he dives into the tactics screen, and he is going to be pushing everything up. And as I expected, it's going to be 3 at the back as well.
I think it's a smart formation to use, to be honest with you, against Tuga.
I mean, you've got 23 minutes or you're out of the competition.
I don't think, even from the start of the game, I don't think it's the worst formation to be using. It might give you, if you set those wing backs to track back, you know, you've got that cover out wide and it really can help you out. But back on the pitch, maybe a free kick opportunity here for Tuga to extend that lead. Instead, decides to recycle the ball once more.
You know how we used to have the expression tassing it around? Are we going to be changing that to Tugaing it around? It doesn't really have the same ring to it, though. I'm going to be completely honest. Tuga certainly is playing keep ball.
Well, here's Sandro then. Can't get the little pull back there to the man waiting, and it will be possession turned over here to Ajax Tor, so a chance for him to get forward, try and create that chance that he so desperately needs at this point.
He just needs to really up the pace here. I know he's going to be reluctant to give the ball away because as soon as that ball does get given away, Tuga's not going to be giving it up. He's going to be playing it around. He's going to be keeping it away from him. He's going to be frustrating him. But you have to generate a bit of pace because you don't have much time left. But now, is Tuga going to actually go for a counter-attack? That's the real question. Or are we going to see him slowly hold on to the ball? It looks like he's going to try and retain it. He wants to play this one out. He wants his spot in the semi-final. He wants his 3rd semi-final of the season.
Well, maybe he wants another goal here just to put this one to bed. CR7, heel to heel after the cricketer, manages to keep hold of possession. And you can see Ajax Tor, the second man press does work as Sandro comes across to help out his teammate. He can't release the ball upfield and can't find a teammate. And that's going to be minutes off the clock. Usually I say at least seconds, but the way that Tuga's held the ball, you can almost guarantee minutes, but there's no such thing as a guarantee in FIFA 19.
You can understand why Tor is trying to rush it. He's trying to rush it because he sees loads of red shirts out of position, and he wants to take advantage of that. His best chance of scoring a goal is going to be on a counter-attack, and if he's able to actually find one of these rushed passes, he should be in a good chance to have a situation where maybe he gets at least, I wouldn't say a 1v1 against the keeper, but maybe a 1v3 at the bare minimum.
Well, here's Havertz for Tuga again. Tor is trying his best to put pressure on the ball, but he's moving it so well around the pitch, and you can't get strikes on goal when your opponent has just got the ball in his possession. He wins it back, though. 8 minutes left on the clock here for the man from Ajax to finally push forward, to finally maybe carve another chance out.
He's having to push forward with his fullbacks and with his centre-backs again to try and get as many men up into that final third. He just needs that penetrating through ball to get this equaliser.
Well, it tries to fire it into CR7, and Varane had got his body in the way. And is that going to be the end of it here for Ajax Tor?
I mean, he's kept the ball for about 70 minutes. I'm sure 4 more minutes is not going to be difficult for him as well. It's whether Tor can get one of these interceptions as he's desperately player switching around to try and win the ball back, to try and apply the pressure in the right areas. But it's just so calm, it's so easy for Tuga. There's so much room at the back. There's just not enough players on the pitch for Tor to win this ball back.
Cancelo turns into trouble momentarily, and it will be a throw in here. It's the last chance to get forward, the last throw of the dice. Everybody needs to get up the pitch here for Ajax Tor. 2 minutes of added time. Van Dijk tries to take control of the situation and stride forward, but Lionel Messi wins it back. And with that tackle from the little Argentine, maybe that's the end of the road here, but he wins it back as the final whistle goes. It was effective and it was professional. And it keeps Tuga's run alive.
It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done for Tuga. The real question on my lips, is it going to work? The further he gets into this tournament, the players that he has to face in the latter stages of this round, I'm sure that would have been a frustrating experience for Ajax's Tor, but Tuga does go through. He's secured himself $20,000 now. It's another semi-final. Will he march on to the final? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, his levels of concentration absolutely superb, to be honest with you. And the way that he was able to keep hold of that ball was, it can't be understated, to be honest. We'll throw some of the highlights up while we keep discussing this, but the ability to have the concentration, the nous, to not make mistakes, especially when someone of the level and the caliber of Ajax Tor is pressing you and trying to win that ball back. It really is just, you know, it's mental perfection.
To concede only one goal across 3 rounds of FIFA, so that's 6 games of FIFA, is absolutely mental. And really shows that he has found an effective tactic of sitting back, defending, playing the ball around, being very calm, holding that possession. And yes, I'm not going to beat around the bush. It is frustrating to play against. We've all been there. Some players do play FIFA like that. But it's working for Tuga. You do it to me. And I hate it when you do it. But you know what? It gets you the wins, doesn't it?
Well, Tuga is the man who picks up the win and advances to the semi-final. We've got lots more action to come your way today. But for now, we're going to go back over to the couches with Mike and Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Yes, one more quarter-final to go. We're very excited about that. But for now, we're going to press pause. Oh, Spencer's just jumping in the shot.
There's another hand that came through.
We're just going to press.
You want to get a part of this? You want to join the controller?
I mean, there's a bit of a bromance going on this love scene. Oh, Jimmy's joining in as well now. When the little children over there
come on over.
have just calmed down a little bit.
A little Thierry Henry Carragher moment.
We got to get it together here, right? This is the pose.
We're going back to the poses. Anyway, when we finish the poses, we're going to talk about skill moves. Because lots of the top players obviously use the skill moves, and in particular the elastico or the flip-flap, sorry, I'm going to talk about flip-flops to my feet now, flip-flap as Tex likes to use, but Nicholas, he was doing it loads in the MoAuba match, and he did 3 in a row actually. So if you take a look at the screen now, this section is brought to you by PS4, and you can just see his silky skill moves there.
1, 2, and 3 opens up the angle and he converts the opportunity. The elastico is one of the more common skill moves used at the competitive level. I wouldn't say it's used as regularly though at the intermediate or at the beginner level though.
It's quite difficult. It's a bit of a fancy dribbling skill, isn't it? I think you are maybe going to try and show everybody just exactly how it's done. I know FIFA 19's been out for ages now, and
Jimmy is over here, red face, just laughing his tail off. I don't know what happened.
I mean, we'll get there in the end. I think
look, just because you can't flip flap or elastico it up, I don't know what's going on.
Jimmy's
over here.
laughing behind his cards right now, guys.
We can come over there.
Anyway, once the couch is settled down, we do actually have a bit of a demonstration from Mike Labelle. He's going to teach everybody just exactly how the elastico is done. Here we go. We are on the screen now. We have Cristiano Ronaldo and Mike Labelle.
That's
he
good
can
stuff.
do it. First time. What are you using there on the controller?
So in order to do the elastico, you need a 5-star skiller. You can see my hands here on screen. Let me see if I can point these direction for you. So I'm going to use the left analog stick and move forward, which you're seeing right there. Cool. So we're going to be moving forward. And then while I'm moving forward, and this is all perspective-based when you're in a game, of course, I always recommend getting into the skill games. On the right analog stick, let me see if I can get there. Oh, there's the shift. There's the shift.
Nice.
So on the right analog stick, while you're moving forward, it's going to be a half circle downward. A half circle downward going to the left. You ready?
Anti-clockwise, yeah?
Anti-clockwise. And boom, you get the elastico. It looks beautiful. It's a showman skill move. You finish your 1v1. And you feel good about yourself.
We saw Nicholas using it a lot inside the box. Is that the only place it's used?
You're going to use it mostly around the box, on the edge of the box. Most skill moves in general, you don't want to use in the midfield. You don't want to use in the defense because the risk to reward is no longer a good trade-off.
What's amazing about the way Nicholas did it is, normally if you do 1, you're just moving the ball from one side of your body to the other. But by doing 3, he basically did a 180. He was facing that way, 1, 2, and 3, and he's going back the other way. And he's able to start off with his back to goal, end up in a shooting position. So that's where I struggle personally. It's like I'm a very limited skiller on FIFA. I try and do the simple ones, not necessarily simple in terms of star skill moves, but simple in terms of the buttons I have to press, because my brain just doesn't work that fast. But then when they do multiple ones back to back, I think that's so impressive.
I guess that's what 10 hours plus of training a day can get you. Just not even having to think about it. You just know it off the back of your hand.
Well, because you have to adjust instinctively. So after you do the first one, as you're saying, with the right analog stick, then you adjust the way that you're facing. So then you have to adjust it as well on the right analog stick. It's all so perspective-based.
It's also difficult when you're playing in the arena there. You're doing the sort of POV view. So if you're running forward, you're going towards the goal. But then in the game, you're actually holding your analog stick to the left to go that way. Because if you go forward, you'll go up. So that
I'll give them the gameplay. And you start in the arena first-person view. Then you go to the skill games that you're now practicing side-to-side view. Number 3, then you start introducing it into real matches.
Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to learn it for you, Mikey.
I don't know what camera. 1, 2, wherever I'm supposed to be looking.
Sorry, I'm writing that down right now.
3 steps.
And while I'm doing that, let's take a look at the brackets. Let's get everybody caught up. Okay, number 1.
So yeah, Jimmy, just write down analog sticks to go forwards.
Yes, got it. All right, we got to take a look here. One semifinal is done, or at least it's set. Who's going to play? Fifilza is taking on Nicolas. That's going to be a very, very good matchup over 2 legs. And then Tuga took down Ajax Tor. Just to talk about this game briefly, Tuga has proven to me in these knockout rounds in particular that he's not somebody I'd want to play. You have to be perfect against this guy to get a result.
Not necessarily someone you want to watch play either. Great player, but he's not going to win loads of fans for the way he plays the game. That doesn't mean it's not good. It doesn't mean it's not effective. It doesn't mean it's not really impressive either. You've got to have a lot of patience to be able to play that way and to be able to back yourself, because we've seen other players, like we talked about Lost in the Waves of the game we did yesterday, try and add a little bit of that to his game. It's not his speciality, and almost throw it away as a result. Because when you do that, people are going to come at you. You're going to commit bodies coming forward. So you have to be really caught under pressure to do it. So yeah, whilst it might not mean the games are like 7, 8 and crazy high scoring, you still have to respect it.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Waves, because he is a part of our next match. It's him versus Lev Vincent. And in particular about Waves, he has scored a ton of goals. And he's done it, I mean, look how much the difference there is, Mike.
He's not gonna change his style.
Nor should he at this point.
Well, this is a player that doesn't have necessarily a plan B, C, or D. He's just gonna go attack, attack, attack. He also likes to play a narrow formation, which allows him to play a couple tiki-taka passes and then go direct and hit the through balls, and it's going to be very quick. He doesn't need a lot of possession in order to score goals. Spencer and I witnessed that firsthand. We were commentating the first game he played versus Peixoto. In the first half, he was winning, and he had 26% possession.
All right, let's see some examples of what you're saying. Just bypassing, maybe some possession to go very direct. Some decent through balls here. This is a good goal here against Peixoto. That was the game that you guys did call. And
Better
this is one
than
of his
decent.
specialties.
Better than decent through
Double
balls.
decent?
Better than decent through balls, because it's going to be on repeat. Watch this. Look at that delivery. Catches Van Dijk. As a center back yourself, Jimmy, you never want to be in that position.
No,
I'm sure
no, you
get
don't.
Caught on a step.
What I really like is that he gets that run started really early, which allows him to play that ball into space. I think he's very gifted at that. He reads when that's available to happen, and it's impressive.
He commits bodies, every time he gets the ball in attack, he's got, even if one strike he gets it, he's got another one making the run off of him, getting in behind, pushing up the pitch, which a lot of other players, when they're trying to counter, they have to wait a little bit because they get the ball and this guy's isolated, they're waiting for the wingers or whomever to catch up with them. He never has that problem. What's equally impressive, we mentioned yesterday, is when he's defending, he's doing it with a man less.
Right.
Because he's got 2 guys higher up the pitch.
And he scores goals in a variety of ways. First time shooting, skill moves, through balls, on the ground, in the air, crosses. He's giving you a little bit of everything. We saw set pieces as well.
All right, well, we've learned a little bit about Waves ahead of this big match. Now it's time to learn a little bit about Lev. Check this out.
I'm Makers Lev Vincent from Amsterdam, and I'm 7 on the world ranking.
Mikos Lev Vincent.
Lev Vincent.
Lev Vincent.
Lev Vincent! Here comes Lev Vincent now. Could he score the first goal? Yes, he has.
One of my best friends in the scene, I'd say. One of the funniest guys in the scene as well.
What a guy. I'll say this right now. When we play our pickup games, he's someone that I don't want to play football in real life against.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, but he's also really confident. When you talk to him, you say always, yeah, I'm the best. And he has like Gucci, Prada, looks good and wants to be best. So it's funny, I love him.
Lev is very good mentally. He never loses his head. He doesn't play too tactically, but he knows all the mechanics of FIFA, knows how to play.
Area's free, but it doesn't matter because Lev Vincent has found a way through the defences here.
This is somebody which I've tipped time and time again to go on and do great things.
For me, if you win a tournament, being the best on the playoffs it's such a big achievement, so it's more than only prize money.
Gets the run of play, ball in, there it is! Lev Vincent! Congratulations, Lev Vincent.
There's a reason he's a top 10 in the world, he's really good.
I think he's one of the best players. He can win this tournament and also the World Cup.
One day he could be a World Cup champion.
There's some real high praise there from some of Lev's opponents. But this is one from the best player in the world, Nicolas, who says, Lev barely missed the E-World Cup last year. This year, he's already qualified and has made a name for himself. If you're playing against him, you know there's a big challenge in front of you. And when you see that type of stuff and you're Lev, from the best player on PS4, how would that make you feel? I mean, we know Nicolas likes to say some of these quotes to maybe put guys off, but I think there's true respect there.
Oh yeah, I think you've got to respect what Lev Vincent's done this season alone. He's been around for a while, of course, but he's been very, very consistent. He said himself in his interview when he got the scarf, he hasn't won a tournament yet. That's what he needs to do to kick on. But he'll always be deep in tournaments like this. And for Lost in the Waves perspective, he's got to go up against him. He knew he had to win the tournament to qualify Lost in the Waves, and so he was going to always have to play players of Lev Vincent's quality, if not better. So he had to expect it at some point.
I think for me, maybe some of us wrote him off after day one because he had to go all the way through the Swiss round of 7. But he did lose to people like Peixoto, who did really well, and Stefano Pinner, who also obviously got knocked out to Nicolas. So I think the fact that he came back from probably being mentally down and out, and he even tweeted, I think, saying, I had a really bad day. But then yesterday had such a great day, also beating one of his friends, Shells, that we know, and then Joksan as well, who's had a great season from all the way back in November to now. I think, he's the one for me that's going to do big things here, but then Lost in the Waves, he needs to do big things here.
Now, Mike, how is Lost in the Waves going to handle Lev when Lev has now seen all this information that we're providing? I'm sure he's done his own homework to deal with what Waves is doing. And then from Lev's perspective, what does he have to do different to counter that?
Well, I don't expect Lost in the Waves to change his play style. I think he's completely committed to what he's been doing all year. He's going to go forward. He's going to go forward quick, decisive, and often. And it's going to be a matter of Lev can counteract that, because Lost in the Waves will make mistakes for you. And we saw that. Peixoto almost made the comeback. He played a very tactical game, Peixoto did, in the first leg, and it backfired on him. He gave a bunch of goals, and then he was chasing from there on out. I think it's important that you don't necessarily try to just swing it side to side against Lost in the Waves, because he's so clinical. I don't know if anyone greens better than him.
Yeah, so consistent at that.
I mean, we're talking open nets where he beat the goalkeeper, walks it around him, still green time finish.
Okay, also this match has huge implications on who's going to get that last spot for the E-World Cup. We're going to take a look at FeWC Marco in particular. He's hanging on 16th spot. So if Lost in the Waves beats Lev and then goes on to win this whole thing, FeWC Marco will be on the outside looking in, and Waves will get that 16th spot. So there's a lot of juice riding on this one.
Well, I know who Lev Vincent's #1 fan is.
Yeah, right now, FeWC Marco. How are you feeling about this? How do you think it's going to play out?
I don't think Lost in the Waves doesn't seem to have a plan B, like you say. I don't think he has the ability to change it up, but his attacking is so impressive. So it's all going to come down to how Lev can handle it defensively and how many goals, of course, he ships. But I think I'd expect Lev to win.
Okay, Mike?
I'm also expecting Lev to win. I think Lost in the Waves will need to score 8 to win this match.
Wow, wow, that's very specific. I like those.
Yeah, I'm expecting Lev as well. I mean, he's been around for so long now, had a great year, and has kind of showed such mental resolve this tournament itself. So yeah, Lev's my man.
Okay, you heard it here. Lev is going to win this big matchup against Waves, but it's yet to be determined because that match is coming up right after this.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Or maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face. The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Eu queria pedir desculpas. Foi mal por ser brasileiro. Desculpa ser matador e marcar gol sem olhar. Mal mesmo para a sua reputação. E que eu nunca vou parar. Não é você, sou eu.
Want to get on my level? Do you think you got what it takes? The dedication, the drive, the unrelenting fury. Do you think you're worthy? It's time to step up and show me what you've got. Boom! This is the Recon 200. An always-on bass-boosted shatter-your-skull extremely tactical headset unit built to take you to the next level. Incredible. Flip-to-mute mic. Metal-reinforced headband. Crushing 40mm drivers. Memory foam ear cushions. And the sweet, sweet sounds of bass boost. Yes! Nothing even comes close. The Recon 200. Boom! Hear everything and defeat everyone!
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. And also by PS4.
This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Judged by the outcomes of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64. Now, the drama shifts to Berlin, Germany for the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, where all the remaining competitors clash for the chance to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA E World Cup. From the heavyweights of the game, who have already secured enough points to qualify for the E World Cup in London, to the challengers who are still fighting for their spot, all must do battle here in Berlin in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Well, welcome back once again to Berlin for the last quarterfinal of Championship Sunday. Then we'll be moving into the semi-finals, and of course, we'll have our huge grand final where someone will be walking away with $75,000. We've got 3 names in the hat for those semi-finals. There's one more quarterfinal matchup left, isn't there, Richard Buckley?
Lost in the Waves versus Lev Vincent. Not only is Lost in the Waves playing for himself right now, but if he goes out of the competition, Team PS4 is final. FeWC Marco will get the final spot to the FeWC Grand Finals in London at the O2 Arena.
And to think that German player sitting on the opposite side of Lev Vincent could change all of that. Speaking of Lev Vincent, he's already at the FIFA World Cup Grand Final, currently sitting in 5th in those Global Series rankings, over 4,000 points he's accumulated. And he's on the verge of potentially doubling the prize money he's earned at this tournament. Both players already earned $10,000. If you don't know who Lev Vincent is, where have you been this year in competitive FIFA? He's been at the Champions League, numerous FUT Champions Cups.
Yeah, 5 FUT Champions Cups, E-Champions League, finals in Madrid, the FIFA Club World Cup. If you name a tournament, Lev has participated in it, multiple LQEs also, and that's the reason why he's accumulated so many points to get into the top 5 right now on the Global Series rankings. And yet again, he's in Championship Sunday in a major event.
You did see what happened yesterday, how both round of 32 and round of 16 matches went for Lev Vincent. It was a 3-0 win, didn't concede in that one against Joksan, another top 10 PlayStation talent. And he went on to play against a very good friend of his in Shells, and that was an extra time thriller yesterday, wasn't it, Richard?
And speaking of Shells, I believe Lev Vincent's team name that he's running with right now is X-Shells. As a sort of tip of the hat to the player, good friend that he knocked out and ended his FIFA 19 season. But Lev coming into the final straight.
And if you're wondering who he's up against, Not just a German FIFA player, we know how good they are when it comes to competitive FIFA. They make up probably a quarter or half of most tournaments across both consoles as well, all around the world this year. He's the highest goal scorer in the competition. His goal-to-game ratio is over 7 goals over the 2 legs. The man scores goals for fun. The problem is, though, Richard, he concedes quite a lot as well.
Yeah, defensively, Lost in the Waves, he's not being great throughout this tournament. He's looked quite fragile at times, and it's been that attacking prowess.
Speaking of his opponent, though, oof. Lev Vincent getting us underway. I don't think we could time that any better. We both said Lev Vincent there. What's his problem, Lost in the Waves? He can score lots of goals, but he concedes so many too.
And that goal right there from Lev, almost taking a page out of Lost in the Waves book, the long, threaded through ball down the line. Something that Lost in the Waves used so successfully in the Swiss and bracket play rounds yesterday. But it's Lev Vincent hitting first in this quarter-final. Winner moves on to play Tuga in the semis.
What a game that could be. He's Lost in the Waves. Is he going to reply? Of course he is. 1 attack, 1 goal. And the German replies literally straight away in this quarter-final.
Straight from kickoff. Lost in the Waves coming hard and fast to Lev Vincent. Slamming that one into the bottom left corner. He's one of, I would say, one of the most prolific goal scorers as soon as we get going from kickoff. The way that he moves the ball quickly and can score very, very quickly. I know a lot of pros always talk about it. He's probably got a better success rate amongst all the pros.
And if you're wondering why he is so good in the attacking third, he's grinding the game. He's constantly grinding the game. Outside of tournaments, coming into this tournament, obviously he's a rank 1 player, and you know, if you're a pro player, you'd expect to be a rank 1 player when it comes to the rivals.
3,200 skill rating, Lost in the Waves, has accumulated.
And of course, in that Division 1, I saw him tweet about it, just coming into the tournament, showing off how much he's been playing the game, and that's when you start using those time green finishes, when you start using the cricketer, chaining skills together.
Yeah, Mike LaBelle alluded to it on the couch earlier. Nobody really as good and as consistent that we've seen in Berlin with the time finishing as Lost in the Waves. I feel like 95% of the shots that he takes, when timed, are timed green.
But what also Mike LaBelle said was that someone needs to face up against him that will not give him the opportunity to attack, will not give him the ball, so he can get in positions and hit things green as he just did there when it went over the bar. Another day, that one nestles in the left-hand corner. Lev Vincent's turn to attack. He did go 1-0 up, then conceded straight after. For him, I've no idea how that one's gone all the way through. I'm surprised Lev's first attack could even lock onto that one.
Shake of the head there from Lost in the Waves as Lev Vincent runs away to celebrate. You see him just busting a gut down the left-hand side there. It seemed as though Alexander and Neymar had a little bit of a collision in the box. And from that contact, the ball's just gone almost through him. CR7 coming in at the back post.
Goal for the visitors. Number 2.
Like the clinical finisher that he is inside the box.
Just like that, Lev Vincent will lead again in this game. A chance to match up against Tuga in a semi-final in the last 4 of the competition, and that's the 3rd shot I've seen this game, and every single time it has been green from Lost in the Waves.
Good bit of goalkeeper movement from Lev. He read the first time finesse and just moved across to the left-hand side. Again, he's happy to play those threaded through balls down the line.
And it seems like every single time he's catching out. I believe it is Danny Da Costa in at right back for Lost in the Waves. Whether he's just bombing on every single time, Vieira now, ball roll from him, runs into Hullet though. And this game has so much at stake for it. If Lost in the Waves was to lose this and go out, Foot with Marco, we'd be in that grand final. Shot comes in again. Another big save. How many times is he going to have to call upon his goalkeeper? There's the header. It's looping. And once again, David Haya. Remarkable save.
I'm about to say that's gone in.
Looking for it again this time. Same man, same place.
Certainly a corner that he's started to perfect here, Lost in the Waves. Cut onto the edge of the box, little dink in. Look for Van Dijk, look for Ronaldo.
It's so quick though, isn't it? He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's made his mind up. As soon as that ball does go out for a corner. That's often where you see the players have the most success, the ones that think 2 steps ahead of their opponent. Currently trailing 2 goals to 1. 32nd he sits at the moment on those rankings. There's a scoop turn nearly away from the defender there of Maldini for Neymar. Ball just back and forth.
Tell you a player I've been very impressed with today. I saw Fifilza earlier on. And then you see Lost in the Waves using him right now. Maldini. I feel like he's caught a little bit of stick in previous weeks, not being physical enough. But defensively, he's looked so good the moment it's Maldini.
He's also been backed by quite a few pro players. Offside there from Lev Vincent, who obviously is in his 4-2-3-1. That never seems to change. Something that he's been known for. Starts in the 4-2-3-1, will rarely change out of it.
Starts in the 4-2-3-1, ends in the 4-2-3-1.
That's a lovely ball through. Slightly too heavy though. Five minutes left before we get into that first half interval. Chance for Lev Vincent again. Neymar's making that run. Vieira won't have the pace on him to get himself down the right wing. R9's making the overlap. Lovely scoop turn once again. This is nice from Lev Vincent. Bodies flying in. Maldini, the player to make the all-important block.
Is he onside?
For me, that looked like he was offside, but he is.
Linesman Smith correct with that call. Ronaldo just going a little bit too early there.
Lost in the Waves must win. And get himself to that final today. There's a lot of talk about if he does this, if he does that. He has to win this game and then go and win a semi-final before he can even start looking towards gaining those extra Global Series ranking points. He's done well there just to flick it up with R9.
Yeah, lovely. Balassi flick there on the edge of the box.
And just seconds away, he'll get one more chance. Lost in the Waves, one more time to test David Haya. And I want to see the shot count at half-time here. He's had so many chances Lost in the Waves.
6 saves David Haya's made in that first half. He's owned David Haya. Not registered a save, according to the stats. You see, 8 shots, 7 on target, 1 goal. Lev Vincent, 3 shots, 2 on target, 2 goals.
You saw the 2 goals he scored as well. The first one, a ball roll away from the keeper. And it was an open net for him to finish. The other one, again, coming down that left-hand side, played the ball all the way over. It was a tangle between Neymar and Alexandra and an easy tap-in to give him a slight advantage coming into this second leg.
For what it looks like, Lost in the Waves in that 4-1-2-1-2 formation. Havertz and Hullet.
Here's a chance for Lev again! He will not be missing that chance. Fake shot onto the right foot. And it was easy enough for him just to tuck it away.
Straight from half-time. Lev Vincent using the opportunity.
That was his touch. The fake shot was his first touch.
Really composed play there from the Dutchman.
Goal for the visitors. Number 2.
Extending the lead back to 2. As I was just saying, it looks like Lost in the Waves playing in a 4-1-2-1-2.
Something has to go in for him. This is a chance now for him to score. Once again, the Spaniard on his toes. In David Haya. Probably about 7 or 8 saves this game. Certainly has earned his money.
Yeah, the shots that he's had, he had one good header, which forced a great save from him, and that chance right there timed it green, and De Gea pulling out a really good save. But the shots that he's had have been probably 65% chance of going in. Nothing real clear cut.
A lot of it's been from outside the box as well. Just how to get into those danger areas where, as you said, it's a high percentage chance of going in heel to heel, into a roulette, into the finish. Lev Vincent, take a bow.
Fantastic from Lev Vincent right there. Sort of a nod of appreciation for that goal from Lost in the Waves as he trails 4-1. Just take a second to look at this goal from Lev Vincent, heel to heel, stopped it dead, and then the roulette to reignite the attacking movement, the pace of the move. R9 smashes it in. He's got number 1 on the back. He's the number 1 striker right now for Lev Vincent.
He's definitely the man that's been supplying the goals, and I'm sure in front of us to the distance, the number of players watching all the matches taking place, or watching the match taking place. Footwiz Marco is amongst that, and I'm sure he'll be smiling with all these goals flying into the back of the net. Because a win here for Lev would basically conclude Team PS4. All 16 players will be in writing, it will be official. I'm sure, as I said, it'll be like, Lev, just keep on scoring goals. For Lost in the Waves, though, people have been saying it. He needs to come up against an opponent that will not let him play the way he can. But to be fair to him, he's had chances. And here's another one coming for him now. It has been blocked.
R9 just gone offside there from that move.
I think the only thing we could look at is where he's let him have the chances from. He's let him have them from far out, edge of the box.
Yeah, nothing's really been that dangerous inside the box, inside 18 yards for Lev Vincent in the defensive aspect.
Raqueta, 1, 2 or 3. This is where he's just free-flowing. In the attacking third. Corner played in straight away. Van Dijk, acrobatic effort from Ronaldo.
Thought we were going to get another goal there. Corner whipped in.
It's one of these, though, isn't it, Richard? When you're feeling good and you're playing good FIFA, try and get as many goals as you can. Rack them up.
Especially in a two-legged game where you don't know what the second leg's going to offer you.
Down the byline now. 5, 6, 7. Inside to Neymar.
Lev Vincent is on fire right now. That's the sort of thing you expect to see when you're watching Marc Uzo. 6, 7 Lacroquetas back-to-back. Using the skill move.
We often say it, Richard, who's the man that stops Lev Vincent in his tracks? He's always Nicholas.
Yep.
Well, if he wants to match up against him, he's going to have to beat Tuga. He's going to have to finish this game out first. Then if they do meet, it would be in the grand final here at the FIFA 19 PlayStation 4 playoffs. $75,000 will be up for grabs if he can continue playing this good.
I'll tell you what, right now, Lev is playing some unbelievable stuff.
To be honest, we spoke about Lost in the Waves. Every chance he had, it was time green. Every chance Lev Vincent has, it goes into the back of the net.
Because he's creating opportunities that are 100% chances of goals. He's played Lost in the Waves off the park there with the Lacroqueta.
Can Messi be the hero to restore something for him?
You can green that from there. It's not going to be a danger shot.
And it comes once again. Danny the Costa even got involved in that attack. Yeah, he's just on the edge of the box there, interchanging with Ruud Gullit, not once but twice. Something needs to change. One of the only two players to have a coach, and by the time the ball comes in there, Lev's already moved his goalkeeper just a few centimetres over to the right-hand side. He's matched up the shot.
He's already, what, 2 steps ahead? Right there is Lev, and you're looking 5-1 down right now. The shots. He's had so many shots, has Lost in the Waves, but there have been shots from outside the box, strange angles. Yes, you might time and green, but still, you've got to work something into the box or work a first-time finesse shot, work a first-time shot, a back post cross.
Try and work something from a corner. He's done this one a few times now. Play out to the edge of the box, then look to try and cross it in, but it's been dispossessed there. Maldini, heavy touch from Van Dijk. He's still gonna stay by the Dutchman. Quick breakaway. Lev hunting for another goal. The ball nearly going all the way through. If it wasn't for an intervention from David De Gea.
Just poking that one away.
Pele this time. Remember how much of an impactful substitution he was yesterday. Oh, wow.
And this is, you see this game quite often played out on Foot Champions, put on, say, like social media. Look at the stats. I had 16 shots, 13 on target, and I still lost 5-1. Because the shots that you've had shouldn't be going in. From outside the box, from angles. Lev's goals that he scored have all been pretty much either one-on-one or well-worked chances.
Or in those areas, as we talk about the high percentages, when you are going to score, you simply cannot miss. Look at Lev's last goal. It was a tap-in for Neymar. You just don't miss those chances unless you pretty much time them red. And once again, lost in the waves, he's going to get frustrated. He's had so many chances, maybe 10 or 11, but it's where you take the chances from. That was better from him there, but it was still straight at the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's maybe not aiming to the corners potentially. Is he focusing more on timing it green rather than the movement of the shot with the analog sticks to place it into a corner? You saw the stats: 14 shots, 12 on target, 1 goal registered.
Once again, he'll look to use this corner routine that he certainly seems to back, but Lev is much matching up everything in the air, on the floor, at the back. It's one of those games when you're playing good FIFA, no one can stop you. He's actually looking for a 6 now. Havertz down that byline again, ball roll, La Croqueta, scoop turn. Oh, wow.
And he will get a 6th. Brandon right there on the counter-attack, played it into Havertz. Beautiful play inside the box in such a tight area.
It just reminds me of watching Fifilza yesterday in that 8-2 victory against Iago. Obviously Fifilza is in a semi-final up against Nicholas. South American clash. Up a little bit later today. Lev Vincent, so dangerous. Possession given away again. You do not want to give possession away to Lev Vincent when he's playing like this. What a player he's become to be. A fearless player.
He's on for 7.
Looking for number 7, play it inside, then the one more. Slightly too heavy and behind Cristiano Ronaldo. La Croqueta, it's not going to matter anyway. Anything this man touches turns to gold. Goal number 7.
I'll tell you what, he's absolutely put the sword to Lost in the Waves in this first leg. 7-1. Lev Vincent leads, and getting sort of throwback to the game that these two played at a Gfinity LQE. Lev won 9-3 over the course of the 2 legs. Maybe Lev just has Lost in the Waves number.
Well, he actually wants goal number 8. Number 8, have an 8, why not? It's all routine from the Dutchman.
And Footways Marco will be going to the grand finals.
I think right now they're just on the phone to the airline company getting that ticket booked. If he can hold on for a second leg. But looking at this scoreline, it's been one-way traffic. I'm sure Lost in the Waves to be like, thank God we're out of that game. 8-1, the final score, up against a player that was so... Everyone was talking about him scoring goals. He was... Look at the averages he scored across the whole tournament. He scores goals for fun. He also concedes quite a lot of goals in Lost in the Waves, and it was proved right there.
He had less shots and less shots on target than Lost in the Waves, and still beat him by such a massive goal margin. 8 goals to 1. 8-1 in 1 leg. That's a 2-legged score right there.
It's a quarterfinal.
To put that into perspective, Tuga has conceded 1 goal in 3 games. He just conceded 8 in 1 leg.
Well, get a drink because you've got 9 goals to watch now in the first leg. Not over the 2 legs. over this first leg. And wow, what a game it was. It was actually Lev Vincent that went 1-0 up in pretty much no time at all. Ball rolled round the keeper with R9. He's wearing the number 1 on his shirt for a reason. As you said, Rich, he's the number 1 striker on the field, it seems, for Lev Vincent in the game. That put him 1-0 up. There was a reply a little bit after from Lost in the Waves. And this was the chance that he scored. Macroqueta inside, bottom corner, timed it green. And you're thinking there, okay,
gonna get a competitive game.
He scores a lot of goals, he times a lot of things green. And unfortunately, he couldn't find the back of the net again, Richard.
And then Lev Vincent, lovely back heel there into R9. He was a catalyst for a lot of these chances. Slightly unlucky there. Neymar just sort of, he blocked him off, really. He just stood in front of Alexandro. Fist bump all round, and in the second half, we went in at 2-1.
We saw 6 goals.
In 45 minutes of play, yep.
I'm sure one of these will be in Adidas Plays of the Day. The question is, Richard, which one was your favourite? This was goal number 3. You've got 5 more coming up.
Yeah, take your pick. As the fist bumps got more and more emphatic as the lead did extend. This is a lovely goal right there. That could be an Adidas Player of the Day. Right there, heel to heel, stand it dead, then the first time roulette. Smashed it into the back of the net.
As I said, there was still plenty more goals to look at, still 4 more of them to be in fact, and he loved this, he loved getting down that byline. That was 7 Lacroquetas in a row, chained together, and it was a tap-in the end for Neymar.
Makes it look so, so simple. Does Lev Vincent. This is a really smart goal as well. Havertz getting down the outside, having the composure lane to do the scoop turn back into the path of Neymar. We got 1 more. We got 2 more goals, Brandon, in the last 2 minutes.
We do indeed. That is when we thought, okay, he's overplayed that. The Cristiano Ronaldo went, no, I'm still going to put this in the back of the net. Lacroqueta once again, and it's a tap in. Goal number 7. Added time. You're thinking no more. Come on, get out this game. Try and prepare myself for the second one. There was somehow a high line played. Maldini was pulled up, and it was such an easy tap-in in the end for Pele, who really was the super sub for Lev Vincent.
Yeah, crazy, crazy game right there from Lev Vincent. If you are watching at home on Twitch TV, reminder to link your Twitch and EA accounts to be eligible to win lots of packs and players that are being dropped throughout the stream. I imagine all those right there, all those players have linked their accounts. I don't know if you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, I can see FutWiz Tom, and I imagine Marco and Dan probably off camera because they know that a camera will be looking for them. Also, if you are watching and you've linked your PlayStation account and your Twitch account, you'll receive a FIFA 19 PS4 Playoffs home kit.
You can indeed, and use that in Weekend League this weekend or future matchups. And we're jumping into this second leg straight away. You said it perfectly. I'm sure there'll be a roaming camera down there somewhere picking up the reaction of FutWiz Marco. He's currently in 16th place, and he's 90 minutes away from ensuring that FutWiz will be in the grand finals. 7 goals.
Minus the biggest capitulation in FIFA history. FutWiz will have a representation at the FeWC Grand Finals in Marco.
7 goals. I'm only saying because the player he's up against, I know he had a lot of chance in the first half. Unfortunately, didn't find the back of the net at all.
It's not only scoring 7 goals, it's by a 7-goal difference. Lost in the Waves will concede.
Especially if Lev Vincent will continue playing the way he is at the moment. We have to stay slightly hopeful, though, for any German fans out there, or Lost in the Wave fans. They've already got a few German names in the grand finals, including Dr. Ahano, the stranger, MoAuba.
Megabit, Nicholas Radzik. Dylan Mike will also be there, representing Germany.
Yet to find a world champion, though, from Germany. In competitive FIFA, maybe this year it could all change for them.
I think they're hopeful.
What they need now is a miracle for Lost in the Waves. 7 goals down after seeing the most impressive first leg of FIFA potentially I could have seen all season long. Needs to start well.
As that time ticks by, the percentage of getting anything out of this game just ticks away like an egg timer.
We know the high pressure will be on straight away. Lev was expecting that shot. Matched it up with both hands, gave away a corner. You can just see the pressure from the word go from Lost in the Waves. It's just if he can absorb that Lev Vincent and then break on the attack, make a counter-attack happen and then go and get another goal.
What a win from Sergio Ramos from that corner as well, can I just say. For Lev Vincent.
Havertz into R9, there's the shot. And it's a start.
Okay.
For Lost in the Waves.
8-2 down, shake of the head from Lost in the Waves. He knows he's got a mammoth job ahead of him.
The one thing I look into this game, Richard, sorry to interrupt, is that if there's any goal from Lev Vincent, he's done.
It just wipes it away, doesn't it?
It's just done. When when you're trying to build into a game, we've all been there. When you're trying to get a comeback, you get 1 or 2 goals behind you. I know you might not need 7 in a situation like this, but then when your opponent goes and scores, all that hope is gone.
I don't know if I've ever seen Lev Vincent lose by a 7-goal margin.
I don't think you see many competitive players when you get into a knockout stage can see this many goals, and it's just been a representation of how good Lev has been with his chances. If he can score now, it could be even worse. Slightly heavy touch there from Neymar. Ball changes hands. It's given straight back to Lev. You can see the intention, though, from Lost in the Waves. You can see the attacking players. He's had to add the change of tactics as well, custom tactics. He needs goals before the 30th minute. 2 more would be nice.
Yeah, if he's going into half-time, say it's 3-0, maybe 4-0, he might have a chance of getting back into this game, but whenever there's such a big margin between the two.
And again, it's pretty much going to mean, Richard, every chance he has to take it.
It has to be perfect. Not only attacking, but defensive as well.
Ronaldo, there's another chance for him, snatched, and he knows it. He knows it only too well. 32nd he sits at the moment in the rankings, and it was simple for him. Win the competition. Have a chance of breaking into that top 16.
Yeah, a top 2 finish could have mathematically proven it, but if he won it, guaranteed a spot on Team PS4.
And coming into Championship Sunday, there was 2 hopeful players to cause an upset. Christian Spateri, unfortunately, he went out of the competition.
It's a chance.
And this could be Lost in the Waves going out of the competition if Lev Vincent can score. Goes for a ball roll. Fortunately, didn't get round David De Gea. 30 minutes gone. Yet to see another goal from Lost in the Waves. Still 6 goals down, 6 goals difference in this matchup. It was an 8-1 win in the first leg for Lev Vincent in our last quarter-final. Chance, La Croqueta into the finish. And you're probably thinking, not just he's going to be in a semi-final, but Fifilza Marco will be player number 16, the last man on that PlayStation 4 team. Going to London.
99.9% confirmed. Right there is Marco. I know Footy's done quite well, and he'll be saying it's not over until the whistle goes. It's not over till it's finished.
Well, I spoke to Dan as well just a few hours ago, and I said it's been a bit of a tough day, isn't it, the last few days for you? They went out in the round of 32 yesterday, unfortunately. Obviously, Tom out of the competition too. Jamie here is a coach. He was in Hamburg last week. And it was one of them. It was all these ifs and buts. If this player beats this player, if that player does that. And they never said die. They never said no.
They needed a lot of things to go their way for Marco to hold on to that 16th spot. And he has held on to that 16th spot. Minus a Lost in the Waves masterclass.
Corner comes in, chance for Lost in the Waves, all the way through. Out for a corner again. Well, they had representation last year via Fifilza Honey Badger. So he moved on to #United. And this year, They're going to have representation again.
Yep.
And another PlayStation 4 player.
And another player from that ANZ region as well. Marcus Gomes with Melbourne City and Footwiz Marco, two sort of pillars in that region.
Oh, that's beautiful. Had to be perfect from Lost in the Waves. No real reaction from him. Anything, seems a little bit disappointing to score that goal.
Yeah, flown into the back of the net there. With R9, that's just what he does. I heard Spencer talking about it earlier. Players reluctant to shoot with players like Hullet on his weak foot. When it comes to Mbappe on his left foot, players not willing to shoot. Messi on his right foot. When you've got players of this level, you'd be surprised what flies in.
We've seen it.
Timed, not timed, off balance.
Take the risk. See the possession stats there, 60% to Lev Vincent. May have conceded, but still 6 goals to the good 9-3. He does lead with nearly in double figures for the Dutchman. As he picked up that move to team makers just before the E-Champions League final. Obviously an Ajax fan at heart. A diehard Ajax fan, and was so gutted they didn't make it to the Champions League final. Hasn't affected his FIFA 19 career though. He's been getting better and better throughout the season. We already knew he would be in the grand finals. And for some players, this was the common factor we saw in both playoffs. If players knew they were in the final already, we didn't see a great performance.
Yep.
We didn't see a great performance from a lot of players.
Houston being one that springs to mind straight away.
Think back to last weekend as well, Richard. Players that just didn't play well. So many big names. Obviously, Ajax Joey was in that prime position to make movement. Fortunately, he couldn't.
So I'd love right now, Lev in his head, coach in there. It's 0-0. Switch on.
It's 0-0. Maybe in someone said, but in front of the screen, of what we can see, goals just keep on flying in. 9 goals to 3, 12 goals in this game.
It's been a fantastic performance, really, from Lev. The work was done in that first half.
Not many players can do that. Kill off a game in one leg.
In one half as well. It was 2-1 at half time. He scored 6 goals in 45 minutes.
And the great thing as well, this is where he can relax more and change his play style. He was defending really well yesterday against Shells. It was just in the attacking third. He knew he had an extra 10, 20% to give. Oh, he's just dancing around the goalkeeper and nearly put it to the back of the net.
Yeah, lovely Kaketa there, past the keeper. Just hit the side netting there. He was going to be setting up a semi-final tie with Tuga. Here's Lev Vincent.
And we know a lot about Tuga. The fact that he's yet to concede over or more than 1 goal in the knockout stages. Another goal back for Lost in the Waves. 53 minutes on the clock. 5 goals down. Don't get me wrong, we saw 6 goals in the second half of the first leg. We'd need the exact same. 4 Lost in the Waves to turn this around, but he can't read into that right now. You don't know what he's thinking in his mind. Is he thinking it's already done?
Yeah, with the scoreline at 9-4, it's a massive ask. Because you're not playing against a regular player where you can really just boss the game. You're playing against Lev Vincent, who will continue to attack. And more than likely will score to further extend the gap.
Could be another chance now for Lost in the Waves. Went for the ball roll again, and you can see him getting agitated and frustrated. It's just not working out for him. I'll tell you something it's working out for, though, Lev Vincent. He's through. And maybe he can score again. He loves getting the ball down this left-hand side into Mbappe. This is where he can really bring out that flair side to his game. Neymar now! And it smiles all round for the Team Makers Pro.
I'm not really sure how that's gone in. The header from Neymar. He's got some serious neck muscles, we'll say. with that right there.
It's just the power that went into that cross as well to generate something into Neymar to work with.
The scoop cross, ever so reliable this year. Once again, showing its worth.
Marco will know he will be going to London to that grand final next month after a really difficult last 24 hours, I'm sure. Hoping for this and that to go his way. And he'll be thanking Lev Vincent as well. We saw the stranger earlier book his place, spot number 15. We are going to see the last man there, the last player. 32 players all confirmed for London. Back again at the O2 Arena. The question is, will we see a new world champion in just a few weeks' time?
It's going to be a strange situation now for Lev Vincent because he's played in a 14-goal game right now. You're then going into a match against Tuga, where it's probably going to be very, very low scoring, knowing how Tuga's been playing this tournament. So it's a different game that you've almost got to play, a different set of tactics, a different game plan that you've got to take into that match. Again, when you see that you're playing against Lost in the Waves, you know that you can be expansive, you can be attacking.
And if this isn't going,
because that's the sort of game that you're going to get. Whereas when you're playing against Tuga, you've got to go in with a different, completely game altogether.
I was going to say, if Lost in the Waves did not score that, he would have really felt everything was going against him today. And this is what I love from Lev Vincent. He's just made 3 changes, even though he is still so far in front. He's keen to score more goals in these last 20 minutes. And it's going to be a triple sub of Havertz, Pele, and Messi to be introduced. Pele, the super sub, still getting a back in.
We saw Pele, how good he was against Shells when he came on yesterday. Came on in that first leg, scored 2 goals to win the first leg, 3 goals to 1.
Scored in this first leg as well. Scored the last goal of the game to make it 8-1.
Yeah, he's certainly a player who Lev likes to rely upon.
So I wonder
Goal for the visitors.
why the game
Number 10.
is in the situation it is. It was an 8-1 win for Lev Vincent in the first leg. 6 goals in the second half. Could it be another? Oh, just did not change player.
It didn't look on to Cristiano Ronaldo. It kept on to Pele right there.
Seemed like he didn't change player to Cristiano Ronaldo, or he didn't lock on. 15 minutes left. Lev Vincent jumping up again on the prize pool, jumping up again with his Global Series ranking points. It won't be enough to send him up to 4th on the rankings, but he will be chasing those higher seeds, obviously for the groups, the FeWC. But the biggest news is, unfortunately, the last 4 players in the competition will all be grand finalists. There's no real stories of movement. It's done. We know who our 16 players are on Team PS4.
Yeah, it's no movement at all, really, from outside the top 16 entering into the top 16.
That shot just saved there. Goalkeeper moved and matched up easily. And we will have our 2 semi-finals up next. Kicking things off with Fifilza against Nicholas.
What a game that's going to be.
South American clash.
Brazil versus Argentina.
Lev Vincent, one more. The Argentine into Havertz. We know how good he is. Pele, the super sub, proving why. He's always backed by Lev Vincent. Seems to be so impactful.
Lev came, saw, and conquered in the quarterfinals. He moves on to face Tuga from Portugal.
And ever since the goals just flew in that second half of the first leg, the game was just running away from Lost in the Waves. He's a player that, if I score, you score. He concedes a lot, scores a lot, but unfortunately just haven't been able to live up to that can't even say the word. Can't even live up to that reputation. There we go.
The only time that these two played, 9-3 this time 11-5. So it would seem as though it weren't a coincidence the first time.
And it will be 2-0 to Lev Vincent in games in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Just a minute or two left, plus additional time. Lev Vincent makes it into the last 4 and scores 11 goals on his way to doing so. $20,000 now in the bank for him. The potential to add even more to that and to move up those rankings if he can make it into the final. Wants a 12th goal if he can find it. Lost in the Waves, what a tournament he's had. He's kept us all guessing into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Lost in the Waves, just didn't perform throughout the rest of the season. It's a season-long tournament. The reason, the stranger, yeah, he might not have played well at the playoffs, but he did enough throughout the rest of the season to warrant a place in the top 16.
Someone else that's done enough now as well. FeWC Marco. Congratulations, player number 16 off to London as part of Team PS4. And more importantly, congratulations, Lev Vincent. You are through to a semi-final up against Tuga.
Lost in the Waves. Walks away with $10,000, a quarter-finalist spot. Lev Vincent moves on to the semi-finals. And as you alluded to, Brandon, FeWC Marco completes Team PS4. 16 finalists are confirmed who will be going to the O2 Arena, where the winner walks home with 250K.
A lot of money indeed as well. Obviously, MS Desire was the champion last year in the exact same setting. Hopefully it will be a fantastic final. We know the 32 players there. What a first leg that was. What a first leg. 9 goals were scored.
Yeah, the game was won in the second half of the first leg. At half-time, it was 2-1. In the second half, he scored 6 goals, killed off the game. The second leg, we'll have a look how that game did go here in the highlights. It was another Lev Vincent performance which saw him over the line.
Well, the plan was easy. Or easily put, I should say, for Lost in the Waves. He needed 7 goals to put the game all square at 8-8, which was a very hard job for him to do. The one thing he couldn't do, though, was concede to Lev Vincent. What did he do? Unfortunately, he conceded. That was 9-2. Then that goal difference just extended again. He may have scored 1 or 2, cheered that one up. No reaction at all from Lost in the Waves when he scored that one.
Yeah, a nice little goal on the edge of the box. Didn't mean anything in the context of the match, but it's always nice to score a goal that you can be proud about. A little deflection there, bounces through to R9 at the back post.
But even still there, Lev Vincent wanted to score more goals. As I said, he loved getting down this byline. This was the header. Was able to just pull away from Virgil van Dijk. And that wasn't enough. There was more goals to come. 2 more of them, to be precise. Neymar with that one. And with 20 minutes left, Lev Vincent made the all-important changes. Brought on Pele, brought on Messi, brought on Havertz. And who was it that scored, Richard? Pele.
Edge of the box, timed it green. Rifled it into the back of the goal. Headset comes off for both players. Handshakes all round. Lev Vincent moves on to the semi-finals. Big, big matchup right there. Semi-finals are complete, and we alluded to it a little bit earlier, Brandon. Kyle and Alan Avi with your final member of Team PS4. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard and Brandon. Yes, we are joined at the cube by probably the smiliest man, the happiest. He's taken over MoAuba in Berlin right now. It is FeWC Marco, who has qualified for the FeWC and is joining Team PS4. He's already got his super cool jacket on, so now it's time to give you your scarf right there. You can put that on. Now, Marco, how does it feel? The scarf is yours. No one can take that off you. How are you feeling right now?
Had a lot of results go my way. I was pretty lucky in the end, but I thought I played well this entire season to warrant it. This feeling is crazy. This has been working for ages, and I can't put into words like how much it means to me.
Marco, you were like the biggest Lev Vincent fan just now. I think I saw you over there with a Lev Vincent jersey. You took that off when you came on the stage. But what does it feel like having your future in somebody else's hands?
To be honest with you, like really bad. Like I was very disappointed when I lost in round 32. I thought I should have won that game. Like tried to get the result and then relied on myself, but it wasn't meant to be. And I was fortunate enough to get all the results go my way by a miracle. So, yeah.
Now, it's not only you that is Lev Vincent's biggest fan. We also know that one of your teammates is his biggest fan. Let's get this up right here. Alan, just watch out the way for us. Right there, FutWiz Jamie, he tweeted, new profile pic, a picture right there of Lev Vincent. I think all of Team FutWiz are going to be worshipping Lev throughout this tournament and definitely supporting him going forward. He's done you a service. Any final words? Can Lev go on to win this playoffs?
Definitely. Lev's had an incredible season, and he definitely deserves to win a tournament. He's an incredible player and deserves everything.
Amazing stuff. Well, well done to you. As I said, that scarf is yours. Don't let anybody take that off you, all right? But for now, I'm going to let Marco try and get that smile off his face, and it goes back to you guys on the couch.
Thank you, Kyle and Alan, and congratulations to Marco. Now let's take a look at Team PS4's roster. As it stands now, it is complete. All of the members of this team are now going to London for the FIFA E World Cup. And Marco is the last name to add to this list. Yes, Rachel is celebrating. You can't see her just yet, but she picked Marco as her player to watch.
I didn't curse him. It wasn't the curse of the commentator.
It wasn't a curse.
From the off,
Congratulations.
I said FutWiz Marco. He's done it. I think I should be like the FutWiz's lucky charm. If you guys can see me, yeah, like a new job over here.
Okay, so I've got two questions for you guys. And again, congratulations. The first one is, does Lev Vincent have the goods not only to win this tournament, but to potentially win the World Cup? And second, Marco. Does he now feel like he's playing with house money? So when he goes to London in a few weeks, he's really got nothing to lose because maybe he doesn't even feel like, I mean, he deserved it because he had a good season, but you know what I'm trying to say. The pressure's off in some ways.
Well, the pressure's off in the sense that, actually, I don't think the pressure is off. I think that I agree with you to the extent that he's kind of been helped to get there, in this tournament at least. But as a competitor and as a pro, he'll be disappointed in his performance here. So he'll now be reapplying pressure to himself to try and go better in the FeWC. Obviously, it's an amazing tournament to be part of. It's such a big privilege to make it to a FIFA World Cup.
Right.
But you don't just want to be there to make up the numbers. You want to be getting out the group minimum.
And then how about Lev Vincent? That was my first question that I asked. I don't know why I doubled up the questions, but you asked
Just making it complicated. I can't talk. Complicated. No, he's making it complicated with Jim. Lev Vincent's been in this position before, so you start asking yourself, is this going to be the one for you? I think he could definitely beat Tuga, but at the same time, I also think Tuga could beat Lev Vincent. That is not a easy pass or an easy streak. You're not going to see a high-scoring affair like we just watched versus Lost in the Waves. Forget about that. It's going to be a nasty grind of a FIFA match. And then on the other end, I don't think Nicholas has a sure thing either. Fifilza is in the best form I've seen him play all year.
Okay, let's take a look now at the bracket so we can kind of catch you guys up on what we've seen so far in day 3. We're going to start in the top left corner. It was Christian Spateri, Wolves, Fifilza. Fifilza wins that one, and that was a big result. Fifilza had gone 4-3 in the Swiss format. Christian Spateri hadn't lost any games up until this point, but he gets shut out 2-0. Very good performance by Fifilza, and I feel like we're talking about one of the hottest players here in Berlin.
Definitely, but is he hot enough to beat the Ice Man? Because heat does melt ice, but then could he get frozen out by the ice? I didn't do a lot of chemistry.
I would have never guessed, Spencer.
I know there's Bunsen burners involved. All I know is if he's going to beat Nicholas, then he deserves everything he can get. If he's got the hardest possible draw now, and you'd be very brave to go against Nicholas, wouldn't you?
Okay, now speaking of Nicholas, he emphatically beats MoAuba. Now, I spoke to MoAuba coming down the stairs here about 5 minutes ago, and he's like, listen, when Nicholas plays like that, he's unbeatable. He is unbeatable, and I expect him to win the tournament. That's a quote from MoAuba.
And I agree with him. He was unfortunate that he met Nicholas fully primed, ready and raring to go. It was a great game. It was a pleasure to cast it with Mike. And MoAuba had a few moments, but it was a class act from Nicholas. Double the shots in terms of overall shots, 20% more possession, a lot of corners.
When you're looking at the remaining 4 competitors, Nicholas, undefeated. Fifilza went 4-3. Tuga went 4-3. Lev Vincent went 4-3. Everything points that this should be Nicholas' tournament to lose.
It also tells you and reminds us again, going 4-3 is no problem.
That's true. That's true. Now here's the next one. Tuga versus Ajax Tor. Now the fun fact about this is that Tuga finally gave up a goal in the knockout rounds. I think because he's Portuguese, because he's playing very defensively, we might have to call him the Jose Mourinho of FIFA.
I wonder if you take that as a compliment or as a negative attachment to his game.
Mourinho's won a lot of things.
He has.
So I don't think it's the worst.
But it's not the most aesthetically pleasing, as they say.
What do you want to be, aesthetically pleasing or effective?
All right, and here is the last game. We just watched it. Lev Vincent over Waves. Rachel, unbelievable.
I mean, yeah, after leg one, he was already 8-1 up, and we expected, I guess, Lost in the Waves to score some more goals there because he'd been scoring, I don't know, he had about 50-odd goals so far this tournament, and then obviously they finished 11-5. So he did manage to get 4 more back in the second leg, but obviously it wasn't enough. And yeah, Lev Vincent just showing that he's coming into form at the right time, I think, because struggled on day one.
And a stat line that sticks out for me in that matchup is the amount of corner kicks that Lost in the Waves was able to create, but how many was he really able to convert? Because he was using the same corner kick technique time and time again, and it wasn't effective.
I never saw him score with it. And the reason he had so many corners is he had 26 shots, 21 on target. That's much more than Lev Vincent, but they were the sort of stats I get, to be honest, on Weekend League. I'm not saying that the Lost in the Waves is my level, he's much better than me, but when he went up against someone of Lev Vincent's quality, it started to show. That attacking way that he plays will get you so far. At some point, you've got to shut up shop.
Okay, so who was the most impressive for you in that round, in the quarterfinals? What result was like, that is unbelievable?
Nicholas for me.
You think?
Well, winning 7-2 versus MoAuba. MoAuba's number 4 in the world. Maybe if he had a different matchup, he would be progressing. Wouldn't be going home early right now.
Maybe wrongly, but I expect it from Nicholas. I think maybe Fifilza against Spateri, just because of the fact that Spateri hadn't dropped a game.
That's true.
I think Lev as well, because we were saying that quarterfinal 1 and 4 were the kind of most competitive. They needed to have a good result to go through, and Lev Vincent stopped Lost in the Waves in his track to put to bed his chances of qualifying. So
and they had to wait, Lev Vincent and Waves. They had to wait for 3 or 4 hours in here waiting to play that game. So yeah, I hat tip to Lev on that. I'm not going to vote on that. Now, what I do want to talk about, though, as a heads up for everybody watching at home, the semifinals are going to be a little bit different. We're going to do leg 1 of both semifinals first, and then we're going to reset and then do leg 2. And we're going to reset because we want TV to be a part of these festivities, and we want as many eyeballs on these special and talented players as we can. So that's what we're going to do, and we're really excited about that and what's going to happen. So yeah, that should be fun. You guys are calling leg 1 of the semifinals. Mike and I are doing
we're just warming things up for people, getting the leg 1s done, and then the other lads are obviously going to come in and smash it out of the park for leg 2 and the finals.
All right, quarterfinals are done. The semifinals are coming up. Fifilza versus Nicholas with Spencer and Mike. Come back and join us.
Don't miss any of the excitement of the 2019 FIFA E-World Cup from the O2 Arena in London. Watch the best EA Sports FIFA 19 players in the world be a part of a unique on-site experience with loads of activities and meet the biggest influencers of the EA Sports FIFA scene live at one of the world's most iconic venues. Get your tickets now and don't miss out on this must-see event. Ticket prices start at just £10. Go to FIFA.com/FEWC.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
Quiero pedir perdón. I'm sorry to all the players I faced. The left backs. a los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas.
Sorry you train so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness.
Son marcas personales.
I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destrói. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry.
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos. Son ellos.
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are brought to you by Adidas. Dare to create. And also PS4.
This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Judged by the outcomes of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64. Now, the drama shifts to Berlin, Germany for the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, where all the remaining competitors clash for the chance to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA E World Cup. From the heavyweights of the game, who have already secured enough points to qualify for the E World Cup in London, to the challengers who are still fighting for their spots, all must do battle here in Berlin in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Only 4 remain here in Berlin at the PS4 playoffs. 64 started on Friday, and on Championship Sunday, we're down to the final 4. You can see our final 4 players on the screen there. So close, but yet so far from picking up that trophy, that $70,000 reward. All 4 of them are already going to be in the FeWC final, of course.
$75,000 reward.
What did I say?
70,000.
Oh, sorry.
There's an extra 5 on there.
I was taking
wanna let
5 commission for myself for the commentary. I thought that was fair. Let's take a look at the brackets. These guys have done so well to get this far. We have got 2 semi-finals coming up. Mike and I are going to cast the first legs of both semi-finals, starting off with Wolves Fifilza, going up against FCB. That's FC Basel, of course. Nicholas 99 FC. Got the 10th best in the world right now in terms of ranking points, going up against the best. What a game this is going to be. Let's not forget the lovely little subplot, Brazil versus Argentina. Now, Argentina are the favourites in this one, Mike. Wouldn't you agree?
Without a doubt. But with that being said, Fifilza looks good in form. He won't be intimidated. He's been here before. Actually seen both of these players match up in London earlier this year. And many said Fifilza deserved to win the game. Nicholas got the job done.
I've been waiting to see this matchup in a stage like this since at the very beginning of the season in Bucharest, Romania, when I first heard the quote from Nicholas, when he said, and I quote, Fifilza is the best South American player. How can he say that when he's South American?
You almost wonder if he's just trying to get in his head. And I will say this, Nicholas does throw a lot of compliments out there. He's got a quote about the majority of the top players, and it's always a positive quote.
Yeah, Nicholas loves to wax lyrical about other players in the scene, and people love to wax lyrical about Nicholas. I certainly do. I cannot wait for this game. Of course, we've got Wolves Fifilza in the Wolves kit, going left to right, that orange and black number. Nicholas, on the other hand, is in the red and blue of FC Basel, right to left on your screen. Semi-final, leg 1 is on. And it's live. Vieira on the ball. Maldini and Virgil van Dijk. What a centre-back partnership that would be. Can you literally even think of a better centre-back partnership than that? It's hard. Maybe some as good as it, but not many better. So Wolves Fifilza with the ball right now. representing Brazil in this age-old derby, Brazil versus Argentina. It's going to be a great matchup. Nicholas with the ball back now. Nicholas has shown multiple sides to his FIFA repertoire. He can shut games out. He can possess his opponent to death. He can score fantastic goals. He can dribble. Whether it's Elasticos, whether it's La Croquetas, what's he going to do here? He often gets the ball on his left flank, I notice. He plays it to the left a lot.
He loves some Mbappe. No doubt about that. And I talked about them playing earlier in the year in London and that being a 2-1 defeat or a 2-1 win for Nicholas, or a 2-1 defeat for Fifilza, depending what perspective you've got. They also played in playoffs. So they played earlier in the Swiss stage. And considering that Nicholas is undefeated, you know how that went down. But 4-0 over 2 legs. So this could be his second chance here. Fifilza can make, he's made some adjustments. He's picked up for him.
And it's Fifilza on the ball here, whose finesse shot was way off target there.
Mistimed. Was not a green finish.
Yeah, so you're saying, Mike, the form book essentially suggests a Nicholas win. But when Nicholas comes up against anyone, the form book suggests a Nicholas win. Because he's got that consistent record against pretty much every player. But Fifilza has another chance, like you say, to upset the guidebook, the form book, the odds.
When you match up against the likes of Nicholas, it's almost like, did you learn something from previous matchups that you've had or from watching him play? Has your gameplay changed? Have you implemented new ways of scoring goals, new ways of defending? Have you updated with the meta?
Remember, this is a 15K matchup. If you lose this game, you're going with 20K. If you win it, you've got a minimum of 35K coming at you like Cleopatra. Obviously, if you win the final, you've got 75K. I've given the commission back now. I cut it down to 70 earlier. You know what? They've earned it. They can have the 75. Pull it on the ball here for Wolves for Fifilza. Gives the ball away there, with a poor pass straight into Neymar's feet. Now Nicholas can slowly work it forward. Alexandro, the Brazilian, going up against the Brazilian Wolves for Fifilza. We've got a great video, by the way, in our group WhatsApp chat of Fifilza doing some little dance moves and a bit of singing on the staircase. We're looking to try and make this mainstream. It's on Twitter. I might retweet it later, at Spencer Owen, if you want to look out for that. Vieira on the ball. Hullet. Switched over by Fifilza to Da Costa. Maldini now, what's a dangerous pass. Ronaldo ready to pounce.
And I was just going to say, it's easier said than done, but you must limit mistakes when you play someone like Nicholas, because he takes so much pride, and a lot of his attacks come off your errors, not necessarily him being able to unlock your midfield or unlock your defense, but where he takes away the ball, where he has that transition from offense or from defense to offense.
But is it a case not only of him capitalizing on errors, but him being really good at forcing errors, the way that he presses?
Absolutely, and we've talked about this where he has a mastery of micromanaging, anticipation, going for tackles, being a step ahead of his opposition. And like I said, it's easier said than done to say, oh, I'm not going to make mistakes in this game. Nobody wants to make those errors. But that's exactly where Nicholas is able to capitalize best.
Yeah, you've got to play nearly the perfect game, if not the perfect game, to get a victory against the Iceman.
If you ever want to do a rebrand, instead of being the Iceman, he could be called the Shark.
The Ice Shark, what about that? Why be a man when you can be a shark? The Ice Shark could concede here. Good strike from the Wolfman, Fifilza. Corner comes in, Ruud Hullet rises. Good save from Van der Sar. He's kicking off here for Wolves Fifilza. He's knocking on the door. Can he force his way in? Keeper's come looking for this, catches it very well indeed.
And from my experience playing at tournaments, if you lose in Swiss stage and you get a second chance versus that same opposition, something deep down tells you, oh, this could be it. He shouldn't have given me that second chance. I've been drawn into the correct bracket. I'm not going to go down twice.
That's what Fifilza's trying to avoid here, but it's Nicholas on the ball. Can he make a chance? Hullet into Neymar. Great pass inside to Ronaldo! Keeper does very well. He beat the offside trap, Ronaldo, but the shot was finessed straight into the gloves of Edwin van der Sar. Nearly half-time in this first leg. Couple of chances for each team. No dead cert goals, I wouldn't say. Nothing that should have been scored necessarily. And I don't think either player in a rush here. I think they just want to feel their way into the game, make that unmissable chance and take it.
And they just played two very different games, where Fifilza had a more cagey match versus Spateri.
Chance here for Fifilza! He shot that so quickly, I didn't know what his name was. The point is a left foot shot, dragged a little bit wide of the frame, but the keeper was in no man's land. There was no way he was saving it if it was on target. If that was on target, it was going in.
As I was saying, they both had separate matchups that were very different in terms of energy, opposition, opportunities, style of gameplay. Fifilza went up against Christian Spateri, excuse me. You got me not where I can't talk now after you...
Spateri out.
Spateri'd out. No, so in that game was a very defensive clash where you had Spateri being very aggressive with offside traps, and it was throwing off some of the timing and the rhythm for Fifilza. Fifilza was doing more of the track back, making sure that he had a very strong back line. His midfield had a presence. You noticed it, low-scoring affair, 2-0 over 2 legs. That's very rare. You never see clean sheets. Then on the other end, you had Nicolas beating MoAuba 7-2. A little more offensive. He could have even added to that lead, potentially, in that second leg. And MoAuba made plenty of mistakes out of the back, made easy opportunities for the likes of Nicolas.
Imagine if Spateri had won. We would have had 2 unbeaten players coming head-to-head, 7-0. That would have been fantastic to see. Nevertheless, it's Fifilza versus Nicolas, and there's plenty of storylines in this one. If you're wondering, by the way, guys, if you saw the end of that first half, I know a lot of you watching will understand what's happened, but when Fifilza kicked out the ball kind of voluntarily, it was because the injury time was up in the first half. He felt the risk of him kicking it out may slightly give Nicolas a chance to get one more attack on him. So rather than try and force an attack himself, he kind of settled for going into the break even. That's why you sometimes see stuff like that. Anyway, Nicolas on the ball in the second half of this first leg. This is a semi-final with the FUT playoffs here in Berlin. PS4. Both these guys are on team PS4. They've qualified for the FeWC Grand Final in London in just a few weeks' time.
And they both guaranteed themselves $20,000 in the bank. Done deal. However, the winner of this matchup has guaranteed himself $35,000. If you win the whole shebang, $75,000 in your pocket. Your pocket's gonna be a big one.
That's a lot of thousands. Van Dijk. Nicolas patiently waiting for the opening. Modric on the ball. Closed down by Ruud Gullit. You can see, obviously, what players are being selected by both teams, thanks to the cursors above their heads. So you know when someone's defending, whether they're actually controlling the defender immediately next to the attacker, or whether they're trying to control someone else and maneuver them in the right position for the next phase.
Nicolas has started pushing additional bodies forward. He's looking to be more aggressive on the defensive end. What that means is if Fifilza is able to break through the secondary, he'll have some space to work with.
Van Dijk. Vieira gets there first before Varane, who's come a little bit forward out from right back here. Hullit's dropped in. That's good covering from the centre mid for Nicolas. Da Costa now coming forward, finds Vieira into Gullit. Ronaldo hits it first time straight at Sergio Ramos. Well, Mbappe's recovered it here for Fifilza. Looks to play it inside. It was a bit of a hopeful pass. Didn't look like it was aimed at anyone in particular. Got to be better than that against Nicolas. How good is Nicolas, Mike, in the kind of canon of all-time FIFA pros? Where do you rank him? He's not won a World Cup, but he's won a lot of other things, and he's always been there or thereabouts. 3 years at the top. Is he top 5, top 3, top 10?
All-time FIFA players, regardless of error, just accomplishments in general, everything that's been happening in the FIFA community, Nicolas is definitely in the top 10, and you could make an argument for him being in the top 5. I think this year decides that.
If he wins this playoff and becomes the first person ever to win 2 playoffs, because they've only been going 2 years, these events, then surely that puts him in the top 5. If he goes on and wins the FeWC as well as this playoff, he's probably top 2 or 3.
I'd agree with that from a logical standpoint. It makes sense to me. And he's so good on the consistency, which I think is really important when you're looking at being one of the best pros or one of the best players ever.
Chance here for Nicolas Mbappe. Can he pick out the pass? Looks for Ronaldo in the middle. Headed away by Fifilza and dealt with pretty coolly in defence there, just to work it out from the back. Neymar for Fifilza. A man who's trying to build a legacy of his own. Joined Wolves, of course. Another club that's trying to increase their standing in the world of football, in the status quo. Got some great players now. A fantastic first year back in the Premier League.
And there's so many talented Brazilians across the FIFA community. It kind of makes you wonder, well, who's the best? Who is the standout? Well, I guess we're going to find out at the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, we're going to see Fifilza. We're going to see the likes of M10 Resende.
Ajax Tor.
Ajax Tor, of course, as well.
Zizinho.
Zizinho. The Brazilians everywhere. And that is one Brazilian on your screen right there. Wolves Fifilza. And the man on the right is the Iceman. The Shark, as Mike called him. Nicolas, 99 FC.
It's kind of ironic as well, the coaches played on the same team for pickup the other night.
They did?
Yeah, they did indeed. You have Wantana, who is the coach for Fifilza, been in the FIFA community for over 10 years, started as a professional player.
Nice. Progress. I like that players can move on now in the kind of ecosystem of competitive FIFA is quite big. There's roles for a number of different people, whether they've been pros, not been pros. Modric on the ball. We saw Alfonso Ramos, two-time winner of FIWC, coaching at E-Nations earlier this year, of course. Will we ever see Bruce Granick coaching a French team? Is that his style? Another two-time winner. There's only two-time winners. Nicolas trying to become a one-time winner this year.
And you talk about some of the best FIFA players of all time. Bruce Granick, Alfonso Ramos, the likes of a huge gorilla comes into that conversation. August Rosemeyer. If we're really going to date back, we used to have the German twins. I mean, we're going back to 2005, 2006, 2007. Very different time period.
Vieira. Why is the challenger? Ramos particularly well. Plays the through ball. Fifilza's got a chance here. Sergio Ramos recovers. You know what? I love that when a player loses the ball, but he shows the hunger to get it back. Sergio Ramos, that's the sort of dedication in defence that's got you where you've got to in your illustrious career. 5 minutes left in this first leg. It's not been a goal fest. It's been the opposite. What's the opposite of a goal fest?
I don't want to say it's a snooze fest because it's not that.
No, it's fascinating encounter. There's been no goals, which means after we get the first leg of the next semi-final done, we're going to have a break, we're going to come back, you're going to get to see the second leg of this game. That is going to be massive. That is going to be so nicely poised for a 90-minute matchup. Anything could happen, but there's still time for a late goal here. If Nicolas was to snatch one, or even Fifilza, who's regained possession here, it could be massive going into the second leg for either of them. And Nicolas gets the ball back on that left side that he loves so much. Mbappe back to Alexandro. This is the time to attack as we enter injury time. Ruud Gullit, Modric, Sergio Ramos getting forward from right back. Just over a minute of added time left. Can Nicolas pull it out of the bag here? Pele, time to deliver, Nicolas. Still Pele, waiting for that perfect opening. He could find it, but Alexandro puts in a strong left foot. And probably, I'd imagine, Fifilza the happier of the two, going into the second leg at 0-0.
0-0, anybody's game to win in leg number 2. And I think Fifilza did a wonderful job of frustrating Nicolas. There weren't many opportunities, definitely not clear-cut chances in that game on either side. And if you're Fifilza, you got to say, okay, that was good. I can defend against Nicolas. And we saw a couple uncharacteristic, unforced errors, perhaps, from Nicolas. We saw a pass out of the back. We saw a couple times that he lost the ball in the midfield, which we have not seen throughout this tournament, which is telling you that he's maybe losing the edge of being patient, because that's always part of the battle, is who's going to be more patient, who's going to be able to outlast each other.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the brief highlights from that game. Obviously, the first leg of this semi-final. This is Nicolas on the ball here with Gullit into Neymar. Great through ball. Keeper did very well. Could have easily been a goal there, Mike.
It was a missed time finish, and we saw that actually. One from Fifilza, and one from Nicolas as well, where they didn't green it. They were in the right place at the right time. Maybe feeling a little bit of the nerves. There weren't many chances, though. It was a pretty cagey affair.
No, just the 2 highlights there. If that second shot had got on target, I think it might have beaten the keeper. I'm very curious, as always, to hear what you guys watching at home are thinking. And the one man who's got his finger on the pulse when it comes to social media is our Kyle Walker. What's going on, Kyle?
Thank you, Spencer and Mike. Now, I would say the opposite to a goal fest has to be a stalemate. That's what that kind of, that's what it is. That's what the Twitch chat was saying anyway. The Twitch chat was saying quite a bit, actually. Some of them, well, I'm going to get into it, all right, because Arsenal 6724 said, let us be honest, the only person going to get a Team of the Season Ultimate Team item is Kyle. Now, Arsenal 6724, let me tell you this right now. I am not being given any of these Team of the Season viewership rewards, all right? So stop being so salty. But then again, you do support Arsenal, so it kind of makes sense. Iliink says, wonder who will win the tournament. I'm not too sure who's going to win the tournament, but I want to hear from you all. Out of the players that are left, who do you think is going to win this tournament? Now, 360 Wristboy says, is it just me that cringes at the commentary? 360 Wristboy, it's just you because we all love it, all right? So why don't you just mute it or something if you don't like it, because we do and we're going to enjoy it, all right? Also, some more people in the Twitch chat. We had ZHK89, can't wait for Levinkin and Nicholas. Hopefully they go through. So ZHK89, putting their predictions right there. Who do you think is going to be in the final? Who do you think is going to win it? If you're not on the Twitch chat, all right, or you're not typing, you can use Twitter, all right? You can use that hashtag right there, FIFA World Cup. Now let's have a quick look at some of those tweets. All right, we had one that came in. It says hashtag FIFA World Cup. Kyle Walker versus the real Kyle Walker. Make this happen, EA. I agree, this has to happen, all right? Obviously, I am the real Kyle Walker, so let's get the fake one in, the one who plays for Manchester City and England. Yeah, let's get him in. He's the fake one, and we can face each other. Another tweet we had, it came from MoAuba. Now, we had to obviously translate it because it was in German, and he put, the guy is a bit too strong for me. Sad face, sad face. Obviously talking about Nicholas. Mo, it's okay, all right? Please don't put any of the sad faces. We're used to you smiling, all right? And that is what we want. You've still got the grand finals. The FeWC is just round the corner, so turn that frown upside down because I want to see you smiling in London. That is it for now on the socials, but for now, it's back to Mike and Spencer.
360 Wristboy. He must be talking about the other commentators. Can't be talking about us. Must be referring to Mark and Dan or
that's exactly what
Richard
I was thinking.
And Brandon, because obviously we're not cringes. Ridiculous. Anyway, we got the other semi-final come up to you very
we do
shortly.
Have the hands.
We've been getting stick for the hands. Like, I mean, this is just, it's called gesticulating, guys. Anyway, next semi-final. Lev Vincent, Tuga. What do we expect from this game?
Depends who gets their way. Tuga's going to want a slow, controlling match. We saw that versus Ajax. Tor worked for him. 2-1, low scoring. Levinkin's going to want more balance, a little more back and forth. He gives you a little bit of everything.
There's 3 places between them on the world rankings, but only about 500 points. I say only, 500 points is a decent number at the end of the day, decent margin, but we've got Lev Vincent, who looked so convincing in his last game against Lost in the Waves, but Tuga is just not conceding goals. He's conceded 1 goal in the knockout games in 3 rounds. That's scary.
And you asked, what can we expect? Well, Levinkin and Tuga have played before. Champions League, group stage.
Tell me more.
Levinkin wins, 2-1. Low scoring affair.
Low scoring affair. Okay, next. Any others?
They don't have any other matchups against each other. We can talk more about what they've achieved individually this year.
Sure, let's do it.
Of course, we've seen Tuga, E-Nations. Did a lot for Portugal. He's done a lot for Portugal. Still doing stuff for Portugal. Very proud leader. Saw him team up with his partner in crime, Rastra Artur.
Good team. Strong team. But Lev Vincent's been around the block. He's faced all kinds of challenges in all kinds of sizes. Now, my question to you, Mike, is there a way, is there a world where Lev Vincent plays in a way that makes Tuga come out and play? Are we going to see Tuga having to score multiple goals? Is it just not possible?
If Levinkin's able to get a 2-goal spread, Tuga's got to come out and play. It's also worth mentioning that Tuga has something that Levinkin doesn't.
What's that?
He's been to the finals once this year. Or actually, he's won a final this year. He was in the cross console versus F2 Techs in Atlanta. Levinkin's never had that happen yet. It was close. He was playing Maestro in London with the PS4 finals. He lost that match. Maestro went on.
So despite the fact that Lev Vincent higher ranked with more points on the Global Series leaderboard, Tuga's got that little bit of end tournament quality. End game, if you will.
And might even put a little chip on Lev Vincent's shoulder.
Now this isn't the end game of our tournament here in Berlin. This is the semi-end game, the semi-final. But if you win it, you're through to the end game.
And you get an extra $15,000.
Just a small matter of 15K coming to one of these guys. So Lev Vincent versus Tuga. Let us know in the chat, who are you backing? Is it the big, immovable object from the Netherlands, Lev Vincent, or is it the unstoppable defensive force from Portugal, aka Tuga?
And people might think that we're joking, but you do not want to run into Lev Vincent. Not in real life.
Just comment the way the music dropped there, by the way, on the exact point that I said Tuga. I don't know who's in control of that, if there's a music man or not, or if that was just pure luck, but it was literally music to my ears. Music man, I salute you, whatever your name is, wherever you're from. Hecky. Heck, I'm hearing it. If you want, it sounds like I'm having a conversation with myself, but I'm getting...
You are having a conversation with yourself.
I'm getting info in my ear as I'm saying who's the music man and then being told it's Hecky. So Hecky, you're decent, mate. You're decent. I'm booking you. Next gig, I need a music man. I'm coming for Hecky. Right, 0-0. Tuga wants to make it a Tuga party.
And the reason that Lev Vincent has more points is because he's qualified for 5 out of 6 majors this year. So because of his consistency, he's been able to accumulate more points throughout the year, throughout the season. But it all comes down to this.
This game, this is the first leg which we'll be bringing to you, the semi-final. I've got a question for you, Mike. How do you feel about the fact that Tuga does not use Virgil van Dijk?
It works for him. And
clearly.
I still remember,
and his defense is so good.
But I still also remember, if we go back a few months, Virgil van Dijk wasn't part of the meta. We had Team of the Year Ramos. We had Team of the Year Varane.
That's the centre-back partnership he's using right now. And he's got João Cancelo at right-back, a Portuguese player no less.
And then we were also seeing Rio Ferdinand. We were also seeing Maldini. People hadn't necessarily got away from some of those icons.
Tuga on the ball here. Remember, the first half of the first leg between Lev Vincent and Lost in the Waves was pretty tight as well. And it's the second half of the first leg where Lev Vincent really came out the blocks and started banging the goals in. But 100% of his passes have landed so far in this opening 10 minutes for Tuga. 0% for Lev Vincent. You know why? Because until that moment there, he hadn't touched the ball.
10 minutes. That's right, 10 minutes that Tuga had possession there.
Possession play at its best. But Lev Vincent knows how to score goals. I think he knows how to score goals a little bit more than Tuga. So it's a real good battle of attrition here against a goal scorer going up against a ball retainer. Both important skills in football.
I always talk about how in the midfield you want to have a gladiator and you like to have a maestro. If these guys were teamed up on the real pitch, you would have the gladiator and Lev Vincent. And I haven't seen Tuga play, but by looking at his structure and everything, I think he'd be a maestro.
I feel like he'd be a fullback, personally, Tuga. Lev Vincent obviously having a very, very different challenge in this game to what he did in the last one. Last one, he went up against the attacking force in Lost in the Waves. Now he's going up against a possession-based defensive mastermind in Tuga. So it's going to be a real test of Lev Vincent's skills if he can come out on top of both battles. But his shooting will have to be a little bit better than that if he's going to get a goal against Tuga, a man who's only conceded 1 goal in 3 knockout games, 6 legs.
And that's poor from Lev. That's rushed. Sometimes when you play against a ball retainer, as you will, it makes it where you second-guess some of your shooting, you rush some of your shots because you know you're not going to get as many.
Exactly. You feel like you haven't had the ball in a while. When you get it, you convince yourself you've got to do something with it now. And if you're not composed and experienced in that scenario, you can rush things, like you say. And Lev Vincent's given the ball away there to Tuga, obviously in the Portugal kits here. Lev Vincent in the black strip. Alexandro running down the left wing for Tuga. Ronaldo. A bit of a hospital pass to Ruud Gullit there. And Lev Vincent gets it off him. Mbappe. Gullit. Mbappe on the ball again here. Lev Vincent maybe... I was going to say, is he playing Tuga his own game, but he looks to go forward a little bit quicker. Great through ball, could be a goal for Lev Vincent. There it is. And if you're playing Lev Vincent, you can't be blinking.
And you want to talk about quality, composure, watch his drag back, wait for it. Uses every inch of the pitch, lays it off, creates the angle, creates the space. Neymar can't miss from there. Taps it home. 1-0 Levinkin. Take a bow, my son.
Lev Vincent doing what he does, getting the goal. And you said he needs to come out and maybe get a 2-0 lead if he's going to make Tuga really play. One more goal could give us that exact scenario. Tuga needs a goal. He's conceded only his second goal of the knockout phase. And it is at the hands of makers Lev Vincent.
And that's huge for Lev, because now Lev doesn't have to chase the ball. He doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary. He can focus on defense and then look to attack at whatever speed he prefers. He doesn't have to rush his attack. He doesn't need additional possession play.
Last time Tuga kicked off, he kept the ball for 10 minutes without Lev touching it. Looking to do the same sort of thing here, but he needs to do more than just keep the ball now. He's got to score. Ronaldo into Hullet. Vieira. Tuga looking for that important, incisive pass. He did time a shot green then, but he was taken down, and it's actually an offside against Tuga.
And what makes Lev Vincent special is that he has such good balance as a FIFA player. He's able to do everything on the offensive and the defensive end. He's able to have the build-up. He can play slow. He can play fast. He gives you this overall package. And when you've seen interviews with Lev Vincent, we've asked him, well, what do you think makes you really stand out? And he'll say, it's not one individual characteristic or trait that I have. It's that he is at a pro level in so many different facets to the game.
He's an all-rounder.
I also feel like he could be an extra in Peaky Blinders.
He definitely could be. If it all goes wrong for him, I'm sure he'll get the call up. Van Dijk switching it over to Sergio Ramos, playing left back for Lev Vincent. Switching it back to Varane. So, whereas Tuga's got the two Real Madrid centre-backs at centre-back, Varane and Ramos, Lev Vincent's pushing them further out wide. He's going with Maldini and Van Dijk in the middle, and he's got Varane as a right back, Ramos as a left back.
It hurts him a little bit with creativity going forward. Also, if you were looking to whip in crosses, Varane, Ramos not going to have the same ability to be dynamic as you're seeing Tuga start to inch players forward. But on the defensive end, better size, better athleticism, just better defensive stats in general.
Lev Vincent almost playing Tuga his own game a little bit here.
Lev Vincent's looking to get the last attack of the half. And that's why he's swinging it side to side. He's going to take this to the 45th minute if possible.
And Tuga's not probably prepared to commit the amount of bodies forward to get the ball back at this early stage in the matchup, because it is only approaching half-time in the first leg, of course. Tuga knows this battle has got a long way to go. So Lev Vincent maybe going to look to attack once we enter injury time of this first half. 2 minutes additional on the clock. Hullet on the ball for Lev Vincent. Is he going to go for it? Vieira getting a bit further forward now with Varane. Needs to be quick. Finds Ronaldo. Can he get one in? Can he nick a second goal? Could be crucial against Tuga, who doesn't score a bundle. Ronaldo hugs the touchline. Good defending from Tuga. Getting possession and allowing the whistle to come through. So it's half-time in this first leg. No shots for Tuga. And 49 to 51% possession. Not the normal Tuga we're used to seeing. Lev Vincent is 1-0 up.
And most of that's due to the end of the half where Lev Vincent was swinging it side to side. And something that you have to also respect with Lev Vincent is that he adapts to his opposition. He plays his opponent. He doesn't just play FIFA. So we saw in the previous matchup versus Lost in the Waves, he knew that he's going to need to score goals. Lost in the Waves is going to pressure. His weakness is that there's going to be space. There's going to be opportunity for you to score those goals. And he said, fine, I'll do that. High scoring affair, not a problem. I believe in myself. Basically, he put his defense up against Lost in the Waves defense. In this game, he's gone with a much slower approach, a lot more possession play.
It feeds in perfectly to what you were saying about him being an all-rounder. You know, he has the ability to take on any kind of opponent. Sure, there may be certain kinds of opponent that are better than him at a particular thing, but he can, find a man that can do both. Lev Vincent can do it all.
Well, he's playing Tuga like Tuga right now.
Ronaldo on the ball here for Lev Vincent. He's happy to go back here and just slow things down once again.
People often ask me, what's the best way to beat a possession player? And I'm guilty of this myself, is also to play like a possession player. You take them out of their game. A lot of times guys that hold the ball for all these additional passes is because they're trying to hide maybe a liability.
Lev Vincent with a chance here, trying to find any issues in Tuga's defence. Mbappe trying to squeeze it through all those red shirts. There's so many of them back still. but Tuga survives that one for now. Hullet switches over to Mbappe for Tuga. Can he get forward and push the envelope here, try and get that all-important goal? Mbappe, he's got a runner in front of him. He's going to find him. It's Alexandro. He flicks it up, kicks it against the midriff of Virgil van Dijk, who takes it like a champ. Ronaldo into Neymar. Good tackle from Tuga. Joao Cancelo, the right back, not being used a great deal in this tournament. Obviously been working for Tuga though, to get him all the way to the semi-finals. Will he go one further and make the final? Not the way it stands.
And this has become a battle of focus. I wouldn't be surprised to see more crosses attempted from Tuga as well. He's having so much trouble breaking down Lev Vincent in the middle of the pitch.
Chance to maybe put a cross in here. He's gone inside. Ronaldo over to Alexandro. It's going to come back to Mbappe. Mbappe turns back. Patrick Vieira, 1-2. Not the best cut pass there, and it's cut out by Lev's Patrick Vieira.
You could also say that Lev Vincent's got the scouting report. If you look at his back line with all that size, basically running 4 center backs, 2 in fullback slots. He knows that Tuga wants to go down those wings. He knows that Tuga's looking maybe to whip in some of those crosses, and he's trying to counteract it.
Chance here for Lev to make it 2-0, and he does! Lev Vincent, not the best at handshakes, but good at scoring goals.
I'm sure he'd rather score the goal than have a clean handshake.
As would I, Mike, as would I. He's doubled his lead against Tuga. He's the first person in the knockout phase to score 2 goals past the Portuguese. And Lev Vincent looking very good. Let's take a replay, not only of the goal, I got a bit of a deflection on the goal, but also this handshake. Slow-mo, where did it all go wrong? He went for the fist bump. His coach went for the hand. It's happened to all of us. It's happened to all of us. There's no shame in it, Lev. Hold your head high. You're 2-0 up, pal.
The open hand, closed fist, and then you just go with the grab.
You just
make sure you grab something.
You have to improvise. Let's do it now.
Which one are we doing?
And then you get it in the end.
You can't miss here.
Don't
you can't
let
miss
it
on the second
beat
one.
you. You come back from adversity, guys. Whether it's handshakes, FIFA, whatever. Lev Vincent, I'm proud of you for the handshakes. I'm neutral for the FIFA. But it's 2-0 to Lev Vincent. Tuga has got a lot of work to do. We're going to need to see a different side of Tuga. Has he got 2 sides? Or is he just, I was going to say Wanga, but it doesn't make any sense.
Tuga is gifted defensively. So if he goes with a higher pressure play, which we've seen him have to adjust in some previous tournaments, he can do it. It's not that his offense is going to be next level, though. It's going to be his defensive pressure is going to get more aggressive. His traps will be higher up the pitch. He's not going to sit as deep.
Tuga on the ball here. Ruud Hullet to Mbappe. 1-2. Gets it back again. Mbappe with a chance here. Got to shoot. Hullet with an all-important deflection, taking it wide for a corner. And that could have been a huge goal for Tuga if he'd found the back of the net. Shaking his head there. He's not happy. He knows that was a good chance. He hadn't had any shots in the first half of this game. Something's going to have to change if he's going to get the goals back against the Dutchman.
And Lev Vincent actually didn't make any adjustments, didn't make any changes. I think he just needed a pause to maybe gather himself, gather the nerves, change the pace of the game. It's not a bad strategy.
Corner here for Tuga.
Well, I say it's not a bad strategy. We'll see if it was a good strategy.
He's gone short. Ronaldinho fix it up. Too near the keeper, though. Not even an attacking player, near the keeper to try and attack it. Straight into his arms. Was that De Gea in goal I just saw as well? Interesting. Mostly it's been Van der Sar. But De Gea is the man in goal for Lev Vincent, and it's working for him. And he is attacking now with Pele on the left side. Can he cross? Does he need to cross? He does cross. Header. Alexandro clears it. And now Tuga going forward. Lots of Lev defenders already there in position, though, to stop the attack. Havertz on the ball here. Finds Ronaldo. Can the Portuguese legend Ronaldo be a hero for the Portuguese player, Tuga? What a story that would be. Messi on the ball now. Still Messi, luck cricketering his way, trying to get past Hullet and Ramos, but not both of them. It's just too much to ask. Varane with a throw in here for Lev Vincent. Throws it straight to Tuga, but gets away with it. Down the line now for Pele. Got Ramos coming at him. Still with Lev Vincent though. Varane. Virgil switches it over to Ramos.
And if you're Lev Vincent here, you'd love to swing it around a little bit. Let everybody get a touch before going forward. Let that clock sit down, or wind down.
Now, he'll be disappointed he's given possession away there because it's at a crucial time in the game. But Tuga is showing some frailties here. Lev's ready to pounce on them, as we've already seen in this game. If Tuga can get at least one goal in this match, take it 2-1 to the second leg, it's very much open. But right now, the door's half closed. Havertz puts it over to Ronaldinho here. Trying to get the through ball. Van Dijk sticks out a long leg and stops the pass. And now Lev's back on the ball, where he can be very, very dangerous.
Always got space to work with.
Pele to Hullet. Vieira. Neymar gets the shot off. De Gea makes the save. Both keepers, De Gea, in this game. Unlike, and that's nothing special in the earlier tournaments this year, but more recently in this tournament, we've seen Van der Sar in there.
And it all comes down to preference at the end of the day. Who have you played the most games with? Who are you most comfortable with? How are you using your goalkeeper? What do you need to stop? Is it going to be aerial threats? Is it crossing? 1v1s? Do you need the kick saves? Additional reactions? What do you notice in game?
Lev Vincent. Oh, it's gone in. How has that found a way through? That fist bump was better as well. Everything's coming up Millhouse for Lev Vincent. Let's take another look at that, because there was bodies in between the shot and the goal. I thought it was going to get a deflection somewhere, somehow, but it's worked its way through the red shirts into the back of the net. Punched out by De Gea, hit first time, 3 of them on the line. Nothing they could do. This is a good angle.
It comes off Havertz's back, I think, and deflects in.
The old back deflection.
I love Kai Havertz. Just on a side note, that team is a foot item.
We know Kai
That's
Havertz.
my guy.
If you're watching, I think Mike LaBelle is your biggest fan.
I will happily take him out for dinner. If we can hang out, that would be wonderful.
Cancelo on the ball here for Tuga, who's in real problem territory. Let's be honest, Mike. He's never conceded more than 1 in the knockout games. He conceded 3 now.
And if I'm Lev right now, I just make sure I don't give it away. Take your 3-goal spread. If you can add 1 more, fine, but don't force anything.
The referee has indicated there will be a minimum.
Yeah, he doesn't need to
2 minutes of added time.
try to get an extra goal in this one. 3-0 is a great scoreline to carry through, but can Tuga get one back just to open up his chances a little bit? And Mbappe finds Messi. Messi whips it in. There's not enough people in the box and not enough height in attack, I don't think. And there is a shake of the hands between Lev and his coach. 3-0 in the first leg. The other semi-final, 0-0, perfectly poised for the second leg. No one knows where that's going to go. This one, slightly more predictable, I'd say. Lev Vincent 3-0 up. It would be pretty surprising if Tuga got back in there.
It's still poised for a good second leg to watch for maybe the non-biased consumer, because otherwise Tuga would just hold the ball. And now he has to come out of that. He has to be more aggressive. He has to go forward. He has to take a lot of risk. So we should see goals in the second leg.
Yeah, there's no doubt Tuga's got to do that. And if Tuga comes out on top of Lev Vincent with a massive comeback, he'll deserve all the praise he can get, because he'll have to show a different side to him. Let's take a look at the highlights from that first leg semi-final between Lev Vincent and Tuga. So Lev Vincent gets the ball down the left-hand side to Ronaldo. Great pass, perfectly timed. Bang. Once you get that ball to Neymar in that area, kind of 6-yard box, it's always going in. Could even be an Adidas Player of the Day. Mainly because of the stage of the goal, the time.
And the drag back is just brilliant, using every piece of the pitch. It's not easy to do that.
That was the first goal. Second one, bit of a deflection on the cross. Fell to Ronaldo. Deflection on the shot as well. And deflections are something that were pretty prevalent in that game for Lev Vincent. That was the moment of the match. Definitely Adidas Player of the Day, actually, that handshake moment. And then this one, punched out by De Gea. You've got to applaud Lev for taking it quickly. But it does give Havertz the goal. So it's come off him. He's actually tried to duck under it, and it's just ricocheted like if you're just trying to, skid stones in the water off the top of Havertz's coccyx into the back of the net.
And if you're Tuga, you might feel a little bit unlucky. We've seen multiple deflections that separated the scoreline, like in a major way. Instead of it being 1-0, it's 3-0 off of a couple bounces that you could say had some good fortune involved.
Yeah. So 3 goals. That means 3 celebrations, a.k.a. 3 handshakes. Let's take a look at them. Now, that's a classic fist bump. That's an 8 on 10. Good work from everyone involved. This one, It's a 2. It's a 2. He got there in the end, but it was poor. But then they pulled it back in the end, and that's the character of this team, this Lev Vincent team that he's put together. They don't let anything slow them down, Mike. I appreciate it.
They need to work this out as a squad. They got to be aligned. Even that first one was kind of like one of them. No, you went the other way. He went the other way. Yeah, no. Yeah.
What do you mean?
It was like
Oh, right,
double
okay.
fist, but
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
like
yeah.
one of these.
Oh, yeah, that was, yeah.
It's kind of like clearly not on the same page. Second one, we saw the grab. Third one, looked good to go.
It wasn't textbook. It wasn't textbook. You guys at home, of course, can be getting all kinds of good things during these streams if you've done what we've been telling you to do for ages now. Link your Twitch and EA accounts. If you've done that, you're eligible to win really cool stuff like a rare players pack, prime icon moments, and much, much more. So link your accounts. Don't be silly. Get them linked. Also, anyone who tunes in with a linked PlayStation account to the FIFA 19 Global Series PS4 playoffs, and you're watching on Twitch, of course, you will receive a FIFA Global Series PS4 Playoffs Home Kit. Get your stuff linked. You've been warned. Let's take a look at where things stand after the first leg of both semi-finals. This first leg has been played. There was just no goals. Wolves for Fifilza. Nicholas, 99FC of FC Basel. Second leg is going to be unbelievable. You need to watch that, guys. This one had some goals. Obviously, makers Lev Vincent getting the 3 of them against Tuga, 8-10. Tuga is in danger of leaving the tournament. We know we're going to see him at the World Cup, but he has got a little bit of work to do if he's going to get some goals and get the win against Lev Vincent.
He definitely needs to get the next goal. He can't go down 4. It's just not possible. Not with somebody who's had so much experience over the last couple of years with Lev Vincent. And with experience comes facing adversity and also being on the bad end, being on the wrong end of some results. And it kind of makes you more ready to grab those big moments and to see them out. Because FIFA is so important. It is still a game that includes time play. And you have to manage the game properly. And Lev Vincent can do that.
Definitely. I've got one more thing to read, but I put my card down, so you have to just mind with me here. I've actually lost the card. There's something I'm supposed to say, guys. I found it. I found it. Listen, this is good that I found this because it's massive. The E-World Cup preview show is coming July 25th, 2019, 6 p.m. GMT. It includes not just Dan Gaskin, not just Jimmy Conrad, but Mike LaBelle.
I'm going to work out some handshakes. I'm going to be ready to go.
I expect really good handshakes. 25th July 2019, 6 p.m. Set your alarm clocks now. You don't want to miss it. E-World Cup preview show. We're going to have a break now, guys. When we come back, we're going to have the 2 second legs of the semi-finals here in Germany. And we're also going to have a community countdown before we get to the semi-finals with our very own Alan and Kyle. And of course, you've still got the big final to look forward to, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. More FIFA coming at you.
Quiero pedir perdón.
I'm sorry to all the players I faced.
The left backs.
A los laterales derechos. A todas las defensas.
Sorry you trained so hard.
Mal mesmo para a sua reputação.
A vuestros tobillos.
The opposition coaches.
Aos goleiros.
Their teams, your fans.
I'm really sorry.
Sorry about your weakness.
Son marcas personales.
I'm sorry I like to dance and entertain.
Destroy. Mas acima de tudo,
I'm sorry.
Perdón.
I'm sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No sos vos. Son ellos.
Want to get on my level? Do you think you got what it takes? The dedication, the drive, the unrelenting fury. Do you think you're worthy? It's time to step up and show me what you've got. Boom! This is the Recon 200. An always-on bass-boosted shatter-your-skull extremely tactical headset unit built to take you to the next level. Incredible. Flip-to-mute mic, metal-reinforced headband, crushing 40mm drivers, memory foam ear cushions, and the sweet, sweet sounds of bass boost. Yes! Nothing even comes close. The Recon 200. Boom! Hear everything and defeat everyone!
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch.
So here we are in the cube. Now the setup is a little bit different, but that is because you can see in the top corner of your screen we have 26 minutes until gameplay resumes. So myself and Alan thought, instead of doing nothing, let's have a nice little chat. Welcome to the community countdown. Now, it's not just going to be us two. Oh, no. We thought we'd get some other pros in. Obviously, Alan's a pro himself, so we thought we're going to invite some of his friends over as well. But first, I thought, let's take the opportunity to talk to you, Alan.
Let's do it.
Now, as a pro, how would you prepare? How are you going to actually prepare now, being in a semi-final of such a huge competition? You've had one leg, going into the second leg. Do you change things, or do you just keep them the same?
So the way that I would prepare, first of all, I would keep on playing the game for champions, specifically play against other pros. Maybe go talk to some pros that are here lounging around in Berlin, ask them for friendlies, best of 3, put some money on the line, make things interesting so they can have that motivation to, try absolutely hard against you, and just work on different formations, tactics, and see what works.
Now, it's really interesting you say that, because when we are at these tournaments behind the scenes, you may not see, but we get to see so much, and we actually get to see all of the pros talking. At the end of the day, they're always together. They're always kind of in the groups. And how does that affect you? Because you've got to face these people at the massive tournaments, but it seems like a lot of you are friends.
Yeah, so for the most part, the more events you come to, the more you start to familiarize yourself with some faces, become friends, chit-chat, learn some secrets about one another, learn if someone's funny or not. I know there's definitely not some funny guys out there. I was kidding. There's some definitely funny guys out there in the FIFA scene, but yeah, it's always a good time putting a face to a gamer tag, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because you must face them on weekends. You must come up and match against some of the best players in the world. When you are playing that weekend league, is there anyone you just think, let me just avoid them? Anyone in my region, I just don't want to face against those.
The top dogs, yeah, of course. You don't want to play against the best of the best. I'm pretty sure that there's people out there that play FUT Champions Weekend League, when they see Alanavi, you're coming up against Alanavi, they're like, oh my gosh, no.
I would be, I'm not going to lie, I definitely would be. I've seen you grinding away behind the scenes as well. What you don't see, actually, in one of the rooms, they've got a setup, and Alan's got his console, and you're grinding away on the weekend league, as well as Brandon, who's still going for that gold 1.
Hopefully he gets it. Yes, I've been coaching him. Hopefully.
How's it going?
He's going good.
You don't sound too confident.
Yeah, you know why? Because while I was over here, he started sneaking some games in. He was playing with Richard as his coach, and Richard, oh my God, I heard that Richard isn't that good of a coach. So.
He's not that good of a coach, but Richard's a good player. He is a good player. Do you think you could do that coaching role? We've seen some of the pros taking that coaching role. We've seen Tex here. He's been coaching over the weekend. We're seeing different ones coming in. Do you think you could do that?
Yes, I definitely think I could coach. I have coached some of my fellow viewers, friends, to victory. They've told me, yo, Alan, your tactics, your tips have helped me out achieve better results in the weekend league. So definitely coaching does come in handy. It will open up your mind to new ideas that maybe you don't see, but an outside spectator might see.
Now, you are here on the talent team, as we call it. You've joined us. But moving forward, looking at next year, what are your plans? How are you going to get back into it?
Oh, for sure. Day one, I'm going to try to get FIFA 20 as soon as possible. Start, you know, grinding, playing foot drafts live on stream, by the way, you know what I'm saying? Find me there. Make content over it, of course, but definitely learn from this year and try to better myself in areas that I probably found weak. My defense, my attack. Learn what works in the brand new game. It's always important to find out the little tricks, tips that may work in a different iteration of FIFA.
Now, how do you actually work on those specific things? That's something I've always been interested in, because I've seen some players, I remember it was Dullen Mike, I think, at one of the tournaments, he didn't play a single game, he just did skill games. That's all he did. He just stayed, he spent his time in there practicing, trying to green all of his shots and everything like that.
Yes, for the most part, the skill moves always stay the same, similar. You know, the roulette's going to stay the same like it is in FIFA 17, FIFA 18, the way to, you know, execute it. But definitely grinding the game, playing it. You know, the more you play it, the more you familiarize yourself with certain areas in the game, what works, what doesn't, the certain types of passes, the shots. For sure, FIFA 19, we saw some similar ways of scoring, and a lot of people started implementing those ways of scoring into their game. So definitely just practice with the game, have fun with it.
Well, there we are. We've got some top tips from our resident pro. Not only have we got Mike LaBelle, we've also got Alan Avi here. But it's not just us, as I said before. So let's welcome on our first guest here. He is a pro. I've seen him at many tournaments this year. It is Joxan. We're going to get him on. Let's give him a round of applause.
He looks ready. He looks ready to go.
Smiling. Welcome to the community countdown. Jump in. How are we doing? All good, all good. Now take a seat. Joxan, first question I want to ask. Now, we actually shared a taxi together the other day. It was just me and you, so we had a little bit of a chat, and you were talking about your preparations for the FeWC. Anything changed? You're watching players here. How are you going to prepare for it?
Well, I think I'm going to take a short break after this, and then I'm going to reset and start preparing for the World Cup. Probably like change formation, change tactics or something. So yeah, like change some stuff to be ready.
That's something I always think about, because obviously we have access to streams that have happened. We have access to your streams. We watch videos. All the pros can watch all of these different things. Are you ever worried that the pros are analysing you and actually you have to change something every single game because they might have your number, they might know what you're going to do?
Well, every game's different, to be honest with you. So no, I'm not worried about like pros like copying my tactics or anything like that, because everyone plays different. So yeah.
What about you, Alan?
Yeah, you can only take a few certain things from watching another person's tactics, gameplays. Just like Joxan said, when it comes down to game day, that's where it all matters. You know, you can implement different styles of technique. Maybe you're more focused, more confident on the ball and the sticks. But definitely still, it is very important to take notes on your opponents. You know, and I know Nightwatch is watching. When we were in the E-Champions League, the homie had a full PowerPoint over my gameplay. So yeah, I mean, it can come in handy.
Now that's something that I think, that preparation and actually putting it in. But is there any other ways that you actually prepare? Is there any ways that you think, this is what I have to do to actually get yourself ready and in the right mindset for a tournament?
Not really. I'm just going to take a short vacation and then like reset, like I said. And yeah, like hopefully I'll be ready for the World Cup.
And coming off of that, Joxan, you know, you said you're going to take a vacation. What do you think? Does a vacation help you? You know, some people might say, oh, you're taking a vacation, you might come back rusty. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I mean, like, I'll take a short one. I'm not going to take like a 2-week one, but I think I'll be ready. Like, I'll just take a few days for myself, and then it'll be time to grind again.
So you're not going to take a console with you? You're not going to hook it up? Because I know that's what a lot of people have been doing in the hotel rooms right here in Berlin. You're not going to do that?
Nah.
And also, sometimes it's good to have a break. It really is. I have taken breaks, and I come back stronger in the weekend league. You're just more motivated to play. You don't want to ruin yourself out, like exhaust yourself out, you know? So sometimes a break is good.
Yeah, I can imagine that actually sometimes after so many games over a weekend or so many tournaments throughout a year, you just need a couple of weeks just to yourself. Now, I wanted to ask, I saw you very, very early on in the season, way back when, Paris Games Week. I was there, and obviously we know what happened. We know how successful you were. But for me, what's been the highlight for your season? That's what I want to ask, really.
Well, my highlight of the season is obviously winning the Continental Cup in Paris. I thought like that was an insane moment for me, and yeah, just that was a really good moment for me.
It was such a moment for everyone, I think, and obviously it projected you so far up the Global Series rankings. And do you think after that you actually then just took a step back and you grinded away and actually perfected your game, or how did you respond? What did you do differently after that?
Well, after that, I still continued playing a little bit, like some tournaments, but obviously, like, I had school, so I had to take a little break. But like all that work has been like going into the World Cup. So now that the World Cup's coming like so close, I'm gonna get ready again.
How do you balance it, Alan? How do you actually balance life and this? Because at the end of the day, you are playing and it's fun, but it's work. You're earning money from it. How do you manage to balance life and FIFA?
Well, each player has their own schedule, way of balancing stuff. I myself, I recently just graduated, so I definitely, had to focus on school. And then FIFA, basically time management. You're gonna have to keep a schedule, be very disciplined, wake up early, go to sleep early, something that I need to work on, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, just be very disciplined, always focus, and just maintain a schedule.
See, that's good tips right there. As I said, it's not just us talking. You're actually getting some great insights into the life of a pro. Now, I've got a couple more questions for you, all right? Favorite player in game? Is there someone that you have to have in your squad? Someone that you come here and you think, I couldn't not have him. I build my team around him.
I say Van Dijk. He's the best defender in the game. He's pretty tall. He wins headers. Yeah, Van Dijk's the best defender in the game.
What about you, Alan?
A player that I would have to have is Ruud Gullit. I've packed Ruud Gullit. He's watched my pack opening reaction. He watched it. And it's pretty cool to see him, watching the video, smile on his face. But Gullit, he offers the complete package. He can defend, he can attack, he's tall, the hair looks amazing. You can't complain about that visual in game, so Gullit.
We had him, obviously, for the E-Champions League. Moving on to that, Madrid, it was such a special event, in a way. What were your highlights from that, Alan?
Oh, it was an amazing event. Jackson probably experienced the same thing. Being in the top 8, going to Madrid, the E-Champions League final. I took my dad over there, which was something very special to me. He enjoyed it, and it was his birthday week as well. So something that's just going to stay there forever through FIFA. It just goes to show what FIFA can do. The experience was amazing, top notch.
How was it for you, Jackson?
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I took my dad as well. We got to see the Champions League game, like first row, so that was insane.
It was very special, unbelievable stuff, and good luck going forward. Obviously, you have got the FeWC, so good luck with it all. Enjoy the rest of your time here in Berlin. But now it's time. You can make your way back. You can go and chill out before we crack on with the rest of our semi-finals right there. If you are just joining us, yes, we have 15 minutes until the gameplay is back. But for now, we have our community countdown, and we thought we're not just going to rerun the same things. No, we're going to get some more interviews. We're going to have us talking and keeping you all hopefully entertained. Now, one quick thing I wanted to ask you, Alan, what's been your highlight? Obviously, we've been in Hamburg, we've been in Berlin. Have you had a highlight of this entire trip so far?
My highlight has been scooting around town with Kyle Walker right here. It was an awesome time.
I've got to say, you've got some great content from there. The photographer, whoever was taking those pictures for your social media, wow.
Quick plug, Kyle Walker, at Kyle Walker right here.
Make sure you get the right one, though, not the fake one. All right, make sure you get the right one. All right, I think our next guest is ready, okay? Now, this is someone competes in the EMLS. He must compete against Alan Avi. Now, we always talk about the NA region. Jimmy Conrad is so passionate about it, so we thought we've got to get him on here. We've got to get 2 Americans here in the cube, so let's welcome him on. Dulster, come and take a seat right here. How are we doing? All good, all good.
How you doing, bro? Good.
Take a seat now, Dulster. Highlight of the season, we're going to jump straight into it. How's it been for you?
It's been great, yeah. I think the EMLS Cup was obviously the highlight for me. I think thinking back to the first event I qualified in Bucharest, to be honest, I was happy with that. If that was my only event I went to, I was buzzing, and then I didn't envision I'd go on and do all that other stuff. But it's been a great year. I've enjoyed the moment of it.
Well, here you are, obviously, at the playoffs as well. We are in Germany. You've managed to travel all over. How is that? How is the traveling? Is that an aspect of it that you enjoy?
It's iffy. The jet lag does set in a lot for these tournaments, and yeah, it's especially traveling like from us NA. It's longer than a few of the guys, but yeah. And then I just finished my last year of high school in America. I had to do a lot of schoolwork as well, and it was tough, but I was able to manage it, and yeah.
It was a good year.
That's awesome. And speaking of like the EMLS success that you have had, I've been there. I saw your parents there. How does your family, your mom, your dad, your sister, if you have siblings, like how do they cope with everything you've been doing? What are their thoughts? How has it been?
No, yeah, they're very supportive, you know, right from the moment I won the Union tournament, you know, my dad was there with me for that, and they came to Boston for the MLS Cup to watch me win that. And even my dad watches, I'm sure he's watching right now, he watches all the streams and everything.
Shout out to Pablo Dosta.
But no, yeah, they're very supportive, you know, they've really gotten to learn what everything's about. You know, I think a few years ago they knew I played, but they didn't know the seriousness of it and the extent to which it goes. But yeah, they love it.
At what point did you actually realise this could be a career? Obviously, you said you have had high school as well, but at what point did you actually go, I can make a living off this, this is something that I could do, this could be my job?
Yeah, I think I always knew playing with my friends I was all right, and then I won the Union Open tournament, and I beat another EMLS pro, Cisse from Sporting Kansas. I beat him to win the contract, and then I went to the EMLS Cup and I seen what it was all about. And you know, I went out to Diddy Chris, who was probably the best player last year, but it kind of made me realise like I'm good enough to compete with these guys. And then I kicked on 2019 this year, and yeah, it was just, I didn't think a few years ago I'd get here, but eventually I did.
And with that success comes a cash prize, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
have some friends, family members, yo, Dosta, rent is due, you know, I don't have money to eat some food, lunch. Like, what has the feedback been from your friends, your family?
Yeah, no, they were, I think they didn't realize how much money is in esports, and you know, they were shocked when they heard the money I was winning and stuff. And yeah, they've asked me to buy them a few meals and stuff a few places. I've treated them sometimes, but I think they're trying to take advantage of me a lot.
Now, it is growing, as you said, as an esport, it's getting bigger and bigger. Year on year, we're seeing how it is actually becoming so much bigger throughout the world, and especially as we talked about the NA region. How far do you think the NA region can take it? Do you think you can now start to actually take on and compete against all the other regions? We've talked so much about players from Germany, we've talked so much about players from South America as well. Do you think that NA are going to jump up into that level, or are they already there?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could nearly argue that they're already there. I mean, you had Jokeson win the Continental Cup start of the year. Chris just won the E-Champions League, you know, and we even had Alan was there, 3 Americans in the top 8.
There.
So, you know, I think NA, it's, people always say Europe is the best. It still might be, but I think US needs to get a bit more respect. The NA region altogether needs to get a bit more respect, because there are great players over there, you know. Even the EMLS, very competitive, you know, so.
I've seen that it actually is super, super competitive. Obviously, I've followed Diddy Chris, as you said, his journey for a long time. He's connected with New York City Football Club. I've worked closely with them, and actually seeing that journey and seeing how he's gone to being an E-Champions League winner, it's absolutely, it's huge. It's massive. So it's quite exciting to see where that can go for you guys. What are your plans moving then into the next year? You finished high school now. Where are you going in terms of life and FIFA?
Yeah, I'm still going to continue to play. I'm going to be going to university though, Temple University in Philadelphia, so I'll be starting my freshman year there. So I'm going to try balance both, so hopefully it won't affect my FIFA too much.
Well, you've managed to do it.
Yeah, if you have, you know, any tips, you know, I'm a DM away, bro. I'm a DM away.
Amazing right there. Okay, brilliant. Thank you so much. I'll let you go and relax a little bit. You can go and get yourself a drink. It's hot under these lights, all right? Cheers, Dosta. Amazing stuff, all right? I'll see you soon, all right? See you later. Right, here we go. We have more pros to come. It seems like we're talking so much. We've got so many people on the sidelines. You can't see them. But Richard Buckley, he is dying to get in the game. But unfortunately, he's not good enough. He's not a pro, so we're not inviting him here onto this stage. Now, somebody else who also isn't good enough, Brandon, still not got that gold 1, all right? He's still gold 2. Spencer's here as well. He is good enough, but we've got someone who's even better right here. Ooston, come on, M10 Ooston right here. Jump on the stage right now.
Where's Ozil?
How are we doing? Fist bump, there we go, okay. There we are. How has this tournament been for you? Don't fall off the stool, please, gosh. How's this tournament been for you? Things to reflect on, where you're going to take it?
Yeah, very disappointing performance by me. It's the first time in my life I go out of day 1, like Swiss. So yeah, very bad tournament for me, but yeah, gonna grind so much as I can for the next 2 weeks.
How do you then reflect on that? As you said, it's the first time that's ever happened. What do you do? How do you actually then go back and go, this is what I need to change, this is how I need to adapt? Because it's very easy to probably be quite negative, but how do you try and stay positive? How do you move forward from that?
Yeah, I'm trying to change the mindset. Like, the bad thing about me is like, of course it's good I'm qualified for the World Cup, but like the motivation, like I need to have something to fight for, and like the mindset wasn't good enough. But yeah, when I come home, I will like reset it all and just be as good as I can for the World Cup, and the mindset, of course.
Are there any players that you might hit up for a friendly, someone that you feel very comfortable with and can learn from?
Yeah, of course, like Agi from Denmark, his defense is so good, and yeah, the only thing I need in my gameplay is my defense. I need to improve it a lot.
The goals are there, bro. The goals are there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if I can improve my defense, I know I can win tournaments.
Now, we know that you can score so many goals, but then thinking about those things, you've said there that the defense is something you need to improve on. Let's think about the training camps. I always see it on Instagram. We're in training camp, we're grinding away. What actually happens on those training camps? Because you said there, Agi, someone that you know, someone that you're friends with. Do you train with him? What happens actually in those training camps?
Like, we all like group up and like play together at a LAN, and yeah, I'm just trying to get inspired by how he plays in the defense and maybe take it to my gameplay. So yeah, we just sit like 2-3 days, play as much as we can every day, and yeah, try to like get some things from each other so we can all improve together.
Now, that's something that I talked about it just before. When you've got all pros who are your friends, you are growing and growing, you're getting better. But is there anyone who you just think, I don't want to play them? Not a chance. Even if they're your friends, if they're not, you just don't want to play against them at all.
Like, in the World Cup, you can't be afraid of someone, because if you're afraid of one, there's like no reason to be in the World Cup. So yeah, but of course, like, people will say Nicolas, and yeah, because he's a very complete player, very good in offense and defense, and he controls the game very well. So of course you want to avoid him, but yeah, you can't be afraid of anyone.
See, I like that mindset, like, and I want to backtrack a little bit. Like, when did you start playing FIFA? Like, more exact, when did you know you were good enough to compete at the high level?
Yeah, I mean, like, if I started my career very late, in my opinion, because like I didn't knew there was like tournaments and money in this game and a career. Because I started my competitive career in 2018, and yeah, that was after I saw that we have a Danish world champion, Albarsha, and I was like, what? There was money in this esport. And yeah, I just searched for tournaments in Denmark, played tournaments in Denmark. And I saw there was a qualifier in Barcelona last year, and yeah, managed to qualify and start a new career.
Impressive.
Here we are, unbelievable. M10 Houston, thank you so much for coming for a little bit of a chat here at the Cube on the Community Countdown. You can make your way down because we've got even more pros for you. Good luck as well for
He's about to go with green
finals.
Time, everything. He's over there.
He is indeed. All right, somebody that I've spoken to so much, he always makes me laugh. I always see him on social media. He's always smiling as well. It's not that player you're thinking of, it's a different one, but we have got that one as well. I'd call him the French master right there. He is obviously the maestro. You can jump up right here, okay? Come and have a little bit of a chat with us. You can sit in right there. Maestro, how are you doing? Don't everyone's falling off this seat right here. Please do not fall, all right? Maestro, how's this tournament been for you? How are you going to reflect? What are you going to improve on?
It was not a very good tournament for me, that I lose in the last 16 against Spateri. It was a good game. I lose 5-4, so I was very disappointed about me, because like in the Swiss, I not play very good, but I will improve for the World Cup.
And real quick, Maestro, your name is Maestro. Where did that name originate from? How did you come up with your gamer tag, Maestro?
I not really know. One time my friend called me like that, and I like. Then I keep simple.
Maestro, you have a good friend, bro.
Yeah, there you go. It's stuck, and it definitely suits you. Moving forward, what have you got to do to actually win the FeWC? How do you see that? How do you do that? What are you going to actually put in place to make sure that you win it?
Play like at the National Cup. I play very good, defending good, attacking good. It's the key. But the game changed with the team of the season, so you need to improve again. So I will do that for the next week.
And final question, just to talk about it, E-Nations, that must have given you so much confidence. It must have actually made you so proud and so happy. What were those feelings like when you won that?
Win for your country is something special, especially when you win with your friend. Dax. So it was very cool, and it's a good performance because we win against Argentina with Nicolas and Iago. So we was very happy, and when you win tournament like that, of course you win confident.
And bro, you love to celebrate, don't you? What is your favorite celebration when you're over there playing for champions in your room? What do you celebrate? No lie.
We always see you like this. Amazing right there. You can jump off right here because we've got one more person that I want to get on because we've not got that much longer. Come on, quick, jump up. The smiliest man in FIFA. I've said before, he does actually take on me for being the happiest man in FIFA. MoAuba, how are you feeling, first of all? We saw your tweet.
Yeah, in the first minutes I'm really disappointed because I played like Gold 1 player, so it was not good for me, but Nicolas was so strong. He played like old Nicolas, last year Nicolas, and the matches before it was always close between us, but this year I had no chance.
Now we have to be super quick because we've not got much time, but what have you got to do to improve? How are you actually going to take that to the FeWC? What are you going to do to actually make sure you win that tournament?
Yeah, I always play good against like same level, play better than them, but when I play Nicolas or Pina, I make some stupid mistakes, so I had to concentrate better, and then I will be good again, but I have to improve in the next weeks.
And Mo, I always see you in the top 100 leaderboards. I know people are always watching you. For those people at home, your supporters, do you have any tips for people that are playing FIFA, getting into it, you know, to achieve better success in FIFA?
Yeah, the most important thing is this year or next year will be the time finish and the goalkeeper movement. It's so good when you move the goalkeeper and you surprise your friends. It will be great. Yeah, that's the things, and player switching with the right stick is also important, not with L1.
There we go. There we have it. Tips from both pros. We have just had our community countdown. It was super quick. It flew by, but we are so close to getting back to the action. So stay exactly where you are because we'll be back with all of our action very, very soon.
This season, millions of hopeful challengers competed in the FIFA 19 Global Series. Judged by the outcomes of 33 tournaments all around the globe, from those millions came 64. Now, the drama shifts to Berlin, Germany for the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, where all the remaining competitors clash for the chance to become one of only 16 to advance to the FIFA E World Cup. Here today, only 4 players remain, all of them already qualified for the FIFA E World Cup, but fighting to lock in one more win and the chance to take home $75,000 in the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs.
Welcome everyone to this beautiful setup in Berlin, Germany for the final day of the FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs for PS4. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Spencer Owen, Mike LaBelle, and Rachel Stringer, and we started this competition with 64 players, and we are now down to the final four as they battle it out for points, prestige, prize money, and pride. Actually, there's 4 P's there. I went from 3 to 4, but we welcome you guys in here. Huge. We're down to the semifinals, some big names. The #1 player in the world is here. He's battling it out. He looks like the favorite here.
Without a doubt, I would say it's the biggest moment in the FIFA season so far. Can Nicholas do the double? He could be the first person ever to win 2 back-to-back FUT playoffs.
And if he does complete the double, where does that place him in terms of overall greatest FIFA players of all time? He'd be the first in that category.
Well, he would obviously be a pretty proud guy, wouldn't he? And that's what it's all about. You mentioned pride there. Everybody wants to win. That's why they play competitive FIFA. They're here to take home the top spot and go all the way to the FIFA E-World Cup.
Okay, now let's talk about the competition format and how we got here. Spencer, take it away.
Certainly. So we started on Friday with 64 players, and our group stage is something we use called the Swiss format. Now, in the Swiss format, you always play someone with the same record you have. So if you win your first game, you go up against someone else that won their first game. If you lose it, you play someone that lost it. It's a very fair system, and in a maximum of 7 games, you've got to get at least 4 wins. Okay, if you get 4 wins, you get out into the last 32. If you get 4 defeats first, though, you're eliminated from the tournament. So we had 32 players come out of the Swiss format into day 2. They then play in a last 32 round, going through to a last 16, and then starting today, we had our final 8. And obviously they've been whittled down now. We're halfway through the semi-finals with our final 4, and then we're going to go down to final 2. And of course, there can only be one winner, and that winner is going to get all kinds of good stuff.
Yeah, and that total, as you can see on the screen right now, $75,000 to the winner and only $35,000 to second. Now, that's nothing to sneeze at, but that's a $40,000 difference. That last game has got a lot riding on it, including the points. But all 4 of these guys have qualified for the E-World Cup. That's a big deal, and congratulations to them. But still, there's so many points, money at stake, and just pride. If you get your name on a trophy, nobody can ever take that away from you.
All 4 of them are sitting here with $20,000 already in their pockets. I mean, that's crazy money to kind of think of. And in terms of what it used to be to where it is now, I mean, these guys are taking home some nice money.
I like to call it cheddar.
Okay,
Like
cheddar.
now let's take a look at the leaderboard so you guys can see who is left in this competition. The PlayStation 4 playoffs. Nicholas, the #1 player in the world, still going after it. He's taking on Wolves Fifilza, who is in 10th. And then the other semifinal is Lev Vincent versus Tuga 8-10. And now let's take a look at Team PS4. This is the roster. These are all 16 competitors that are going to be in London for the FIFA E-World Cup at the beginning of August. Very exciting for these guys, but for the ones that are still competing, they can't worry about that now. They have to focus on winning this cheddar.
They do. And it's not just that, obviously even the points could still have maybe some movement in the leaderboard in terms of seeding for the FeWC. Now, of course, there's going to be some very disappointed players who didn't go far enough into this tournament in order to make that last 16 and qualify for the World Cup. Well, on the other hand, though, I would suggest that there's a reason for that. And in many ways, the Global Series leaderboard ranking system has worked because it is proven the guys that are ranked higher have gone further into the tournament. So there's obviously some reason they're so high on the leaderboard.
I guess talking about movement in positions, yeah, Wolves Fifilza came into here ranked 15th, maybe kind of on the cusp of going out, but he performed to his best ability that we've seen in a long while and has now jumped up to 10th.
All right, now let's take an updated look as to where we are in the bracket so you guys have a good understanding of everything that we've done so far up until this point here in Berlin. So Wolves Fifilza is taking on Niklas from FC Basel. That leg 1 is already done. And then in the other semifinal, Tuga is taking on Lev Vincent. That leg 1 is done as well. We did that prior to this, but the leg 2 of both of these semifinals is coming up, and it's going to be very exciting. The first score was 0-0 between Nicholas and Fifilza. And actually, we should take a look at the highlights so you guys can see. Even though in a 0-0 game, I don't know how many highlights there's really to choose from, but I know the people behind the scenes are making this look pretty good here. Current position, as Rachel discussed, here's the first leg. And you guys called this match.
We did. This is FC Basel. Nicholas here attacking. On another day, that goes in. If he green times it, he beats the keeper, it's 1-0, and Nicholas is not a player you want to be 1-0 down to. Fifilza had a chance there. He green times the shot on the left foot there, but he couldn't get the target. If he had hit the target, I think it would have gone in because the keeper was in the wrong position.
And that pretty much summarizes that first leg. Each had a chance per player, and then maybe a couple half chances in there, but it was a lot of possession play, a lot of mental battles between both oppositions or both players.
Yeah, who needs to get into this? Who needs to get into the final more? Who does it matter more to? I mean, Nicolas is the top player in the world. He's established that. But does he need to win a trophy to really cement his reputation, or does it Fifilza?
I don't think he needs to win a trophy. I think that he'd probably want to keep his trophy because he's won this event last time. He wants to keep that title, so to speak. But Fifilza's never really done it on that stage. It'd be big for him. If Nicolas was to do it going into the FeWC, you'd have to say that he's, if not already a huge favourite, even more so with a big win like this right before, because it means his time and his prime, so to speak. But if Fifilza does it, suddenly the conversation on the PS4 side blows wide open.
From the consumer standpoint, it does more for Fifilza because everybody already respects Nicolas. If you talk to the PlayStation guys, they're going to say he's the best player on the PS4 and so forth and so on. However, if Fifilza gets this W, that might shift a little bit. You might have new momentum here. And going into the FIFA E World Cup, who's to say Fifilza couldn't carry this victory and then apply that to the big finale, the big finals?
Okay, now let's talk about the other matchup in the semifinals. It's Tuga versus Lev Vincent. And coming into this, Tuga had only given up 1 goal throughout the knockout rounds. Well, he's already given up 3 in leg 1 to Lev. Lev is up 3-0 after leg 1. Let's watch the highlights now so you can see some of these goals. Also on the flip side, I should mention that Tuga's only scored 4 goals in the knockout rounds as well. And he's gonna need 4 to get back into this after you guys see these highlights. Good classy finish here, good setup. Lev Vincent is really on another level here.
It's the build-up play that makes that happen. That drag back down the end line, uses every inch of the pitch, lays it off, can't miss from there. And he really is counteracting everything that Tuga's about. He's playing Tuga as if he's Tuga and really controlling the game, taking his chances, and putting a lot of pressure for Tuga heading into the second leg.
Was that a deliberate pun from you there, Jimmy? Lev on another level? On another level,
I can't
Vincent.
confirm or deny this rumor at this time. So how does Tuga get back into this? Because we have been jokingly calling him the Jose Mourinho of FIFA, where he's maybe not aesthetically pleasing, but he gets the job done.
He's going to need to move from Mourinho to Eusebio. You have to be more attacking because we're going to have to see a side to him we haven't actually seen. I'm not saying he hasn't got it, I'm saying I haven't seen it. He's going to have to come out, not only is he going to have to score at least 3 goals to take it to extra time, he's going to have to keep Lev Vincent quiet as well, which is really hard to do. Not many people have succeeded at that, so it's a really big task ahead for Tuga.
Lev's just been building all tournament as well, hasn't he? I think he had a really kind of questionable first day, I'll say, and then just has been building, and then he defeated Lost in the Waves in the quarterfinal 11-5. I know it's not all about goals, but to put that many goals over a player like Lost in the Waves who had scored so many, yeah, I think he just must be on top of the world right now.
Well, that's it for us from here on the couch. Now it's time to throw it over to Kyle Walker, who's handling all of our social media. Kyle?
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, I have been looking at the social media. Obviously, I was doing the community countdown as well, but I was keeping on top of the Twitch chat. Now, if you want to get in touch with us, you can do that by using the hashtag that you can see just by my head. It says FIFA E World Cup. Use that on any of the below, and I'll be able to find all of your comments and thoughts. But on the Twitch chat, we had someone love FIFA and EA Sports. They say, that's a big head, dude. It's not my problem. It's not my fault. I was born with this size head, all right? So I am sorry that it's really big, but you know, there's nothing I can do about that. Lots of you are telling us who you want to win. We've got so many people. Wolves5 says, go on, Lev. I think lots of people are supporting Lev in this chat. Plus, we have people talking about the viewership rewards. Now, for Filu5 says, already have Mbappe. Sad face. There's nothing to be sad about there. You should be super happy that you've already got him. Plus, Modafero says, thanks EA for the premium gold players pack. I didn't open it yet, but hopefully there is an R9 in it. Haha. Hopefully there is. I have my fingers crossed for you. As I said before, I have been across the socials as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the tweets that we have been getting up. Now, if you use that hashtag FIFA E World Cup, we'll be able to find tweets just like this. It says, FIFA E World Cup, definitely the most competitive competition I have ever seen on PlayStation 4. This has been next level, unbelievable, so competitive on the PS4 side, and it's so exciting to see what is going to happen for the rest of the evening. Another tweet that we got, it came from Claymore09, never been this entertained with FIFA, absolute solid gameplay coming every game, only downside is there just has to be one winner, getting me through my most boring shift ever, nothing but but love for you guys. Hashtag FIFA E World Cup. Well, Claymore09, we have nothing but love for you as well. Keep those tweets coming in using that hashtag FIFA E World Cup, and I will be across them on my trusty iPad. But for now, we are going to Dan and Mark, who's going to get this evening underway.
Thank you so much, Carl, and it is time to get this evening underway and conclude our 2 semi-finals. Mark Hatcher, Dan Gaskin going to be calling the action here in our first semi-final, and this one is set up absolutely beautifully, Dan, because it's 0-0 at the moment as we take a look at the bracket. No goals to separate the 2 players, which shows the level of competition we have here.
Between 2 of our best performers at this tournament as well, they've been playing some outstanding FIFA, and I'm so excited to see what happens. But for Fifilza, he's currently residing in 10th position. He started in 15th in the Global Series rankings. He's been a big mover. If he was to get a victory here, if he were to go on and win this entire tournament, he'd jump up to 7th place, and that would be great for his seeding at the E-World Cup.
Now, one very interesting thing here, if you're watching for the first time, you're wondering a little bit about these players. We have the #1 ranked PlayStation 4 player in Nicholas, going up a player that he said is the best player in his region. We obviously have Argentina being represented by Nicholas and Brazil being represented by Fifilza, and it's kind of the professor bringing on his little student a little bit here, and it's going to be an interesting battle to see who comes out on top.
I've heard Nicholas say that about Yago as well, so I feel like he's just saying it about any opponent to try and get in their head. Maybe some of the mind games coming out from that man on your screen, Nicholas, but he has been phenomenal this year. Of course, he was the first PlayStation player in quite some time to win a cross-console final as well earlier in the year in an LQE in London, and then he went on to win back-to-back PlayStation titles as well. And of course, he partnered with Tex at the E-Club World Cup where we saw him win that one. So many accolades to Nicholas's name, but for Fifilza, which I'm really struggling to say apparently today, he wants to prove a point. He wants to show that he's one of the big dogs, that he can hang with the likes of Nicholas.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're underway in our second leg of our first semi-final. Nicholas taking on Fifilza. No goals to report in the first half of action, which means quite simply whoever comes out on top in this second leg is going to go into our final.
Traditional fullbacks for Fifilza. He's playing Da Costa on the right-hand side. He's playing Alex Sandro on the left-hand side. None of the centre-back nonsense to try and stop back post headers. Instead, he wants free-flowing FIFA, and he wants to get attacking. He wants to get in the face of his opponents. Expect to see those fullbacks overlapping to allow him to get a lot of space on the wings.
Well, both players representing real-life football clubs here in the esports arena as well. Nicholas, of course, represented FC Basel, and Fifilza, well, he's got that Wolves badge next to his name. So much prestige with both of those clubs, but it's going to be Fifilza here who's working the first opportunity through the central areas of the midfield, looking to utilise Ruud Gullit and Patrick Vieira, some quick passing, and you can see that little run off the ball, and it almost worked its way through to CR7 as Gullit now picks it up, kind of just trying to bundle his way through here.
It's always been very difficult to get through the defence of Nicholas. We always say he is one of the best defenders in the game, and he's also very good at playing possession, holding the ball, frustrating his opponent. But one thing Fifilza has done excellently throughout this tournament is break down defences, is utilising the skill moves to beat every single man that walks in his path. However, in the first leg, he just wasn't able to get that final shot away. He really struggled to get into the dangerous areas where he wants to be pummeling away at Nicholas's goal.
A little bit of a lapse in concentration there from Nicholas, momentarily presented possession back to his opponent, but the Argentine has now won it back. Now using Rafael Varane to attack that right-hand side. Now we're inside the box. This is where things get dangerous. A couple of cricketers is going to force the challenge here from Alex Sandro, and it will be a corner here to Nicholas. And it's going to be Neymar, actually changing now to R9 Ronaldo to stand over the ball and potentially deliver this cross. Whipped in towards that front post. Goalkeeper has to come out. Van der Sar deals with it.
Changing the the corner taker 3 times just to ensure that the man he was aiming for wasn't marked in the centre of that box, just constantly watching and making sure he can take any advantage possible from that set pieces. Fifilza, unfortunately, his pass gets cut out, and I think Fifilza has to be careful he doesn't get lured into Nicholas's game here of just trying to go for the counter-attack and trying to break down Nicholas quickly. Instead, you can calm it down a little bit. You can play your own game. You can just dictate the pace however you'd like to. Because if you play into Nicholas's game and you start to play a fast-paced style, you are going to make rush passes, you are going to make mistakes, and Nicholas will take full advantage of that.
Sandro almost managed to find that ball out wide to Neymar, and now from the resulting throw-in, will find the Brazilian. Good pressure, though, from Fifilza here, making things difficult on the left-hand side for Nicholas 99 FC. Here is Neymar then, a little ball roll to get away from his man. Ball stood up in towards the box. Virgil van Dijk, again, we've seen it so many times since that Team of the Season or Player of the Year foot has been introduced to FIFA Ultimate Team. He is dominant in the air.
As Maldini plays it to Da Costa, and Maldini being another one of the changes that Fifilza has in his squad in comparison to Nicholas. Nicholas going with a more traditional style of Van Dijk and Ramos, with Varane at the right-hand side. The only other real difference is two different Mbappes on the pitch. You might have seen that one of the Twitch drops was the 96 rated Team of the Season Mbappe. Well, that's going to be used by Fifilza, but Nicholas is sticking with the Team of the Year Mbappe, the 97 rated. The main difference between that is chemistry, of course. Slightly different positions between those two foot items.
We'll see if that has an effect on the game. If Kylian Mbappe, we know what a great foot item he is in FIFA 19 and what he can do. Obviously, he possesses so much pace and finishing ability, and only that, the 5-star skills as well. But here's Neymar for Fifilza, and maybe it's now his opportunity to build something. But just as I say that, a little bit of a lax pass there, looking for that kind of penetrative ball into that striker to try and bounce off. Unfortunately, it was read extremely well once again by Nicholas.
All tournament long, we've been talking about how strong Tuga's defense is and how well he can sit behind the ball and frustrate his opponent, but Nicholas almost doing it better at the moment to one of the best players going forward throughout this tournament in Fifilza, and I think maybe this demonstrates how much respect there is from Nicholas towards Fifilza, because he knows how good he is going forward, he knows he has to sit back and can't allow him too much space on the ball.
I think it's a very good point, and experience might come into this the longer that this game goes on as well. See, Nicholas has a little bit more experience on his side, I should say, a fairly considerable amount of experience on his side over the Wolves man Fifilza. And in those final moments, that's where you'll see the little mistakes or moments of clutch come in. A couple of cricketers tried to get around Virgil van Dijk, but that's a long, a lonely road to try and get around the Dutchman.
Yeah, he had to go for the cricketers just because of how Nicholas positioned Van Dijk there to ensure it was going to be very difficult for Fifilza. Almost was trying to encourage him to go back on himself and go back out to the wing, so then Nicholas could reposition his defenders and cut out anything that might come through. It worked out very successfully for him, and I'm sure that Nicholas is going to be feeling relatively comfortable at the moment, but he also needs to pose a threat at the other side of the pitch, unless he wants to win on penalties.
I think both players are probably feeling quite comfortable at the moment. The game has been a battle of the midfield. Hasn't been too many chances to write home about, and you can see that from not only the game that we're watching in front of us, but from the score on aggregate. The fact that that first leg ended up at 0-0, but maybe the chance is about to present itself now. Mbappe back into the middle, Neymar, it's off the post. Nicholas recycles now, R9 in towards Mbappe! And the deadlock has been broken.
And he probably thought the chance had gone when it did collide with that post. It was slightly timed yellow, but he quickly decided to pump the ball back in. Saw Mbappe had plenty of space. The goalkeeper nowhere to be seen, not quick enough off the line to stop that one. And Nicholas will be more than happy now to have a goal lead with how he's been defending. Fifilza probably thought he'd done enough, but even just allowing that shot to come away in the first place does open yourself up for those kind of situations to happen. When the rebound comes off the post, players are going to be a little bit out of position.
So Fifilza has to answer back now. And in a game that has been so tight, that has been so devoid of clear-cut chances, one single goal can be the thing that divides two players and sends one into our grand final. And again, it's that man, the #1 ranked player on the PlayStation 4, who has that goal advantage now as we head towards the second half.
I think that's what happens when you get two players who are so closely contested, is that it can become a mistake, or it can become a little bit of fortune that can break the deadlock. And maybe this second half is going to be a little bit more open now, because Fifilza is naturally going to have to push forward and throw men at Nicholas. But he's going to leave himself vulnerable at the back as well. Nicholas will look to take advantage of that, and I'm sure he'll be thinking, okay, I've got a couple of counter-attacks available, but it's all smiles for him, the #1 player going into half #2, and he's 45 minutes from making yet another playoff final.
Well, one thing to keep in consideration, excuse me, is the fact that Nicholas has only conceded 4 goals across 7 games of FIFA in the knockout stages so far. That's an incredible record at this level, down with the standard of play that we still have in the tournament towards the latter end.
Well, we've been praising him all season for his defensive work. He has kind of shown and grown throughout the season and demonstrated to everyone how you should defend and how you can just stop people from attacking in certain ways. And people have learned that from him and then found new ways to attack, and he's also developed different ways to defend. He has adapted fantastically throughout the season, and I'm excited to see how he responds to Fifilza coming at him now.
45 minutes left for the Brazilian to find a goal to potentially send this towards extra time. He's got to break down one of the most resolute defenses that we have in FIFA 19, but one way to do that is get the ball out wide, and Varane, it's a little bit of a rash tackle there from Nicholas. A little bit lucky, to be honest with you.
Probably very thankful that he was able to get a foot in, though, because it was looking very dangerous with the amount of yellow shirts that were streaming forward. Fifilza trying to take advantage of his position from that restart. He's able to win the ball back again in a decent position, and look how much space there is on the left-hand side, and that's why we're seeing the switch of play. But Nicholas read him like a book.
Absolutely phenomenal player switching there from Nicholas just at the last second when that space opened up to make that tackle. Now Mbappe, the goal scorer, lays the ball back to the edge of the box. Modric found Hullet, who now in turn finds Alexandro, looking dangerous here on the edge of the box here for Nicholas 99. There's a couple of cricketers, 3, and looking for the 4th. Couldn't quite find a way towards goal, but the pressure is absolutely constant. And finally, Maldini puts a foot in to relieve the pressure here for Fifilza.
Those are the hardest situations to defend as well, when the ball is just bobbling around everywhere and there's cricketers left, right and centre, and you're just trying desperately to get a foot in. It's so difficult to read, and you have to really be focused to make sure that no mistake is going to be had, so your opponent can't just walk their way through to the back of the net.
I think we have seen a change of formation from Fifilza as well. See 2 up top. Keep an eye on, see if those formations are fluid, if they're changing in game, and Nicholas almost managed to win the ball back here, but there's a little dangerous situation developing now. Neymar almost found that ball into R9.
It was almost like he saw that pass a little bit too late. It was on. R9 had so much space. I thought Fifilza was going to just be reluctant to pass it and maybe be a little bit more patient. Maybe he second-guessed himself a little bit there, and he needs to be a bit more decisive if he's going to get back into this game, as a pause is cued. And Fifilza will look to make changes, probably personnel changes, get some fresh legs on the pitch here.
And something we look at this point in the game, as you're talking about changes on the offensive side, is game management. What we mean by game management is seeing the game out, being able to keep possession and limiting your opponent to opportunities to go forward. And well, I think you want to talk about standout traits for players at the top level. Nicholas, that is one of his standout traits.
But notice how not only is he managing the game and keeping possession, he's still slowly creeping towards goal.
Mbappe with the scoop turn across goal, and again, it's the post that denies Nicholas, but he worked that position so well. And maybe deserved a little bit more, but he wins the ball back.
Yeah, this time Fifilza lives to tell the tale of it hitting the post, and there isn't a rebound, but it's still pressure from Nicholas.
Here's CR7, couple of step overs, Van Dijk gets across, and you can now see this game is really starting to open up, Dan.
One of our other semi-finalists, Tuga, of course, he demonstrated how you can pass the ball around, you can keep possession, you can frustrate your opponent. But Nicholas is also looking for a goal. He's looking to put this game to bed. He has that champion's mentality. He knows how to win tournaments, and he doesn't want to allow Fifilza to get back into this one.
There's a physical battle down this fullback position here between Alexandro and Cristiano Ronaldo. And Mbappe's just come in and picked the pocket here of Modric. You can't be making mistakes at this level like that. Van Dijk, luckily, in combination with Danny Da Costa, manages to get it away, and now Fifilza's got a little bit fortunate. But again, I mean, the pressure is just stifling here from Nicholas.
It's so different. His line is so high. He's not sitting back and allowing Fifilza to come at him. Instead, he's just generating all the pressure possible.
Well, CR7, cricketers past one, looks to pull it back to the on-waiting striker, and now Fifilza having to commit man upfield, might be able to counter-attack. 15 minutes left.
Look at the back four. Look how high they are. They're pretty much on the halfway line here, not allowing Fifilza to have any time in the midfield. So he's really struggling to get into these dangerous areas. And Nicholas has really just got everything right now. All he needs is a second goal, and this game's over.
Neymar just leaves Maldini in his dust. The Brazilian towards the back post. Great composure in a pressurized situation there from Fifilza. And now he can stride forward again. Modric on the ball.
10 minutes left with $15,000 on the line. They've already secured $20,000, but $35,000 for the winner if they reach the grand final here at the PS4 playoffs. But it's Nicholas again winning the ball back. It's Nicholas again not allowing Fifilza to get down his wing, to get through the middle. And Nicholas now looks to kill off this game.
Again, CR7 is the player who's attacking this fullback. Alexandro has to show him back inside, and Nicholas again keeping possession. Keep an eye on that game clock. 82 minutes on the clock at the moment. I think he's just been caught offside there, so there will be at least a chance for possession to be turned over.
I think it was actually pulled back for a free kick, and I think Nicholas might still be in possession because I saw that flag get pointed towards the direction of Fifilza's side of the pitch, but we will see after the restart. There was definitely a wave of the flag as the pause now is had, and you were right. There are two players up front, as now it's going to be switched, though, from that 4-2-2, and Nicholas is instead going to have to go up against a 3-5-2, it looks like. Plenty of men being thrown forward because Fifilza's tournament is over if he doesn't get back into this. This is the second leg as the 3-4-2-1 is going to be implemented. And, I mean, if you want an aggressive formation, that's just that.
One of the most aggressive formations in FIFA 19. So many players will be flowing forward. The only problem is he has to win the ball back. That man on your screen right now, and that's easier said than done, and I'm sure you've probably picked up on that if you're watching for the first time here about how good Nicholas is at keeping possession at the ball. And with a free kick, you'll see he'll probably just look to take this one short and again just milk that game clock down, take those seconds out of game, take the sting out of the potential counter-attack that Fifilza could put together.
Yeah, Nicholas wants another final here. He wants to be the PS4 champion going into the E-World Cup. He wants to be the man to beat.
Maybe he wants a second goal. Maybe he wants to put an exclamation mark on Maldini. Can't keep that ball in play. And it will be, again, a throw-in to the Argentine, who's just moments away from booking his spot in yet another final.
And it really has been a masterclass of defence as well. It's not been simply sitting back and allowing pressure. Instead, it's been stepping up. It's been playing a high line. It's been winning the ball back in these areas.
Maybe there's another chapter left to be written in this story. Neymar's trying to win the foot race there against Van der Sar. And that might have been the last roll of the dice for Fifilza. He has to pressure, he has to hustle, he has to win this ball back, and he does so. Just the kick out of the hands of the goalkeeper just drifts out of play. Fifilza, his last chance to go forward, and that tackle is as good as a goal here for Nicholas.
Yeah, that wasn't good enough, unfortunately. Again, it was well read by Nicholas.
Just a few moments left here. Unless he can win the ball back almost immediately and get the ball up pitch, this will be the end. Ronaldo in the corner. The final whistle goes, and you see the reaction there from Nicholas 99. Another win, another final, and another opportunity to lift a trophy.
But on the other side, heartbreak for Fifilza, who has looked absolutely incredible all tournament long. He will be at the E-World Cup. He did start in 15th place. He did move into the top 10 of the Global Series rankings. But as so many do, he fell to, quite simply, the best that is Nicholas.
Yeah, he's like an architect. He just knows how to put the perfect game together from the foundations all the way up. It was a masterclass in FIFA 19 there from Nicholas, the Argentine, showing all of his experience, all of his nous, and also showing when that chance comes in front of goal, exactly how to take it.
It's just the way he was stepping up and not giving Fifilza time on the ball. A very different approach to some of the defensive styles that we've seen throughout this tournament. He's not just sitting back. He's not just accepting pressure. Instead, he's getting in the face of Fifilza. He's winning the ball back. And that's so terrifying when you're trying to attack a player like that, because you just can't get the passes that you want. You can't get into the areas. You can't even get shots away. Fifilza really struggled, but still, he had an amazing tournament.
Yeah, defensively, he was absolutely superb in that game. Nicholas really didn't give Fifilza a sniff at goal, even in those pressure moments towards the end of the game where we saw the changes in formation. We saw the players being thrown forward by Fifilza. Nicholas was just negating that. He couldn't even get towards his back four, to be honest with you. He was winning the ball back before that even became a possibility for him.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the highlights as well and see just how Nicholas was able to win that one. I mean, I think towards the end of that game, he actually went to a 4-4-1-1, similar to what we saw from Tuga, but it was just how high his line was that really made things difficult for Fifilza. And I tell you what, the game could have been over when Nicholas hit the post for the second time. And maybe a little bit of fortune to keep the ball after the ball coming off the post, but he created that chance and he did spot Mbappe with a little bit of space in the middle.
Yeah, and even though it was a fairly simple header just to beat the goalkeeper, he still managed to get that green timing on the shot, ensuring that it was optimal precision and power on that finish. And this was the opportunity that we saw that again struck the post. And say Fifilza maybe a little bit lucky that it wasn't more.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the game right there, and Nicholas was so close, but that's the reaction after getting the victory, and you can tell what it means to him. And yes, okay, very difficult for Fifilza, but that's what Nicholas does. He almost sucks the energy out of his opponents. He makes it so difficult to play against them that they almost start to doubt themselves, as there are the statistics on your screen as well. Even though there was domination from Nicholas, it wasn't that much possession heavy for him.
No, it wasn't. You can see it was a fairly close game, but those shots on goal, they don't really mean anything because there's only one statistic that does really matter, and you can see it at the top there, 1-0 to Nicholas 99 FC. Fantastic stuff from him, but some more fantastic stuff to come now as we send it over to the couch because we've got a little chat with our winner, Nicholas.
Thanks, guys. Yes, we do. And we have the first player into the PS4 final. It is, of course, Nicholas, and he's joined by Mike Labelle and myself. Nicholas, firstly, congratulations. So
Thank you.
Undefeated in this tournament. You booked yourself into another final. You obviously won this competition here last year. How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. I'm so happy. I'm so happy because one more final for me. Now in playoffs, I am unbeaten, but I don't know. I'm so happy. It was a very close game, very tough game. I don't know. I just want keeping on my seat and no more. Just too much nervous for me.
You came over shaking a bit as well. You seemed quite stressed.
A bit.
And you have a perfect record against everyone. What do you find is the biggest challenge when you're playing against different styles of opponents?
I don't know. I just try keep possession, play my game. So I don't know. I can analyze all the type of style. So I don't know. I just try my game. If not, I change formation, and not too much. I just try to win.
And a word on your competitor there, Wolves Fifilza. You only managed to score one goal past him in both of the legs. How tough a matchup was that?
For me, he's the best in South America. He's really, really good with the possession, with the defense, with the pass. He plays too fast. With the skills now, he's improving his skills. And I don't know, was very close. Was 0-0, 1-0. So very close, and I'm so happy to win it.
And on the other side of the bracket, there's Tuga, there's Lev Vincent. If you had the choice, who would you rather play?
For me, it's the same. You need to beat everybody. So for me, it's the same.
And just how tough was Fifilza? Was he the toughest person you'd faced all tournament?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? Well, it was a very epic match. Thank you so much. You are in the PS4 final. Congratulations. Well, we still want to see who will join Nicholas. So right now it's time to hand back over to Mark and Dan for the second leg of the second semi-final.
Thank you very much. And yeah, fantastic to hear from Nicholas there. Obviously extremely happy to find his way into our grand finals. And the interesting thing is, he doesn't mind who he plays in the final. He's waiting for the result of this next game that we've got coming your way.
I mean, I've always found that question a little bit bizarre, though. Are we expecting someone to turn around one day and go, yeah, actually, I'd rather face this person because I think he's bad? No one's going to say that. Not a player like Nicholas, who is so respectful of everyone and just one of the best, not only in the game, but also outside of the game. But that is our other semi-final, Tuga versus Lev Vincent. Tuga, who has been one of the most defensive players throughout this tournament, finds himself 3-0 down.
Well, I think that's the point here. We went into our first semi-final and everything was tied up at 0-0, but you can see what the score was from the first leg here. Makes Lev Vincent a fantastic first 90 minutes of FIFA 19 from him, and he's got all the cards at the moment, Dan. 3 to the good against one of the best defensive players in Tuga. I mean, that says enough in itself, in my opinion. Tuga has to change things up now, and he has to change them quickly.
Yeah, he's going to have to come out, and he's going to have to be out of the blocks quickly if he wants to take down Lev Vincent. But the positive for Lev Vincent is in the quarterfinal. He went up against Lost in the Waves, who was one of the most attacking players in the tournament. So Lev Vincent has faced up against pretty much every possible style of FIFA on his road here. And now he is so close, he can almost taste that final, that PlayStation final. And how good would it be for him to finally get that victory at a major, which I'm sure he is so desperately searching for.
And of course, the playoffs that we are here at right now are all leading towards the FIFA E World Cup. The last opportunity to put your hand up in the air and say, I'm one of the favourites to be lifting that trophy in London. And what a time to come good in the season for Lev Vincent.
Yeah, both of these players have already qualified for the E-World Cup. They're both already in the top 10 of the rankings as well. And I'm sure there is entirely a possibility they might even face each other at that E-World Cup if they compete as well as they have done throughout this tournament. But there's going to be a lot of questions of Tuga's coach now. What can you do? What is your plan B? You asked the question in the quarterfinal. Does he have a plan B? Does he have a plan C? Well, he needs to implement them now, because if he doesn't, Lev Vincent could run away with this one and really dominate the show.
Deep breath from Tuga. You can see it on your screen right now. He's focused. He's ready because he knows he's got a tall order in front of him. He's got to come back from 3 goals down. But there's been some funnier things that have happened in FIFA 19. And you wouldn't put it past a player of his caliber.
Well, the good thing for Lev Vincent is he starts with possession, which means he can control the speed of this game and really dictate the pace and try and take the sting out of Tuga here. Because if Tuga had started, you know full well he would have been flying at Lev Vincent. But instead now Lev Vincent can calm things down and say, hey, we're playing my game of FIFA 19.
Here's Hullet then for Lev Vincent, and Mbappe with a little fake shot away and a couple of croquetas that have been so devastating, to be honest, for Lev Vincent. Been really, really devastating in and around the 18-yard box with that particular 4-star skill move. And now you see him working the opportunity, and the first shot of the game does come in from the Dutchman. Corner now to Neymar, whipped in, and De Gea gets a punch on it.
Yeah, Lev Vincent's just out for blood here. You can tell he wants to go here and now. As De Gea makes the save, but that's pressure right from the get-go. And if you were ever in doubt of how Lev Vincent was going to approach this game, was he just going to be defensive? Was he going to sit back? Oh boy, no. He wants goals. He wants to go into this final hot and fiery.
Well, Tuga's the man who has to find goals. He has no other option. João Cancelo, one of the more attacking fullbacks that you can use at this stage, that you'll see the pros use, will maybe provide that option. He's trying to win the ball high up the pitch, but unfortunate ricochet goes in the way of Lev Vincent here, and now he can just slow the game down once again.
And it's so different seeing men ahead of the ball for Tuga when it's being played.
Well, here's
certainly he's going to have to try and win them back.
Turning back after a little drag back, looks for another one. Tuga defends well. And Ramos now for Lev Vincent in absolutely no rush to move that ball forward. Cancelo steps in and wins it back. It's a little bit of a battle in the midfield, but Tuga comes away with the ball.
And Tuga really could take a page out of Nicholas's book in this game. Play that high line. Have your back four sat on that halfway line. Yes, okay, you're going to be risking the over-the-top through balls, but you need to be winning the ball back at high areas of the pitch.
That's a great little ball inside there from Lev Vincent. Almost found a on-rushing Cristiano Ronaldo, who was looking dangerous, but well defended again by Tuga, and now the opportunity to possibly counter-attack. He's managed to find that space in between the back four and those 2 central defensive midfielders. And the man from Portugal is inside the box. Can't beat Van Dijk. Vieira will win it. Huge chance, but the animation doesn't go his way. And Mbappe connected with nothing but air.
It's what he needs. He needs chances just to make Lev Vincent worry a little bit. And if Tuga can get at least 1 goal in this first half of this second leg, then this comeback is entirely possible. However, if it goes the other way, if Lev Vincent goes 4 up, I think that should be game, set and match. And be very difficult for Tuga to get back into things.
And he's going to be so vulnerable on the counter-attack as well. You can see he's having to push his fullbacks up the pitch to try and find some space. Try and put some bodies, some pressure onto Lev Vincent's defence. However, he wins the ball back here, and now he can come forward with R9. Brasilia will pick the ball up once more. Mbappe will feed the 97 rated prime icon moments as the header goes back across goal. But it goes the wrong side of the post if you're a Tuga fan.
Yeah, unfortunately just not timed to perfection there, but you can see that he is getting into the danger areas. Lev Vincent certainly will be concerned about that, as Tuga really has to go pretty much glass cannon in this game leave everything open at the back, almost encourage Lev Vincent to attack the space. So then when he wins the ball back, he's going to be going up against less bodies and have more chance to get in behind and try and get into some of those one-on-one situations with the goalkeeper.
I mean, looking on the first 28 minutes of this game, I'd say that Tuga's tried to force the pace. However, on the counter-attack, Lev Vincent has been so dangerous. It's almost like letting a firework out. It just explodes into action when he collects that ball and is allowed to run at Tuga's defence. The next goal is absolutely vital in this game. If it goes the way of Lev Vincent, this could be game over. However, if Tuga can get it, well, it's game on. Here's R9, turns onto that right foot. Lovely little elastico, and oh, gets a little bit unfortunate, but fortune almost favours him as it drops back to Neymar inside the box. Hey, we'll hold on to that for a few seconds here for Lev Vincent, just a little bit of oxygen, breathe through those lungs.
It's a little bit messy at the back, and I'm not surprised that Lev Vincent is just going to hold on to the ball ever so slight with the keeper to try and slow it down a bit. If he notices that the pace gets a bit much, I'm sure he's going to try and slow it in certain areas.
Well, Neymar's managed to just pinch that off of Maldini for a second.
And I mean, if you are describing Lev Vincent as a firework, it's one that's been sizzling throughout the entire season. He has shown promise from right at the beginning of the season. It's just grown and grown in strength.
Well, Vieira into Mbappe now. Good tackle from Patrick Vieira. The ball was just going to roll out wide, and Cristiano Ronaldo retrieves it. Well, 5 minutes now until half-time. Is there a goal in this one? Just to spice up this second 45 minutes of the second leg. Cancelo battling here. Tuga wins it back.
And if you want to spice it up, it has to be Tuga to get to the goal, because if Lev Vincent does get it, I don't think it's going to be spicing up this time, but killing it off.
Quick pass in play here from Tuga, though. R9 back to Ruud Gullit. Gullit with a huge chance! And things just got spicy here. 2 goals the difference. Tuga's back in it.
And that's what Tuga needs to do. He needs to get loud. He needs to get in the face of Lev Vincent and let him know this game isn't over yet. The 3-0 advantage means nothing. I have what it takes to get back into things. I'm not just a defensive player. I can get in your face. I can get in the danger areas, and I can score goals. And Gullit did just that. He was in an acres of space. If he had missed that, then I'm sure Tuga probably would have put the pad down and just walked out of the arena at that point. Thankfully, it goes into the back of the net, and now Tuga can go to his tactics screen once again and see what he can do going into the second half as he gets a nice goal right before the end of the first.
Needs to concentrate, though, from the restart here. Needs to make sure that when possession does go back to Lev Vincent, that he is on top of his game defensively. Doesn't want to let it slip almost immediately, having worked so hard to get back into this game. But at 2 goals, that difference is very, very manageable here for Tuga. Just a couple of chances and he's back in this.
Yeah, I would say being 2 goals down, going even into like the 70th minute, you still have a chance to get back into things. So it really is a fantastic time to give Tuga a little spur of confidence going into the second half. And maybe if he can win the ball back, he might even get a final attack before that half-time whistle. I'm sure Lev Vincent will try his best not to allow that to happen.
Into stoppage time then. At the end of the first half of our second leg here. 3-1 on aggregate now. Tuga desperately trying to defend. Lev Vincent trying to reinstate that lead, and De Gea will claim and send this one forward. But that could be a mistake here from Tuga. Desperately trying to get the ball forward. Presents an opportunity to Neymar. And Rafael Varane had to work so hard to spare the blushes there of Tuga.
Yeah, Tuga was probably thinking, where was the half-time whistle? And he gave Lev Vincent one more chance, and Lev Vincent, I'm sure, will have thought there, that could have been the game. I could have got that 3-goal advantage yet again. But with 2 goals between this at half-time, Tuga is very much still within a chance of getting to that final and facing up against Nicholas. And I'm sure Nicholas eagerly waiting to see which opponent he's going to have to face. At the moment, it still looks like it will be Lev Vincent, but Tuga has shown promise in the right areas. He has shown that he can break through the defence of Lev Vincent.
He's shown that he can certainly find his way towards goal. The one thing that might be a bit of a concern is how many chances were created. Clear-cut chances, only the one real gilt-edged chance that he did manage to put away, but he only needs 2 more to tie this up and send it to extra time. Couple of changes off the bench here. Kai Havertz being introduced.
Yeah, and introduced for Patrick Vieira as well. So defensive-minded player being taken off a very attacking-minded player. As Tuga looks to try and really reinstate his place back into this semi-final.
Well, what Would a goal here at the start of this second half do for this tie? It would set it on fire. Ruud Gullit looks for the cricket around Vieira. Doesn't manage to connect, and now Tuga's got to turn attack into defence. He's got to win this ball back.
Yeah, these are going to be the dangerous situations when Lev Vincen's on the counter-attack, but Lev isn't having any of it. He is not going to take the bait. Instead, he's going to be smart and recycle this play. Very intelligent FIFA from Lev Vincent.
Really showing that he's not feeling the pressure in this situation as well. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo, who, again, just recycles, finds that free man. That's Gullit now. Picks up the ball. You can see Lev Vincent quite happy to just keep possession here until he can fashion that chance. Neymar, cricketer! De Gea with the save.
It was a very subtle bit of goalkeeper movement, but it was enough. And so was that challenge from Mbappe as well, as it goes out for a goal kick. But what Tuga's doing is he's stepping up with his fullbacks and with his centre-backs. He's trying to bait Lev Vincent into actually going for some of these attacks and then quickly sprinting back and player switching and second pressing. He's doing everything right to encourage these attacks from Lev Vincent. And Lev Vincent isn't falling for it every single time.
That is absolutely superb tackle, though, from Tuga. And he's got players streaming forward as Lev Vincent is desperately trying to get some players back from his midfield to win the ball back, and he has done. Ruud Gullit showing his worth. Tuga, fantastic sliding tackle to win the ball back, and Ruud Gullit, I mean, he is just a monster in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, Lev Vincent doing amazingly defensively there. He saw that there were several different runs. He had to make that challenge with Gullit. Otherwise, it could have been very ugly indeed.
Speaking of runs, that's a fantastic one from Cristiano Ronaldo. He beats the offside trap as well. Little cut back here, but Mbappe gets there first. De Gea has to be careful. And Tuga does well.
Tuga's made yet another pause, and more changes will be had. However, it has looked somewhat positive. There has been areas he's tried to expose.
Well, maybe he can find the space here. Cancelo goes outside here to Havertz! Save from De Gea.
Maybe a little bit desperate from that range from Tuga, even though he did time it green, and I'm sure if there wasn't any goalkeeper movement whatsoever, it might have crept its way in. But I'm sure Lev Vincent will be more than happy to see shots going from that range as it's back to the drawing board again for Tuga and his coach. And he is dipsy-doodling around as to what he wants to play. The 4-4-2 is what he's used to, and it can be a very effective method of attack as well as defense. Just having those two strikers, I feel, is a great way to try and break down an opponent.
Maybe it'll be a set piece here for Tuga that creates the opportunity. Neymar, great tackle from Van Dijk. Every single player is desperately trying to do what they can as Ronaldo puts his face in the way to turn it behind for a corner. Tuga now in towards Ronaldo! What a game we have here!
And you can see the switch up in set pieces as well from the corner. At first he plays it short. He lures Lev Vincent in, and then a quick 1-2 when that second corner comes through. He knew Ronaldo had the space, and he timed it green under pressure. And this semi-final really has been blown wide open.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff from the man from Portugal. Tuga has a never-say-die attitude. All season long, he's been known for last-minute, last-gasp equalisers, winners. And maybe, just maybe, he set himself up for another one here. What a comeback this is.
Yeah, now Tuga again is going into the tactics screen, and he's encouraging his players forward, getting them to stay forward as well, not joining the attack. He's really going gung-ho at this point. He almost senses that Lev Vincent is vulnerable. Can Lev Vincent hold on is the real question. He did so well in the first leg to take a 3-goal lead. And then, of course, there was a small break before leg number 2. And it seems like that has allowed Tuga to reset and get back into this one now. And what a nervy end to this game this is going to be for Lev Vincent.
Here we go then. Cristiano Ronaldo, the goal scorer. 1 goal, the difference between the two players. Are we going to see an incredible comeback here from Tuga? Can he find an equaliser? Can Lev Vincent answer back?
Lev Vincent has had chances. He has got into pretty scary areas. But Tuga's done so well at winning the ball back. Unfortunately, gives away a free kick. Otherwise, he would have done it yet again. As Lev Vincent now can look to maybe toss this one into the box.
Lev Vincent looking to extinguish the flames! When you're under pressure, you need someone to step up. And what about the greatest footballer of all time to do it? Pele comes up with a strike.
The most attacking player was lost in the waves, and he was destroyed by Lev Vincent. And now the most offensive player of the tournament in Tuga. Maybe up against it here as well, as he finds himself again 2 goals behind, and you completely hit the nail on the head. He's well and truly got the fire extinguisher out at this point and piped Tuga down. And it's so hard when that happens.
There's still time left in this game.
That's
the beautiful thing here. There is still time to turn this around. You said it yourself. Around the 70th minute, there's still time to get 2 goals back. That is where we are at right now in this second leg.
But it's so tough when you come so close and when you work your way back into a game to instantly be taken out of it again. It's honestly so difficult mentally to get yourself back into that headspace of believing that you can actually achieve a victory here, or at least achieve a draw to take it to extra time.
And you're going to see Lev Vincent just put up the walls here. Lionel Messi, Havertz battling.
Oh, no.
It's actually going to go the way of Lev Vincent there. A little shake of the head from Tuga, and I think he can feel a little bit hard done by then. Havertz just looked to have the strength on his man.
Yeah, just backed into him a little bit too much, and the referee didn't like it, and that's going to allow Lev Vincent to now have possession and try and eat away at this clock, but you can see red shirts are swarming.
Wins it back. Here's the run outside. He turns back inside. Neymar into Messi. Waiting for that ball around the corner, and the touch from Ronaldo. Just showed it to Maldini. Havertz pulls it wide of the target. A half chance, but it was a chance.
But I can appreciate Tuga actually taking those chances, going for those shots, because he needs a little bit of fortune to get back into this one. He needs one of those greens to go in.
And maybe this is the chance here for Lev Vincent to finish off this game. Neymar, big save from De Gea.
And thankfully, Alexandra there to pick up the pieces as well. Maybe one of the benefits of having the likes of him on your pitch.
Oh, that's a fantastic ball in behind, and Mbappe fluffs his lines though, and you can see the frustration there from Lev Vincent. He knew if that hits the back of the net that this is game over and he's in a final.
Yeah, slightly off with the timing. That could have been the game done and dusted, as now, again, we're going to see a change of formation from Tuga. He's tried almost everything. I think he's implementing a 4-2-4 at this point. I don't think you can get much more aggressive than that. For Lev Vincent, the 4-2-3-1 holds firm and holds true. He did say, I will never switch off the 4-2-3-1. It doesn't matter if I'm attacking, defending. It's my formation. It works for me. And I tell you what, he's on his way to going to the final here at PlayStation Playoffs.
I wouldn't say that just yet. 78 minutes on the clock. Tuga with possession. But maybe that loose pass there might be the final nail in the coffin here. Pele inside. Beautiful stuff. Oh, it deserved a goal.
It might have been pretty, but it wasn't quite enough. But you can see Tuga desperately trying to encourage that ball quickly up the pitch.
Well, Neymar's just going to be caught offside here. I saw the linesman's flag go up. And that's possession again into the hands of Tuga. Another chance to go forward here.
Yeah, realistically, you need a goal from this attack with only 9 minutes left of regulation time now. Otherwise, if Tuga loses possession, if Lev Vincent regains it, you think that he's got the composure, he's got the experience from this season to just see this game out. It's been a great attempt in this second leg from Tuga, but it looks like he might come up short if he can't find a goal on this exact attack.
Last throw of the dice here for Tuga. Needs to score pretty much with every attack, including this one. Messi, will Ronaldo get there? He did, and he will win the throw-in. Quick pass in here from Tuga. Ronaldo, heel to heel inside the box. Oh! And it was just cut out at the last second.
I'd tell you what, if he's made that challenge with Van Dijk, Lev Vincent, then that is one of the best tackles that we've seen. Just a little lunge to do enough.
Varane wins it back, still time here. Havertz needs to move the ball forward as quickly as possible here, Tuga. Neymar will attack this space. Offside trap attempted, will leave space. Messi into Hullet, battling his way through, and Patrick Vieira wins the ball back for Lev Vincent. And is that the end of the run here for Tuga?
It should be. Lev Vincent should have enough as the offside trap is played. Possession comes back to Tuga, which keeps a little bit of hope left.
Havertz into Neymar. Havertz will get the ball back. Ruud Gullit. Oh, and Rafael Varane this time steps up, and that has to be it now. Ronaldo wins it back for Tuga. Van Dijk steps in. Every single player who is working their socks off here for Lev Vincent. He's making tackles. He's putting their bodies on the line. But maybe it's not enough. It's Vieira. It's Gullit. It doesn't matter who it is, because there's only one name that matters, and it's the man who makes it to our final. A huge congratulations to Lev Vincent.
Lev Vincent has played absolutely incredible throughout this tournament, and his reward is a final versus Nicholas. He saw off one of the bravest competitors we saw throughout the knockout stages. Prior to this game, had only conceded 1 goal in the knockouts, but Lev Vincent was able to put 4 past him. But the real question is, how many can he put past Nicholas? Can he break down the Iceman?
The craziest thing for me is the fact that that game was won in our first leg. We joined it at 3-0. If that's just one game, then Tuga, I mean, what a performance that was. We'll take a look at the highlights from that second leg, Dan, because it was full of drama. It was full of action. The only thing it was missing, if you're a Tuga fan, was that final goal to pull off that incredible comeback.
And honestly, when it became 3-2 and when Tuga did manage to crawl his way back into this tie, I thought he was going to be able to go all the way. I thought he'd be able to take it to extra time, but the response from Lev Vincent was incredible. This was how Tuga got his first goal, and I want to look at this. Yeah, he did time it okay. I thought that maybe the timing was a little bit off, but the goalkeeper movement just allowed such an easy goal there for Gullit. And that was when the belief came through for Tuga, where he really started to say, okay, I'm into this one now.
You can see it flowing through his veins, and then into our second half. Cancelo found Havertz, pulls the save out of David De Gea, and there was a few opportunities. You can see how much that Tuga wanted it. And this was the moment you thought maybe, just maybe, the comeback was on. Ronaldo with a towering header.
And that was in the 66th minute that he scored, and he was able to get that one back, and you saw what it meant to him as well. But then in the 69th minute, Lev Vincent hit straight back, and it is so deflating when you work so hard to get back into a game, just to be punched back instantly. It's so difficult.
And Pele has been an outstanding super sub for Lev Vincent so far this tournament. Scored so many vital goals, and again, the Brazilian legend steps up when it matters for him. You can see the statistics from that last game. 14 shots for Lev Vincent, 11 shots on goal, and looking at that, it looked pretty good for him.
It looked incredible for him. Lev Vincent has been one of our standout competitors, and that's why he's going to be in the final, and we want to hear from him as well. He's going to be over with Kyle. Kyle, take it away.
Dan and Mark, thank you so much. Yes, we are here at the Cube, myself and Alan with Lev Vincent, obviously the winner, and goes through to the finals. Lev, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I started really bad the first day. So now Saturday and Sunday I played really good, so I'm really happy that I'm in the final.
Lev Vincent, I won't throw any obstacles at you this time, but congrats on making it to the grand final. You're coming up against Nicolas, the #1 seed ranked player on PS4. What are your thoughts heading into that game plan?
Yeah, Nicolas is by far the best player on the PlayStation this year. I played him a lot of times. I think I never won, so maybe this time I can win. You never know.
Hopefully we'll see what happens. Talking about your previous game, obviously, against Tuga, was there a point where you thought, oh no, he's coming back, I've got to stop him from doing this now?
I never thought that. I always thought I'm going to win, even when he scored the second goal, because I think I did not give away so much chances, so I was always confident that I was going to win.
I like that confidence. You've got to take that into the grand finals. Once again, well done. Alan's trying to make himself look a little bit taller, stood up here on the cube with us. But for now, we're going over to the couch with everyone that is there.
Yes, thank you, Kyle and Alan, and congratulations to Lev Vincent for making it to the final. Great performance from him, because in the Swiss format where you play 7 games, you have to win 4 to qualify for the knockout rounds. He was 2-3. His back was against the wall, and now he's undefeated since then.
Yeah, he's had some really tough obstacles that he's come up against. Different shaped obstacles as well. You know, Lost in the Waves was an attacking force. We weren't sure whether he could withhold the pressure, but he did pretty comfortably in the end. Then he had to go up against the defensive Tuga, and obviously overcome that. So in terms of what he's had to face, he's got the game plans that can take on most strategies. It's just whether they can handle Nicholas.
Might he peaking at the right time?
I'd rather be playing well now than the first day, obviously, where he struggled, barely made it out. He looked good yesterday, looks good today. And I always compliment Levinkin. He is one of those competitors that plays the man, not the game. And we talked about that briefly, but he has a different game plan for different types of opponents. Up to this point, I guess his game plan versus Nicholas in their previous matchups hasn't worked, but maybe third time is a charm.
All right, now let's take a look at the bracket and get you guys caught up on all of the matches so far. We're gonna punch it in, but here's our final. The two men that have made it there, Nicholas and Lev Vincent. This is gonna be an incredible battle between two very talented players. Also, as a fun fact, Nicholas has not lost yet in Berlin. So I don't want to get into predictions just yet. We'll do that after the break, but this is going to be a classic.
You know what's amazing is his winning record at the playoffs doesn't just extend to Berlin, it extends back to at least the start of the knockout phase in Amsterdam last year. I can't remember his Swiss format record in Amsterdam, but he's obviously won all his knockout games, so he just doesn't lose in the playoffs. And if he wins that final, he'll be the first ever two-time champ.
The worst his Swiss format could be is 4-1. He's had 7 4-0s and 3 4-1s in 10 Swiss formats that are on record from 2018.
All right, there you go. From 64 players down to 2. Our final is set for these PS4 playoffs. Nicholas versus Lev Vincent. Don't go anywhere. It's coming back right after this.
Eu queria pedir desculpas. Foi mal por ser brasileiro. Desculpa ser matador. E marcar gol sem olhar. Mal mesmo para a sua reputação. E que eu nunca vou parar. Não é você, sou eu.
Don't miss any of the excitement of the 2019 FIFA E-World Cup from the O2 Arena in London. Watch the best EA Sports FIFA 19 players in the world be a part of a unique on-site experience with loads of activities and meet the biggest influencers of the EA Sports FIFA scene live at one of the world's most iconic venues. Get your tickets now and don't miss out on this must-see event. Ticket prices start at just £10. Go to fifa.com/FEWC.
Arguably the best player in the world. And Dasari took him down. Strike from Ronaldo! Might concede another one here because Ronaldo's at the back post. And it's 3 now for Dasari. Oh, maybe there's one for Maestro here. There is somewhat of a smile underneath that face.
The reigning world champion and maybe, just maybe, the best to ever play the game. The Saudi Prince, it's Rogue MS Dasari.
The FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs are presented by PS4. And remember to pre-order the Ultimate Edition of FIFA 20 by August 5th to get a guaranteed once to watch. Welcome back, everyone, to beautiful Berlin, Germany for the final of these FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs for PS4. I'm Jimmy Conrad, alongside Spencer Owen, Mike LaBelle, and Rachel Stringer. And we are here, and we are lucky to have two of the best players in the world competing in this final for $75,000 and a trophy. Lev Vincent versus Nicolas. Let's get into this, Spencer, because I am buzzing for this. Who do you like?
I like them both. I like them both as players and as people.
So you're on that fence. You're
you mean
straddling it right
who
now.
do I think is going to win?
Oh, yeah, let's get into it.
I think everyone here is going to predict Nicolas, are they not? Is anyone going to predict Lev? As much as I'd love to, I'd love for Lev to win it. I think it'd be great, but I think Nicolas is going to do it.
I'll step out. I'll go with Lev.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll mix it up.
I like it. As bold as your jacket, Mike. I really appreciate that.
You like the green jacket.
I do.
Look over there. He's got a safety net on. Look how safe that choice is, Daddy Jim.
I look great. I look great.
No,
all right, so let's take a look at
100%
some of these stats for both of these players, and then we're going to get Rachel's prediction and take a look at this. So right now, Nicolas is currently #1 in the world on PlayStation, and Lev Vincent, after a fantastic performance throughout his 3 days here in Berlin, is currently in 4th. They are locked and loaded to go to the E-World Cup, but before they get there, they got to compete here in this final.
And Lev has also jumped up from 7th coming into this to 4th now as well. And I like to go into the form book, I do. I've done it a few times this tournament already. And Lev and Nicolas here, their stats. They've played each other 3 times this season. In Bucharest at the beginning of the year, Lev lost 6-1.
Okay.
Then at an LQE, he lost 3-1. And at a semi-final of an LQE in London, he lost 5-4. I mean,
so he's closing the gap.
He is closing the gap. As the season's been going on, Lev has been producing the goods. Just not quite there, though.
All right, okay. Nice stats, but here's some stats for you.
Okay.
We did a bit of research in the break. Not only has Nicolas never lost a game at playoffs, that's 2 years in a row, Swiss formats, of which last year he went 7-0 in the Swiss format. So he's never lost a game in knockout phases or Swiss formats 2 years in a row. He's also beat over 15 different opponents.
Ouch.
Surely he's going to take another scalp.
It's like a mic drop.
Are you going to change?
Throw your mic.
Are you going to change to Nicolas?
No! You're not going to switch up with me.
Switch it. So what does Lev Vincent
Look at
have to
you
do?
bandwagoners. We're going with Lev Vincent today.
You're saying this generalization. What does Lev Vincent need to do to beat the best player in the world?
It's important that Lev Vincent does not concede early. I think it's easier if he can be in a leading position. Lev Vincent's someone who can frustrate you. He does a really good job adjusting, like I was just saying, to different types of opponents and different types of players. And if he can get a couple goals on Nicolas, we might see Nicolas under some pressure. He was shaking when he was up here. We talked to him. We interviewed him. He wasn't Iceman, ice cold. You know, he had a little bit of a shake going on.
Maybe he was intimidated sitting next to you.
Maybe it was Rachel. Maybe Rachel. I don't think it's me.
All right, we're done here on the couch, but now it is time for this epic final. And the call of this game is going to Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. And yes, it is final time here in Berlin for the PlayStation 4 FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs, in which someone will be winning $75,000, and they will be the champion here in Berlin and picking up 1,800 Global Series ranking points. But for these two, it's just about moving about in seeding. We had 64 players here just 2 days ago, and now we have 2 players left. 2 very familiar names when it comes to competitive FIFA.
Not only is it about the prize money and the placing that you can move up and down for Lev Vincent, but more importantly, it's about breaking the curse. 3 times he's faced him this season. 0 wins for the Dutchman. In another final on the PlayStation 4. If Lev Vincent can get an early goal and start to apply the pressure onto Nicolas, he can beat him. In the past, I've spoke to Lev after he's played Nicolas. Why? What went wrong? Why couldn't you get past him? He said, defensively, the best player I've played against, ever. He's so hard to break down, is Nicolas. That's what makes him the best PlayStation 4 player this season.
On the other side of that, as you mentioned, pressure. He's the Iceman for a reason. He doesn't feel pressure. He has ice running through his veins. He was the champion last year in Amsterdam for the playoffs. Can he do it again? Yet to lose a game, yet to taste defeat. E-Club World Cup winner this year. Semi-finalist at the grand final last year, lost to the hands of Marcuso. And here we go then, final time in Berlin. It will be FC Basel's Nicolas kicking from left to right to get us underway. And team makers Lev Vincent, the Dutchman, from right to left. And what a tournament they have had. Both of these players. It was a different story in Swiss for Lev Vincent, went 4-3, nearly went out the competition. For Nicolas, though, it's been all smiles, yet to taste a defeat.
We were 2 and 3. 1 in 3 was Lev Vincent in Swiss. He's had his back against the wall. Must win games.
Here comes Nicholas. Here we go. Here's an early goal as well to get this final underway. La Croqueta, 1, 2 or 3.
It's simple. When Nicholas plays at his best on the PlayStation 4, in my opinion, nobody gets near him. When he's played at his top level, prime Nicholas, there's a gap between him and the rest of the pack.
There's a reason why. He is already #1 seed on those rankings. Whoever won this tournament still would have not overtaken him. He was #1 seed going into the final last year on PlayStation. And he will be again, whether he loses or wins this final. Lev Vincent, though, someone you can never write off. Did you see those leg ones we saw in the last few knockout games? An 8-1 victory in a quarter-final.
Yeah, ludicrous stuff from Lev Vincent. It's been one of his best tournaments to date.
Here's a chance for Nicholas again. And look at him just free-flowing there in the midfield. Hullet to Van Dijk. Yet to put a foot wrong has the Argentine. Took a big break from competitive FIFA. Needed that break to recharge his batteries and to come back on fire like he is now. Looking for a second scoop turn into the finish.
He's just so slick when he's going forward right there. He played it from the back, from the centre circle. Van Dijk into Hullet, 4 or 5 passes. He's not afraid to keep hold of the ball for a little bit. And you see, as soon as it goes into Lev Vincent's possession, his player switching, his pressing on the ball, off the ball, the anticipation is so, so good. It's one of the things that almost puts him away from everybody else.
If there was one person that Lev Vincent wants to take down on PlayStation, it's this man. Nicholas, as you said, they've matched up before a number of times. You even said it perfectly, Richard. You spoke to Lev after he's played Nicholas. There's not many players, just like Tex, that have been able to beat the likes of Nicholas and Tex. Actually, across the whole landscape of competitive FIFA. It was an early goal in this final. If you have just joined, 2 legs of action. Aggregate scoreline.
And Lev's really, in this opening 25 minutes, not had much to go on. It's been very, very scrappy, the play that he has had, because every time he's getting it, Nicholas is just taking the ball back off him.
Here we go. He's really enjoyed this left-hand side of the field of Mbappe, getting down that byline area, which Nicholas did in fact score from just 15 minutes ago. Holds on to this one. I don't know why he took a shot there, Ramos. It was clearly a mistake.
Yeah, I think you were expecting the ball to get turned over back to Nicholas, and he's holding circle to tussle for the ball.
If you look at the results that Lev has had, as we mentioned, he has been so, so good. First leg has been his kind of strength. He's played well in the first leg. Just look back to the last game that was on the show. It was a 3-0 victory.
3-0 in the semi-finals first leg, 8-1 in the quarter-finals first leg. He's getting the job done.
He said currently sits in #5 in the Global Series ranking. If he wins this, it will all turn around for him. And of course, add the points on that he has. 1,050. Whoever loses this final, you don't know about the rankings. That's what the whole year's been about. You pick up Global Series ranking points from every single tournament event. I believe this is the 32nd event we've had all year. Now, after this, it'll be all about those FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final. Here's Lev now. His first real chance on goal. Tried to fake shot round Mbappe. He's back to defend.
And you saw how deep Mbappe came, tucking in, from that left cam position. Almost playing as a CDM on the edge of his own box. Coming back, pickpocket in. Lev Vincent on the edge of the box, and now the same Mbappe in the attacking threat.
Pull it. Into Vieira, is that finesse on 4 and fake shot. Cristiano Ronaldo was quite readable. Easily readable in the end.
Look at the possession as well. 40 minutes into this one, 69% possession for Nicolas. It's been a clinic so far from the Argentine.
Speaking of movement, sorry, Lev Vincent is up to 4th now in those rankings. 1,050 points guaranteed for making this final. It's just if you get the extra 750 on top for being the playoffs champion, and that's $75,000.
It's not bad for a weekend's work. Going on with 75k.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes added time. I think often a lot of people ask, how do you break down Nicolas? Fifilza was in a 0-0 after leg number 1. He can be stopped. There's a little ball just in front of Hullet. Tried to Cricketta actually along the byline. Vieira won it. Normally them two playing next to each other in those CDM roles. That time they're up against each other.
And that will take us into half-time. As it stands, 61% of the ball with 97% passing accuracy for Nicolas. Lev yet to really register a shot on target. The only chance that he did have was sort of that shot that was supposed to be a tackle, which went into the goalkeeper's hands.
Yeah, we've seen him keep the ball a few times at the back. Makers Lev Vincent. It's just trying to build forward. He's had a little bit of success down the left-hand side where he's looked to use Mbappe in the 4-2-3-1 that he is using.
Yeah, interesting. Lev in the 4-2-3-1 normal variation. Nicolas in the 4-2-3-1 second variation. So we're talking about Mbappe tucking in from a left cam. He's actually playing as a left mid. Mbappe a little bit deeper. Easier to soak up the pressure in that formation. And you see a change there on your screen. Luka Modric coming on for Nicolas, and Patrick Vieira exiting the field.
As I mentioned, Lev Vincent 4-2-3-1 plays that formation religiously. Never changes out of it. Doesn't even do too much in his game either to move around tactics, instructions. Every player has their own personal preference. Clearly it's worked well for him. He's in the PlayStation 4 playoff final. There's that fake shot inside. Mbappe having a lot of success there. Maldini able to pass it away. Cricketta in the middle of the field. I'm not too sure the success rate on that one in that area. Mbappe will make that run. Instead, he'll fake to go inside. Needs to be quicker from Lev Vincent here. Drag back into danger, though.
He read the situation so well, did Nicolas there with Sergio Ramos. Quick bit of interplay on the edge of the box from Lev Vincent. It's more like it from what we saw in the semi-finals and the quarters. But defensively, Nicolas, very, very sound. Rarely presses circle, does Nicolas, to lunge into the ball, to do an aggressive tackle back. It's very much read the situation, move players into position with jockey and intercept passes. Just make sure you're getting in the way. Letting sometimes the AI take the tackle for you.
And also, we saw it at half-time, Richard, 100% shot accuracy. Does not waste a chance, Nicolas, of what we've seen so far. Here's a chance for Lev Vincent, timed to perfection with the tackle for Alexandro. Makes the huge tackle. Actually gives away a throw-in for Ramos to take, who's very high up on this left-hand side. In at left-back, it seems. And Alexandro, the man of the moment.
Again, with the anticipation. Right stick player switching. Just a little bit too quick, Nicolas, in the defensive aspect. But while it's 1-0, it's anybody's ball game right now.
It really is. All it takes is one chance to bring this game back all square. And we know how good Lev is in the attacking third of the field. Scoring goals for fun just 2 games ago. When he gets into that rhythm and he's able to chain together Cricketta's and a number of skill moves. Here's Nicolas with his turn to go forward now. Look how clean that is, just moving round.
Three cricketers there in succession for Nicholas. Trying to force his way into a dangerous area.
It's when you get into those areas, Lev has to be careful not to dive in. We've seen players all weekend long just give away penalties when the players get into a box. Here, when they do it, La Croqueta, it's so quick sometimes to judge. It's like, what do you do?
With 20 minutes left, this opening 70 minutes from Lev could be an on goal there, but that's a perfect example of what I'm just about to talk about. I've not really seen Lev rush as much as he is right now. I'm not sure if it's the situation that he's in a big final, a big money matchup, a $40,000 matchup, the points, the prestige, but also the opponent. If you know you're playing against someone who has your number, does that affect you mentally?
I've matched 3 times before, and it's been Nicholas that's had the last laugh every single time. Lev, desperate to get that win on the board. Could be 2-0 down if it isn't from the heroic block from Maldini on the second time. It's a heroic save from David De Gea. And out for a goal kick and a chance to breathe into a pause for Lev Vincent.
And you see the change now from Nicholas, from the 4-2-3-1 second variation into the first. More attacking, Lev Vincent looking towards the substitutions that he has all tournament long. Havertz, Pele being introduced for him.
Yeah, Pele has been a bit of a hero over these 3 days at the playoffs, whether it was in Swiss knockouts or in this final. He's come on, he's been involved in the team, and especially in the knockout games, Richard, Pele came on, was actually scoring goals. He scored the last goal of the game in that incredible 11-5 win against Lost in the Waves, just in those quarterfinals, was involved in the last match up against Tuga as well. It's the same subs. If you back those players on the pitch, Richard, whichever game it is.
Well, why change now? This has got you all the way to the final, these 3 subs. Don't change the winning recipe.
Maybe he just needed that spark of energy in the attacking third with 10 minutes left. Definitely, as you said, Richard, he seems as if he's feeling a little bit of pressure. He's rushed a few things. You can never tell with Nicholas because he doesn't show you too much emotionally.
Nicholas looks very calm right now. It might only be 1-0, but just the way that he's playing, looks like another day at the office.
The first time I really saw that outpour of emotion was at the playoffs in Amsterdam last year, when he knew how good he really was, beating Marv in that final when he had tears in his eyes. Went into that grand final as seed number 1, and at the moment he'll be doing that again. Leading by 1-0. 5 minutes left. Lev Vincent, a chance to create something, maybe an attack.
A goal right now would certainly settle the nerves for Lev Vincent going into that second leg.
He needs to back himself. He's here for a reason. Now he's starting to free flow a little bit more in the attack. Pele into Havertz, the 2 super subs that he always seems to back, and unfortunately, La Croqueta is actually into Modric.
So hard to break down, Nicholas.
By the looks of it, just a minute left and added time. Nicholas will be 1-0 up heading into that second leg. If you have just joined, this is the grand final of the PlayStation 4 FIFA 19 Global Series playoffs. One player will pick up $75,000, or Lev Vincent pull himself back into this game, and it's just the play you don't really want in that area. Vieira trying to do an accelerated fake shot around a defender.
And you saw Modric tracking back fresh off of the bench at half-time. So much stamina to be able to burn, get back the opposite side, use the pace that you've got, and just nick the ball off his toe right there. Isn't it a funny story how Nicholas on Friday morning and Thursday, when the players were practicing, said, "Oh, I'm playing rubbish. I've played 10 and I've lost 8. I'm not confident."
Was it even true?
He's not lost. He's not lost a game in the playoffs.
As soon as the tournament has started, day 1, 4-0 in Swiss. untouchable in the knockout stages, actually winning games by quite a margin as well. Like, I don't really understand that sometimes.
And that form has continued into the final right now. Let's have a look how Nicholas is leading after the first leg. Talk me through it, Brandon.
Yeah, let's have a look at that matchup and how it all went down. There was only one goal to cheer about, and that goal came via Nicholas. Within the first 10 minutes of the game, we saw no goals or anything else for 80 minutes, Richard. That's how much of a chess match this game of FIFA was. It was back-to-back La Croquetas down the byline for him, into the near post, and that was really the only goal that we did see in that game to put it 1-0. There was half-hearted chances. It was back-to-back blocks. Maldini then into the save of David De Gea. And Lev Vincent did get out of that matchup. 1-0 down. It's all to do for him in this second leg.
And here's a reminder to link your EA and Twitch accounts to be able to win lots of prizes that have been dropped throughout the 3 days here. Packs, icons, and Team of the Season players. And if you are watching with a linked PlayStation account, you'll automatically win and receive a Global Series PS4 Playoffs home kit.
A guaranteed new foot shirt for you to use in Ultimate Team. Well, how did you look at this one, Richard? Only one goal between the two as a neutral. This is amazing. There's only one goal scored. We know how a 3-0 lead can be wiped away when it comes to competitive FIFA. We've only got one goal here. Nicholas can concede. Nicholas can lose games.
He can, 100%. The question is, will Nicholas concede? And will he lose a game? He's not lost a game in 3 days at this event.
And you look into that and you look at the confidence that not just he has from this tournament, the tournament kind of success he's had all year, E-Club World Cup, he represented Argentina at the FIFA Nations Cup.
The Foot Champions Cup 2, December, PlayStation 4 champion, only losing to MS Desari in the final there. And he won an event, the LQE versus Resende in the final.
Enjoy the game.
And even got to a stage where he had to pull out of 1 or 2 tournaments. He thought to himself, I've got enough points for the playoffs, I've got enough points for the FIFA World Cup Grand Finals. I'm going to take a break and prepare for the playoffs. And he has been superb all throughout the 3 days. Lev Vincent, though, he's been just as good. But unfortunately, he's trailing by 1-0 as we get into this second leg now. 90 more minutes in front of us. Who will be the champion?
And Lev Vincent is 100% capable of winning this match of FIFA.
For me, it's just that goal. He just needs that one goal to get him going, the outpour of emotion.
Just a goal to sort of break down the barriers. He knows the situation that he's playing right now. He knows he's in a final. He knows that this is probably the biggest game of the season that he's played. The opponent, the one player he doesn't want to face. But just a goal will just calm everything down.
The worst thing that can happen is Nicholas goes 1-0 up in this game. Again, he scored just within the first 10 minutes in the first game. Will he be able to do it in the second? Ronaldo with a shot. Had to make David De Gea work. And he was able to match up the shot, parried away for a save and for a corner. Down that byline again. Ronaldo's at the back post, just over the bar.
I'm shocked that that's not gone in all honesty. Ronaldo just getting a little bit over it, I'd say. Leapt a little bit too early.
It's headers and volleys between Ronaldo and Ronaldo there. Possession still in Nicholas's hands, even though it was a goal kick to Lev just a few minutes ago. Needs to get the ball back, look after it a little bit better. Cannot afford to concede and go 2 goals down. He has been a bit of a hero here, Lev. He's been able to secure FeWC Marco's grand final spot. The last man to do so in Team PS4. All 32 players now confirmed. Wave after wave of a pressure.
The pressing is unrelenting.
Could he pay for it, Lev Vincent? Really patient defending there. That was better from Lev.
It's like nothing you've played against on the PlayStation, in all honesty.
It was good, though, from him. He just held back with Varane, and then when it was right, he committed to the tackle. Key thing is, don't dive in around the box. We've seen penalties given away. And a mistake like that can make you go 2 goals down. It's just how do you break down this back line of Nicholas? We know the goals that Lev can score. Looking for that flick up cross into the box. Ronaldo's there. It's going to fall kindly to Vieira. An outstretched leg and a save from the Dutchman. Sends out for a corner. And unfortunately, that corner looks as if it's been wasted.
And just look at the composure right there. As it comes into the box, Nicholas didn't even head it out. He headed it back into the box and then played out from the back. Lev Vincent with the El Tornado out wide, whipping it into the box, going to the wheelhouse, trying to do anything he can to get a goal right now.
Still looking for that equaliser. Whilst Nicholas is looking to double his lead on aggregate. 1-0 up so far in the match for the #1 seed on PlayStation. Make that 2-0. A routine goal for many competitive players. On the edge of the box, Kylian Mbappe timed it green and smashed into the back of the net. 2-0 Nicholas 99.
Everything's done with such quickness, that's the thing. Played it into him, and it's just an instinctive, green timed, smash past the goalkeeper from the edge of the box. Nicholas leads 2-0. And Lev Vincent with a big performance needed, with a third of this game already gone.
And any work that was done by Lev has all gone to waste, unfortunately. Within the first 25 minutes. Still plenty of time left for the Dutchman. There we go, he's won the ball back now. He knows how good he can be. But defensively, you can see Lev, he's getting frustrated. When you're up against someone that's so good.
Just not put a foot wrong, really, defensively. He's not put a foot wrong, Nicholas. The right stick switching. When to press, when to sit off.
Mbappe. Back to Neymar. Pull it. All the way to Vieira. Happy to interchange between the two. Looking for a third is Nicholas. Making the midfield work tirelessly for Lev Vincent. You can see the numbers back. He's only got Neymar as an out-and-out striker in that 4-2-3-1, waiting to try and get on the ball and to make something happen. You have to wait a while to get the ball back, though. Varane will win that shoulder battle, and in the end is recycled. It's crazy to see how much of a machine Nicholas has become. I remember seeing him back in 2017, the first time he really burst onto the scene. And this will be 3 back-to-back grand finals for him in London this time.
Crazy statistics when you look at it. Alongside what the likes of Ajax Danny, MoAuba in that category. Back-to-back-to-back grand finals. The question is Nicholas going to go on further than he did last year? A semi-finalist at the O2, losing out to Marcuso. Who's going to stop him? That's the question.
Nearly at the halfway interval in this second leg. 2-0 the scoreline still. I know he's always back in his 4-2-3-1, but is it time for a change or something, Richard? With 45 minutes left, you're 2-0 down, you're struggling to break down Nicholas.
At this point, Lev Vincent, you're wondering what else can you do? You're pressing so high up the pitch, and you're playing against an opponent that just seems to have an answer for every single thing that you're doing.
That should do us for the first half. Do not concede again.
And doesn't even seem to have broken a sweat.
R9. Back to CR7. Nearly found a third in this game. Out for a corner. This will be the last attack of the half. Played short to R9. Look for the flick up across. And the referee said, enough's enough. That will be half time. And I'm not saying exactly change up a 4-2-3-1 for Lev, but bring on something else. Make something else happen.
I'm looking to see what he's using right now. Lev Vincent, it's R9 in behind. Team of the Season Neymar up top, Mbappe and CR7 out wide. Attacking changes coming on right now for Lev Vincent. Pele as a CDM.
I was expecting to see a change of that potentially. Bring out a Vieira or a Hullet and then add an attacking player into the mix. It's good to see that he's decided to back the main man, the main sub for him.
Nicholas getting a few words of advice right now. With 45 minutes left to play.
As we said, playoffs aren't an unfamiliar task for Nicholas. Unbeaten last year in Amsterdam, and at the moment, he'll be going unbeaten again in Berlin this time. Back-to-back playoff champion, if he can hold out for 45 more minutes. You've seen the changes that have been made for Lev. It's not a case that he hasn't played well. Nicholas has just been superb. As you said, Richard, he's had an answer for everything that Lev's thrown at him. He's been clinical.
And one more goal sees this out for me if Nicholas scores next.
Here's that chance now for Modric. Just toying with the back line and still winning a corner. What will he do here? Looks like he's going to play short. That's exactly what we'll do.
Oh,
Fake the flick
so
up
nice.
cross into the fake shot. La Croqueta, drag back. CR7 now. La Croqueta, back to back to back. R9 was in the way. It's going to fall to a rebound for Van Dijk, who's going to be offside anyway. If R9 was in the way, do you reckon that would have went in?
The little scoop up fake shot. Next level. Such a small thing. But to have the wherewithal to go, yeah, I'll change that up. Because some players, when they play the short corner, it's almost very robotic. Press R3, L1 square, back post. That's the routine. It shows that he's always thinking. He's always looking, watching the game, watching his opponent.
Here's Lev now. He's on side with R9. A lot of success down this left-hand side. Can he make something happen here? Here's a chance. Pele! Oh, he's matched it up again! Is this man a robot? Has an answer for everything. Let's be in front of him. Before the shot came in, Van der Sar was already moving off to the right. Lev Vincent, this is better though. Can he form an attack now? Pele into R9. Hullet with a shot and another save.
And when it does break him down, Van der Sar clutching up between the sticks.
Then comes that corner, and that's Van der Sar.
I spoke about it at dinner yesterday. The difference between Van der Sar and De Gea. For me, De Gea punches that, and then it gets a little bit messy. Van der Sar coming, collecting the ball, holding the ball.
And starting a counter-attack for Nicholas. So unfortunately get dispossessed. Just see those two attacks have given Lev something there to build upon. Rush that through ball. Will he keep it in? Oh.
So unfortunate.
You saw the idea. Unbelievable run there from Hullet to tussle with Ramos, to not give up. In the end, the pass was just too heavy. It's going to be a 15-minute spell here for Lev Vincent. He must score. He must get a goal back. What a ball that was, and defending. Just to take it off the left boot of Neymar. And then to go and counter-attack like this. Ronaldo, he's in a running race with Ramos. Could it be free off the post? Timed it yellow. If it was timed green, you never know what could have happened.
And that would have been it. That would have been game, set and match. Right, the check to Nicholas. But with that post being struck, Lev still in the match.
Yeah, chances, Richard. He did have chances. If you're wondering why he is so attacking, Lev Vincent caught us off guard as well. Havertz looks like he will be introduced now for Ruud Hullet. So
a Pele Havertz CDM combo.
6 attacking players.
Got to be done. You don't go out at this time in a final thinking, what if? What if I would have gone more attacking?
And actually looks like Hullet will stay on the field for Lev. It will be at left back, so left back has been brought off. Well, the left back option, which was a centre back for him. 20 minutes, or just over left for Lev Vincent to get himself a goal, to test Nicholas. Massive tackle, Van Dijk. The last 10 minutes, he's been able to create a few chances as Lev. Look at the numbers running forward. Messi wants to get involved in the attack too. Messi into Pele now. Just force that one. It's going to fall back to Mbappe. Messi with the drag back. Needs to let rip of a shot here. Here's Neymar. Here's that chance. Oh, and again!
That goalkeeper movement from Nicholas is so saucy.
Messi with a scoop cross into Van Dijk.
Game on.
Game on in this final. He's been searching for a goal for over 150 minutes of FIFA. And it is Hullet in the end, excuse me. I saw 2 Dutch players go up for it in the air.
Yeah, Ruud Hullet still on the pitch at left back. Getting up, scoring a big goal for Lev Vincent. 18 minutes left on the clock.
And that goal has got to give him some kind of confidence to know he can break down the Iceman.
Can he break the curse of Nicholas?
He's got 15 minutes to do so. If Nicholas scores again, he certainly would say it is game over, and Nicholas will be back-to-back playoff champion. That goal was just brought Lev back to life. You can feel it.
Yeah, it's revitalised the Dutchman. But is that going to be enough? Just more energy. It has to be a final product to take us into extra time. He'll get a couple of chances. Will Lev?
Messi now into Havertz. Yes, you are looking at a 4-2-3-1 with 2 CDMs of a duo of Pele and Havertz. He's had to make the attacking change, and he's been happy to do so as well. He's going to have to press higher than that. Nicholas he's just able to get out of all these situations. Can he hold on? Just 10 minutes
he's been
left.
dispossessed there.
Hullet does win the ball back. Needs to be quick now on the attacking third. Here comes Hullet, the goal scorer for Lev Vincent. Gets that pass away for Pele. Pele into Mbappe and changes so well as far as Hullet on this left-hand side. Could this be the chance? Scoop turn inside. Here's Neymar. Surely. Oh, what a block! A match-winning block.
Still
Corner,
alive.
straight in, front post. Oh, it's over the bar. Wow. What a few minutes that was.
Berlin. Are we going to see some late drama with 5 minutes left to play?
We saw late drama 2 years ago at the FUT Championship finals. Has Berlin got more drama on offer? Will this be the winner for Nicholas? Here's Mbappe. Superb defending.
Big block right there. But oh, look at that. Varane just stepping up, claiming the ball back for Nicholas. And is Lev even going to have another touch of this ball?
Or if anything, will Nicholas just hold the ball and not even have another attack? He's not bothered about it.
The 4th official has indicated there will be a minimum of
The Iceman, minutes away, seconds away from being a back-to-back PlayStation playoff champion. Unless there's one more twist to this tale.
This is the chance.
Lev Vincent. The arena rises in Berlin, and that's the tackle from Sergio Ramos. And that should be enough. It will be enough. Nicholas 99 FC, the Iceman, strikes again when it comes to the latter stages of the season.
Nicholas reigns supreme at the top of the leaderboard. #1 coming into the tournament. #1 in Berlin. Playoff champion back-to-back. But what a performance from Lev Vincent. He made that game so entertaining. I thought they were going to get back into it.
You can't see it at home, but the whole arena, honestly, that last attack, everybody was on their feet, and I'm sure right now it won't mean much to Lev Vincent losing this game. He needs to look at the bigger picture, though. He's been fantastic in this tournament. He will move up to 4th in those Global Series rankings. But Nicholas, Richard, back-to-back playoffs, unbeaten in both the playoffs, back to another grand final as seed #1. in the PlayStation.
And now going into the grand final, you've got 3, for me, personal, sort of standout favourites. F2 Tex, Nicholas, and MS Dasari. They're the 3 standout favourites. Yes, there's lots of other players in and around the mix that can perform on the day. But I tell you what, those grand finals are going to be electric at the O2.
They're going to be so good indeed, Richard. We know the 32 players that have booked their plane ticket to the O2 Arena, to that fantastic FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final. 250K to the winner. Nicholas has just won $75,000. He is the PlayStation 4 playoff champion. It's the last stages of the season, Richard. It gives him some confidence. Let's have a look at the highlights from that incredible final. Wow. Break it down for me, Richard. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, what a game it was. You're going to see the highlights of the game. Nicholas won the first leg, 1-0-0. He doubled his lead 25 minutes in, and we thought he were going to run away with the game. But that just simply wasn't the case. Lev Vincent got back in it in a big, big way.
And what did he do? He made an attacking change. He had to make a change somewhere. This was the goalkeeper movement. Not once, twice, 3 or 4 times. Nicholas, with his goalkeeper movement, was so good, wasn't he?
Yeah, it really was. And you see the frustration continuing to build for Lev Vincent. Chance here. Ronaldo goes in on goal. But what a save from David De Gea. Tipped it onto the post.
And this was the chance that he needed for Lev Vincent. 70 minutes into the game. And again, goalkeeper movement, incredible. And he was thinking to himself, when am I going to get a breakthrough in this game? When am I going to be able to score? The corner after that shot, that was the time that Lev Vincent was able to find the back of the net for the first time across the 2 legs.
Ruud Gullit nodded it in from close range, and we thought he was going to get an equaliser. 7 minutes left on the clock. Pele dancing inside the box. What a block from Virgil van Dijk. He's doing it all season long for Liverpool. And he clutched up right there for Nicholas.
And you saw the reaction there from the Iceman. Smiles from the Argentine. He's done it again at the playoffs. There's something about him when it comes to the latter stage of the season, isn't it, Richard? He seems to just play so well. He's been unbeaten here in Berlin. And as I said, he will be ranked #1, seed #1, going into London.
You see the possession there, heavily in favour of FC Basel's Nicholas. 99 FC, $75,000 better off. He was always going to be #1 seed going into the grand finals, but he's put an exclamation mark on that statement right now. He is the player to beat on the PlayStation 4.
He really is indeed, Richard. $75,000 in his back pocket. And I said it perfectly. Last stage of the season, people peak early. People can be consistent all year long. We see F2 Tex. Why is Nicholas just so good? Is it the goalkeeper movement? It's just everything. He's just the ultimate package.
You've got F2 Tex here, Nicholas here. What's going to happen in London?
Yeah, what's going to happen indeed. Both over 10,000 Global Series ranking points. And without further ado, I think it's about time we spoke to our winner. So let's head over to Spencer Owen, who is joined by Nicholas 99.
Yes, guys, thank you very much. I think it's about time as well. I'm here with the champ, Nicholas 99 FC of FC Basel, of course. Nicholas, how are you feeling?
I'm so happy now. It was very close, the final. So I don't know, I'm shaking now. So it was close. I'm so happy. One more playoff win for me, and I don't know, just happy.
What a tense game it was. I'm not surprised that Nicholas is happy. Obviously, it's $75,000. Richard, we'll talk more about that in a minute. But let's talk about the game itself. Lev Vincent, tough opponent.
Yeah, too much. Was close, as I said. He was playing really good in offensive, but my defense in the final, I played really good. The final, my defense was incredible. I could stop him, and I don't know. I play really good my possession, and I guess in the middle of the match he got mad, so it was the best for me.
So they call you the Iceman. That's what people call you because you're very, very focused, and you're saying Lev maybe got a little bit mad or emotional in that game. Is that something that you are doing on purpose, that you deliberately keep yourself very calm?
I don't know. It's like personality. But if my opponent is mad, it's the best for me because I can play more calm. I'm playing more possession. You know, if he gets mad, it's the best for me because he is not on 100% focused in the game. So it's the best for me.
Exactly. Nicholas, not only a master of the game, a master of emotions as well. In the game itself, you talked about your goalkeeper movement. Everyone's saying that, you know, we've heard a lot of sound bites that everyone rates you as the best defender in the world and maybe even the best player in the world. How important was your goalkeeper movement in that game?
In this final was really important. He had like 3 or 4 chances, and his goal I tried to move, but I couldn't. But it was really nice, my keeper movement, I'm trying improving.
So some very, very close games for you in this tournament. How have you felt about these playoffs in general? Obviously unbeaten in every single game. You can win the playoffs with losing a game in the Swiss format, but you know what? You decide, I just won't bother losing at all.
It was very close playoffs, because this playoff I trained too much. I was training things like skills, corners, you know. So I say, Nico, this playoff you play no pressure. It's the training for the World Cup, and now I'm here, you know.
It's an amazing feeling. And let's remember, guys, not just a playoff champion. He's a double playoff champion. The first person ever to win 2 playoffs since they were kind of invented last year. And you've never lost a game at either playoff. You won all your games in Amsterdam. You won all your games here in Berlin. What is it about the playoffs that bring out the best Nicholas? Is it the thing you said about having no pressure?
I don't know. This tournament was no pressure. The last time was no, I don't know, I don't remember. But it was my best tournament this year. I played too good. I don't know, I played too good in the offensive. I played too good in the defensive. And it's too much confidence for me for the World Cup coming.
Very confident. Last question for me, Nicholas, is you're in such good form right now. You're going into the FeWC. You've been so dominant here in Berlin. Can you win your first FeWC title?
I hope so. If I play like today or like this tournament, I think I can win it.
Nicholas believes he can win it. I believe he can win it. What do you guys think? He's been so convincing here in Berlin, but now we're going to join the guys on the couch. Well done, Nicholas.
Thank you, Spencer, and congratulations to Nicholas, who just proved why he is the best player in the world. A very dominant performance, I'd say, over Lev. Lev did have a little bit of some belief there at the end, but it wasn't enough to take down the best player.
I don't know if I was going to say dominant performance.
I mean, in many ways, there's a lot of subtlety and nuance to Nicholas's game that I don't think you necessarily can respect just watching it on TV.
I thought that Lev played really well. I was super impressed by Lev, and that's even more credit to Nicholas that he's able to get a W and get a win and be able to have a back-to-back undefeated streak at playoffs and accolade, achievement, superlative, all these good things that we're going to say about him. But I still want to give a lot of credit to Lev. We saw him battle back on day 1, and I thought he looked good the entire tournament, and he's got to feel very confident going into the FIFA World Cup as well. And I'm really interested to see how this top 16, all the players over here, if you see me pointing, to see how they kind of show up and what changes we see going into the next tournament in a couple weeks.
Surely now Nicholas is the GOAT of the PS4 side of things?
Well,
I don't think there's any question.
He was already like in that status on the PlayStation end.
But what I'll say is how much I appreciate how much he has really gotten used to being the GOAT. Like now, he seems comfortable with it. Whereas before I thought, he seems a little nervous, doesn't really want that title. He seems pretty shy in real life. But now he seems like he's owning it. I think that's only going to serve him well heading into the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%. I mean, he's obviously won this tournament now, like Spencer just said, back to back. He's never lost a game at any of these playoffs last year or this year. I think he's now beaten 16 people in both playoffs, 16 different people. So he's probably beaten everybody that there is to beat. So going there, he's got so much confidence, but as has Lev. I think Lev has to take a lot from this competition. We keep going back to the first day was a bit, hit and miss. Then he just kind of came into his own and going runner-up to Nicholas so tightly, as Mike was saying. I think he should have so much confidence going into London.
Lev Vincen's at that level. He just hasn't gotten to the island of Nicholas. Remember I talk about how I feel there's 3 players with MS Desari, Nicholas, and then also F2 Text kind of on their own platform here, their own islands, or they're up in the clouds, whatever it might be. There's a few guys that are right there on the brink, but they haven't quite made their way in.
All right, we've talked about this overall final. Now let's get to our favorite plays of the day. It's the Adidas plays of the day, according to us. So hopefully you agree. Here is number 5. It's from Fifilza, who's in the quarterfinal against Christian Spateri, and it was with Kai Havertz. Take a look at this.
Just a good read, goalkeeper movement, out of position, and more importantly was the moment here. When Havertz converts this opportunity, we know that Christian's going home, Fifilza moves on.
Yeah, and here's our play number 4. It's Lev Vincent after he scored and that botched handshake. We had to give it some love because,
that's the whole number 4.
that's the number 4.
I love that is the play of the day there. Mike, our handshakes are better than that.
Yeah, there's no question with that. All right, here is number 3, Nicolas top corner. Actually, there's 2 penalties that he took against Stefano Pinna in the quarterfinals.
He repeated them both exactly the same. We never see that, do we? Usually kind of scuffs the floor a little bit.
Yeah, that was on next level. Number 2 here, Lev Vincent with Neymar against Lost in the Waves in the quarterfinal.
I love that goal. Gives you a lot of variety with the skill moves. Very patient. The La Croquetas, the scoop turn, the layoff, converts it, sends a message.
And then even though he lost in the final to Nicolas, he gets our #1 play of the day. It's Lev Vincent again with R9 Ronaldo in the quarterfinals again to get Lost in the Waves. How good was this goal?
I made the ugly face. We talked about that.
The smell.
Yeah, if we make the smelly face, you know it's a good goal.
He was so good in that game against Waves. I can't talk about it. I mean, I was in awe. My jaw was on the floor with some of those goals. And that just speaks to Lev's talent.
I can confirm I picked up his jaw.
Well, I think he had about 11 of them, didn't he? It was a ridiculous match. So, yeah, I think Lev, super good tournament for him. Very pleased for him, but obviously Nicolas is just the next level.
Okay, so now as we look forward to the FIFA E-World Cup, who do you think comes out of this tournament here in Berlin with the momentum that they need to have success there? Outside of Nicolas, let's say, because we know he's feeling pretty good about himself.
Outside of Nicolas, Lev Vincent has to feel amazing about what he was able to do against this field and the types of opponents he went up against, even if he doesn't feel amazing right now.
Yeah.
I would keep an eye on Stefano Pinna, lost to Nicolas, but if he was in a different portion of the bracket, we might have seen that matchup much later in the tournament.
I reckon Wolves Fifilza, though, only lost out 1 goal over 2 Levs to the best in the world, Nicolas. 2 legs, sorry, over the best in the world, Nicolas. So, I mean, you've got to give credit to him. He had also quite a difficult first round and has just done excellent things.
But I will say this about Stefano Pinna. He was the PS4 World Cup champion last year, only to lose to MS Asari in the overall final. So, I don't know. I mean, there's something there, that experience. However, there's 2 guys, number 15 and number 16, that qualified today because they got some help. That Stranger and Marco, that maybe they're feeling like they're playing with house money. Maybe that gives them the pressure's off and they can go have some fun.
I wish we did a tier system, who's hot and who's not from the top 16. We had a little chart and you moved them over to who's rising in form and guys that didn't really do anything for themselves. I don't know. Like 15th and 16th, when you're looking at Stranger and you're looking at Marco, of course, they're thankful to be in the tournament, but they didn't make a good showing here.
All right, now let's take a look at our Team PS4 roster. These are the 16 names that are representing PS4 at the FIFA E-World Cup in London, August 2nd through August 4th. Some big-time names in this one. Some we didn't even mention. Jackson was an early champion, had a great start to the season. He's come on strong, definitely a threat in some capacity because he's won a tournament, and I think that matters. If you know how to win a tournament, that gives you the advantage, I think, in some ways.
That was obviously the Continental Cup back at the beginning of the season as well, such a long time ago, but excellent team. I want to be in their team. Look at the 2 groups as well.
Yeah, here we go, the 2 groups, as you can see it. The first time this has been shown out into the public. These are some tough groups. I mean, I guess when you're in the World Cup, every group's going to be tough, Mike.
I'm trying to figure out which group I'd rather be in.
Nicolas versus Lev again. Ouch.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting times in London. And here we go. Here are our 16 players. They're all here in Berlin. Look at these guys. They should be very proud of their seasons and what they've accomplished. They've sacrificed so much time and put so much into it and have so much passion for this game. And this is their due rewards for all of their hard work.
Yeah, look at those scarves and those jackets they got and the smiles. It's so great. Oh, Lev, I mean,
come on. We know you just lost the final, but you got second. You're still $35,000 richer than you were when you came in. There's Jackson. Shout out San Diego. Tuga. Maestro, what's good, my man? I love it. NYC Chris, the first ever E-Champions League winner. And there's Stranger, Stefano Pinna, Marco. It's all happening right there. Congratulations to those guys. Incredible scenes after a very long season. And they look great. Look at them. Ready to go and get after it. So that is it. We are done here in Berlin after 3 days of some incredible FIFA action for these PS4 playoffs. So on behalf of everyone on camera, including the players competing, I want to thank all the people behind the scenes for making us look better and smarter than we deserve to be. And to EA, PlayStation, Adidas, and Turtle Beach for their commitment to this esport and for making dreams come true. And of course, thank you to everyone watching. It means a lot to all of us. And make sure you tune in August 2nd through August 4th for the FIFA E-World Cup from London, the O2 Arena. It's going to be amazing. We'll see you then. The FIFA 19 Global Series Playoffs post-show is presented by PS4.
this is it, and Joxan's done it!
To Ronaldo, to Neymar! Nicholas steals it from the deck.
Or score it, Pina steps up, history can be made, it is!
Pina is the champ.
It's party time for the Dutchman. Congratulations, Lev Vincent. To the back post, Ronaldo! Oh no! M10 Houston, and he's into the semi-finals.
The thing about MoAuba is so good at that green time finish.
And New York City Chris has done it. He fakes to go left, goes inside, Kuketa. Havertz again into the box, Kuketa. 1, 2, 3, 4!
Welcome to Berlin, everyone, for the PlayStation post-game show. I'm Jimmy Conrad alongside Mike LaBelle and Rachel Stringer. And look behind us. There are 16 players, Team PS4, and all of them are going to the E-World Cup. They're all going to move on to that in London, where more surprises from PlayStation await.
Oh, like, just awesome. Look at these guys. Their scarves here, their jackets. Yeah, MoAuba always smiling there next to Zinho. I mean, how must it feel to be part of that PS4 team? I mean, I want to be part of it.
And regardless of how they performed in playoffs, all 16 of these guys have to be buzzing for the big finals. That's what you strive for. That's where you put in the hustle, the grind, all your time, all your investment is to be in that final 16. Think how many events we've had here, the global series points adding up. You see the moves from everyone. You could tell the energy shifted in the room a little bit. Less tension now.
Yeah, those guys look great though. Big smiles, and they deserve it. And then in addition to being a part of Team PS4, all these guys received a personalized PS4 controller and an amazing gift box from our friends at Sony to celebrate their victories and to send them on their way to the FIFA E-World Cup. So that is a very big deal. Thank you to PlayStation for hooking them up and making them feel like the deserved winners and potential champions that they might end up being. Here's the Team PS4 roster. These are the rankings as you see them. Now the fun fact about this, number 15 and 16, excuse me, the Stranger and Marco, didn't do well in the Swiss format, but they backed their way in to getting into it. And I guess we're looking at this maybe tournament in particular, but they did have successful seasons, Rachel.
Yeah, and I think what I like about that so much is that now the World Cup is just a chance to reset for all of these pros here. But I think certainly for the Stranger and for Fifilza Marco, who had such a difficult time throughout the 3 days, having to wait and see if they're actually going to make it in. So I think for those players in particular, chance to reset, and anything's possible once they get to London.
Okay, well, you see 16 of the names here on Team PS4. Let's get to know 2 of them right now.
My gamer tag is FC Nicolas 99 FC. I'm from Argentina. Currently, rank is #1 on PS4.
Nicolas 99 FC. So where to start?
The best player in the world.
The best PS4 player in the world.
One of the best players in the world.
The best PS4 player.
Best PS4 player this year.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
His defending is unreal.
Defense so good. So good in the defense, maybe the best in the world.
His attack is very composed.
The packing is just made.
Nicholas, golden chance for him. Surely that will do it. Yes, it will.
Probably one of the best at pressuring and keeping the ball.
Only 10 goals this tournament as Nicholas let in.
He's in like control of me. He won like the last 5 games.
Ronaldo to Neymar! Nicholas steals it from the deck.
I hope I don't face him at the playoffs because he usually beats me. I'm very confident now. I really trained for this tournament and I want to win.
I'm MoAuba, I'm 22 years old and I'm from Germany. I'm ranked 4 in the PS4 Leaderboard.
We have MoAuba.
MoAuba.
MoAuba. Somebody who challenges me to be the happiest and most smiley person in the FIFA scene. He's always smiling.
MoAuba is like a very funny guy. We get along. I think he's friends with every pro player.
MoAuba is a very funny and a very good FIFA player.
Pierde 5-0, gana 1-0, pierde 2-0, pierde 3-0. Siempre se lo toma bien.
I think I'm a really happy guy, so I'm not like always that nervous. So I always play happy also when I lose. It's no problem for me.
He's His gameplay is very unpredictable.
Mo is always fast, always attacking. He scores a lot.
You give him a chance, he's going to take it every single time.
He does quite a few things I'm not used to see.
Yeah, I think my gameplay is nice to watch for viewers because I play really offensive. I score always a lot of goals.
Very good in attacking.
Es increíble, complica absolutamente todos los jugadores, sabe adaptarse.
I only want to win, so I'm really confident.
I think he's a massive threat at this tournament. So now is his time to put his name in everybody's mouth.
Okay, because we have some special treats for you here on the PlayStation Post Show. We got the two people you just heard about. They're talking about themselves, MoAuba and the champion, Nicolas. I'm going to start with you, Nicolas. You're $75,000 richer after winning these playoffs. What are you doing with that? Where are you taking us out tonight?
I don't know. I'm thinking about save maybe, or maybe this night I will pay some drinks.
Okay, all right. You heard it here first. We're holding you to it.
Mo, how do you sit next to Nicolas after he knocked you out of the quarterfinals? You're sitting so close to him now and you're smiling again. You seem to be back friends already?
Yeah, maybe. When he pay me some drinks today, it's all okay. But yeah, when he win lucky, it's like a problem. Then I will fight with him. But he went like so good against me. He was so reserved. I'm happy for him.
But you also say you kind of bounce back very well from defeats. How long did it take you to bounce back this time?
Like 30 seconds. Yeah, I knew it. I played so bad. So yeah, I will do better in the World Cup. I hope we are in the group so I can beat him.
Okay, so we talked after you lost to him, and you're like, when he plays at that level, he's unbeatable. What can you learn from that, though, to maybe beat him at the World Cup?
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe I'm giving away secrets right now.
I hope he will not play that good. Yeah, he played like old Nicolas, so dominant, so you don't think you have a chance, even if it's only one goal lead. But I have to, do less mistakes, so I played really shit. But it's okay.
Guys, we just also found out that you are both in the same group at the World Cup. Ouch, eh?
It's better for us. It's better for us.
Better for you guys? Better for you, Nicolas. It doesn't matter who you get.
I prefer no more in quarterfinals again.
Knock him out early on.
No.
Okay, so Nicolas, you won the playoffs last year in Amsterdam. You won it again here, but you didn't win the trophy in the E-World Cup. How do you change that this time?
I don't know. I'm learning about my mistakes, my losses, you know. Now I think I'm playing good. It depends on the tournament situation. Today I wake up too good.
Yeah.
I play too good. But I don't know. Learn about my mistake and I will try to do my best in the E-World Cup.
And Nicolas, it's now your third consecutive E-World Cup. Do you feel much more prepared going into it this time out?
I don't know. It's one more tournament for me. Obviously, it's so special, but the experience is the same.
Okay, one of the questions I'd love to ask you guys, after a tournament especially, what FUT item was the most valuable for you throughout this tournament?
I think Gullit is the most important player because he can do both defensive and offensive. He make like the balance. It was my important player.
Yeah, I think the same, or Neymar maybe. Neymar and Gullit are so dominant in this game. Gullit is all in the middle, header, 5-star weak foot, so I think Gullit.
I want to just ask you both a question, the same question to both of you. This season is so long. It started way back in kind of October, November time. We're now into July. You know, how do you keep so consistent, both of you have been, for that long?
For me, I don't know. I just play. I just try to improve my skill gap. So I try learning about my mistake and loses. You know, in October I played so bad this game. Now I'm playing more decent, but I just trying to improve my game.
Now, when people talk about you, for the most part, both of you as players, there's not a lot of weaknesses. So what do you go home and work on specifically in these next few weeks before you hit London?
Yeah, I always work on it what the best players do. So I would just watch Nicolas' game and search what he do better.
So you do a lot of research like that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But not my play because it's not that good. I watch better players like Nicolas, what they do, and I will try to do the same.
Nicolas, do you ever feel pressure? Because now everybody wants to beat you. You are the man in the top seat. You are the man to beat. Does that ever get to you at all?
No, for me the top one doesn't matter. The top 16 are two good players. Everyone can beat everyone. are good players, and for me, no pressure for nothing. Maybe they have pressure, but for me, it's the same.
I'll let you answer what Jimmy just asked as well. What will you do between now and London?
Before the playoffs, I was training in Foot Champions for skills. No more corners, free kicks, no playing serious. And I was like no pressure for me. And I was talking with a sports psychologist.
Okay, wow.
So I was talking, and now I will talk again with him. So I'm working more in the mentality.
I love that you brought that up, because I talk about that side of the game a lot. Whether it's on the virtual field or on the real field, what happens between the ears really separates, I think, the good from the great. Is that something you'd be looking into as well, or are you already doing it?
Yeah, of course. I think also the mental thing, what you do in the week at home, it's really important. So when you play a tournament, don't look at media or something. It's like what the pros and psychology and something say. Don't focus on the negative side. They think always positive, always optimistic, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, for you, Nicolas, what's been the biggest things from the sports psychology?
Practically, I think the same. Now, after talk with the sports psychologist, I'm more positive, no negative things. You just think positive always when you are losing for 2-0, 3-0, always positive. You can do it, you can do it with pressure. He's under pressure, so maybe I think positive things.
I've got to ask one more question. We've been big on social media throughout this tournament. Do you guys like tweeting and telling everybody how you're feeling and how the games are going during the tournaments? Or are you both some people that like to kind of sit back a bit and let what you do on the console do the talking?
In my opinion, I don't like too much social media because I don't know, I'm so alone in the sense I prefer stay my feelings for me, keep my feelings for me, or my friends, you know, for WhatsApp, not too much.
Yeah.
But I prefer tweeting or doing posts after the tournament, or maybe before the tournament, but not between the tournament.
Mo, are you big on social?
Yeah, I'm being. I think it's important for the for your community that they know what's happening and what they do, because for example, now all games is streaming, like we play back around and they don't know how the game was, so you tell them we have like media from the club, they do it, that's their job to post everything in social media, and for me it's important.
Okay, well, thank you guys for your time. Congratulations again, Nicolas. Good luck to both of you in the FIFA E-World Cup. And for you PS4 fans at home, thank you for watching, and make sure you cheer on these guys and everybody else on Team PS4 when they're in London for the FIFA E-World Cup. And now I'm going to throw it over to Kylan and Alan, who have two other players that are on Team PS4. Guys?
Thank you, Jimmy. Yes, me and Alan are joined at the queue by Uston and Tuga. Now, I'm just going to quickly say, I hope all of the other pros don't listen to Nicolas's advice right there about not tweeting, because if nobody uses social media, I'm going to be out of the job. There's going to be no cube, so hopefully people do carry on tweeting. But I want to throw it over to you guys. There's one more tournament left. You've got your scarves, as we can see. You've got your jackets. How are you feeling about that last tournament? Is there anything you've got to improve on? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited to be in the top 16. I have an unbelievable season until now, and it's time to take a rest and practice to have a nice FIFA E-World Cup. I hope to perform well, and I want to say thank you to all my supporters and especially to my country.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's been a really long season. I'm almost exhausted, but yeah, trying to keep grinding the next 2 weeks. Of course, really happy to secure my top 16 spot 5 months before the World Cup is even starting. So yeah, just looking forward to the World Cup and just feeling as confident as I can be.
Usain, unfortunately, you didn't have your best event. You didn't make it out of the groups, but you did qualify to the FIFA World Cup, which is very impressive. Heading into the FIFA World Cup, what are you going to change, maybe learn from this event heading into that?
Yeah, this event, as I said, I didn't really have something to play for. I had a title to play for, but yeah, I was already qualified, so that was like I need to motivate myself a bit more because I play my best when it matters and when I'm under pressure. So yeah, just gonna go home and reset everything and forget about this event.
And Tuga, this is your first competitive season of FIFA. I've been playing since FIFA 17, but this is your first one, and you already secured a ticket to the FIFA World Cup, the grandest stage. How are you feeling?
I think this is unbelievable. At the beginning, I didn't expect to be at the top 64 for the playoffs, But I think this is a message for all the fans who wants to become a pro, wants to play FIFA as a professional. Because with efforts, with hours in the game, I saw some videos on YouTube trying to understand the other people's defense, how they attack, how they do the skills, where to do it. I think this is a huge message for you all, and I hope you get as confident as I get in the beginning, because FIFA is not for someone. It's for us, for the players, that with efforts, with talent, and with work, everything is possible.
I think Tuga was watching some of my videos, you know.
Amazing stuff there. Well done, honestly, to you both. Brilliant and good luck. We will be there in London. Everyone will be supporting you all. As we said, you have qualified for the FeWC and you have joined Team PS4. But now it's time to throw over to Mike, who's with another member of Team PS4.
Thanks, Kyle. And that's right, I am joined by Stefano Pina, and we're going to look at the Nicholas Levinkin matchup and review the goal that basically was the go-ahead, the decider for Nicolas. And I'm going to get the thoughts from Stefano Pina on what's going on, what he's trying to unlock with some of this space. You've got Vieira to Varane, and then he finds R9 in a very dangerous position. So what's happening right now?
Well, Nicolas is doing great. He's waiting with Ronaldo. For someone who's pushing his Ronaldo, like here, Vieira, you see Lev Vincent Vieira is going towards Ronaldo. So Nicolas can easily turn into the space, like here.
And you're talking about opening up the space here for the gap for Mbappe.
So he can easily pass to Mbappe.
And once he makes this pass, you see you've got a decision to make here of whether you want to go with a pass, maybe a 1-2 to open up some more space. You can take a first-time shot. You can look for skill moves. What is the deciding factor? What's the indicator?
I think you got the feeling when you pass the ball to Mbappe, if you're going to shoot or no. And I think Nicolas got the feeling, I got to shoot. If I time it green, it's always a goal. And also, you see here Maldini and Varane. It's a lot of space between them, so he can easily shoot between the Maldini and Varane. And if you time it green, it's always a goal. If Lev Vincent is not moving his keeper. So.
And when you have that gap, is it more difficult to move the goalkeeper for you? Because you've got to move your defenders, you've also got the goalkeeper movement in mind, and you don't know if your opponent's maybe going to take that shot or if he's going to go for an additional pass or a skill move.
Yes, I think Lev is not expecting the shot because Nicolas is always skilling and turning around. So it's a great goal from Nicolas.
So you heard it from the main man, Stefano Pina, part of Team PS4, and I hear that Spencer's with a couple other members.
That I am. Thank you very much, Mike. I'm joined by FeWC Marco and Team Hullet Zazinio. Lovely. In fact, that both ends in O. Is that a coincidence? I don't know. They've put you together. Well done, boys, first of all. Team PS4, looking good with the scarves, the jackets. How you feeling?
Yeah, really, really good. Can't believe I made it. So, yeah, ecstatic.
You had both kind of similar tournaments in the sense that you were waiting for other results to come through. How did you feel when you knew you were getting the nod to play in the final?
It was just amazing. It's so bad to not depend on your own, but we made it, so that's the important thing.
It's easy just to look at this tournament, isn't it, and feel like, oh, you wish you'd done it yourself, but you've got to look at the year, guys. You've done really well to get this far. You deserve the positions you've got. Let's look ahead to the final. Representing Australia, only Australia on the PlayStation side. How important is it for you to do it for Australia?
It means the absolute world to me to represent my country at the the biggest event of the year, and my first event at the E-World Cup. It's going to be incredible, and I want to do it for everyone back home.
Same question to you for Brazil. Obviously, not the only Brazilian, though, on your side. There's a decent field, which tells us just how well the Brazil scene's doing right now. Are you proud to be Brazilian?
Yeah, I'm so proud with all the boys that qualified, the 5 boys. I think we practiced a lot this year, and we all made amazing seasons. So I think we all deserve to be there.
I definitely agree with that. And let's talk about the final again in terms of your own individual chances. What are you aiming for? What is your minimum expected result?
Just to get out of the group and take it game by game.
Okay, so you want to get out of the group and then you're not looking too far ahead, just want to see what you can do?
Yeah, game by game and try and win it.
What about you, Zazinio?
For me, the same as Marco. Getting out of the group first, and then each game is a game, and I have to do the best I can.
Okay, and finally, I want to ask you about your teams, obviously. Huge part of how you got this far. FeWC, great to be part of, great support from them all year?
Yeah, they've been fantastic support for me all year round with the numerous amount of hours I've had to travel overseas and just providing me with like hotel and everything. Dan's been absolutely incredible, and I literally can't thank him enough for this year.
Yeah, seen Dan over there backstage absolutely jumping with joy. So well done for making him so happy. Same question, Team Hullet. Obviously, you had that nice moment with Hullet in Madrid when he came to watch the E-Champions League. You're very proud to be representing one of the best players of all time, but also one of the best FIFA icons.
Yeah, the best FIFA icon on the game, to be fair. It's really a pleasure to represent them, and they helped me a lot this year since, I think, Singapore, where my year really started. I've grown as a player, and that's up to them. Yeah.
Okay, well, these boys, as we know, are 2 of the 16 players that have made it to the FeWC. Let's take a look at where they're going to be playing.
Don't miss any of the excitement of the 2019 FIFA E-World Cup from the O2 Arena in London. Watch the best EA Sports FIFA 19 players in the world be a part of a unique on-site experience with loads of activities and meet the biggest influencers of the EA Sports FIFA scene live at one of the world's most iconic venues. Get your tickets now and don't miss out on this must-see event. Ticket prices start at just £10. Go to fifa.com/FEWC.
Yes, what a 3 days it has been here in Berlin for this PS4 playoffs. This is the PlayStation post-show. I mean, I'm a little worn out, I'll be honest. Like, there's been a big emotional letdown. We've been cranking on this. We've been watching some very special and talented players get after it, and now it's all done.
Yeah, I don't think we can ask for much more, to be honest. We've been spoiled this year in terms of FIFA tournaments across the year. So many great moments, so many huge matches, great players. Some we've discovered. Some have continued their form, and yeah, Nicholas, I'm really impressed by him. I continue to be impressed by him, and if he does go on to win the whole thing, I don't think anyone would have an issue with it. I think they'd all respect it and appreciate it.
So out of the Team PS4, all the 16 players that we've seen on camera and talked to here in the PlayStation post show, who is the player outside of Nicholas that you think could do some real damage in London, Mike?
I mean, it sounds like, I guess, a predictable answer, but I thought Lev Vincent looked amazing, and I still roll with Stefano Pino pretty heavy, a lot of experience, and I feel like if he didn't match up with Nicholas early on in the tournament, it could have been a Nicholas versus Stefano Pino finale. Versus them being matched up. I think it was the quarterfinals, so he didn't go as far as maybe he should have. Also want to just touch on the message from Tuga. I really appreciate that. Like, he's letting everybody know anyone can get into the competitive FIFA scene. He showed potential, he did a bunch of research, he did his homework, he ends up at 8th in the world, and I mean, he's in the Air Force. He was working a secondary job, only playing the weekend league, and then taking time to research and just put some additional time into that homework, and credit to him, he's here. First year in the competitive scene, 8th in the world, and I feel like he's building in the right direction in terms of his form.
I think people maybe like M10 Houston and NYC Chris, who went out early, will have a lot to prove at the E-World Cup. Obviously, we saw how well Chris did in Madrid. He won the E-Champions League, and he'll be super unhappy. Mike, you will know more than me how he performed here. He probably expected to go much further. Everyone else probably expected him to go much further. And the same as M10 Houston, he kind of had a bit of a boot camp before this to get prepared. I know he went out there with North Aggie. Didn't work for him, so I'm sure he'll go back to the drawing board again and try and reset for them. But yeah, they're my two dark horses, maybe.
I know I emphasized this earlier, but there's something to be said for being a player that knows how to win trophies. It's one thing to almost get there on numerous occasions, but to never get there, there's something holding you back. So to win a trophy, so when I think about NYC Chris, he finally wins an E-Champions League, and he finally proves to himself and to everybody else that he can do it. So I don't want to sleep on those kind of guys either.
Well, I think you've got a point, Jim, because if you look at the last 2 FeWC champions, they're both multiple winners. You know, and Grillo and Emerson Tesori have won many things before. If Fifilza, for example, had come through, or Lev Vincent has come through today and won it, you would have said there's another person in the conversation now. There's another debate to be had about who's going to win the FeWC. But because it's Nicholas again, I kind of agree with you. You expect, maybe not guarantee, but you expect the winner to come from someone who's already got their hands on a trophy.
All right, let's take a look at the groups that we're going to see at the E-World Cup. Group C and Group D as it stands. Any big matchups that you're looking to see there, Mike, in these two groups?
Oh, I mean, everybody here's a household name. There really aren't any randoms, and I use that word loosely, I suppose. But all these guys are people that have been established in the FIFA community. We've been talking about them all year long. I'd like to see kind of the NA matchup, Joxton and Chris battling it out. I don't know why it sticks out to me, but I'm interested. Maybe because we don't see them play in EMLS, so this is kind of the time that you're going to see that All-American. I've been trying to decide which group I'd rather be in, and I've made a decision. Are you guys focused in?
Yep.
All right. Group D is the group that I would choose to be in. I want to avoid Nicholas. I want to avoid Lev Vincent, you name it.
How about you, Rachel?
I would
group?
go with Mike in Group D. Yeah, I think you haven't got the world champion there, or Lev, who's just been awesome this tournament.
Man, how important is it to get a good start? You've seen enough E-World Cups to know.
No, it's really important. What's crazy is that half the players in each group aren't going to go through. And if you look at Group D, the group that those guys are saying is the easier group, or the lesser of two evils, there's like 5 names in there, at least, that you can't imagine not going through the knockout round. So tough to get out of these groups. Pinner has got a really good chance in Group D, though, I think, of maybe topping it.
Stefano Pinner. I like it.
Well, obviously, no.
Predictions, though? Just a quick prediction from you, Rachel? Putting you on the spot because that's what I do
Chris,
here.
I'm going to go outrageous.
Ooh,
It's
I
not
like
outrageous because he obviously won in Madrid. So I'm going to go there.
All right, I respect it. Cool. That's it, everybody. We are done here in Berlin for these PS4 playoffs. It's been a very exciting day here on the PlayStation post show as well. I want to give a big shout out to all the players and to all of us talent. So on behalf of all of us, I want to thank everybody behind the scenes that make us look better than we deserve to be, and to EA and PlayStation for making dreams come true. And that's really what they're doing here, and it's really special to be a part of. So thank you guys for watching, and make sure you tune in to watch the E-World Cup August 2nd through August 4th from London at the O2 Arena, and we will see you then.